Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back, anybody who was here earlier. Hopefully everyone makes it over with the portal. I know we couldn't redirect, but hopefully everybody makes it on over here from before. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mikey, happy to see you again. Gonna pour one. Let us know what you're having to drink. Love that. And welcome, James. Happy to see you. And our new squirrel friend. Welcome. I'm so happy you made it. That is amazing. High five to you. That is awesome. And did you already let us know where you're joining us from? I know we had another new school friend who's in Virginia. I'm just trying to remember. I always try to remember everything about people that, you know, people don't have to say, but if they want to say, I always try to remember things about people. And oh, that's right. I know. Thank you. Arkansas. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. Just like, oh my God. Oh, just like Toes. Just like Toes. Hopefully Toes will also be here as well. That's right. Shout out to Arkansas. Love it. And we've got a command for Lori happening already. Awesome. So this is super exciting, guys. So I will just say, first of all, shout out to Nate Eaton and East Idaho News. So, you know, Nate has been on this case since day one. It's like his case, right? And his baby. And so the court filings in Arizona are not easy to get. And well, they're not possible to get really, and you have to pay for them. And so basically what I did is courtesy of East Idaho News, basically, because Nate pulls the documents up. So I have saved them so that we can read them ourselves. So it's basically just as good as having it, which, I mean, this is it. It's just that they're going to be in segments like this, right? But I zoom in anyway. So it's basically the same thing. But this is it. This is Lori's freaking motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct that she filed. If you can even believe it. I can't. All right. Y'all ready? The defendant, Lori Daybell, hereby requests that both case numbers listed above be dismissed for prosecutorial misconduct committed by the state's attorney, Trina J.K. And then she cites the professional rules of conduct, Rule 42. And in case you're wondering, both cases, right? The one case here, the first one, so that's referencing her being charged for the murder of her husband, previous husband, Charles Vallow. But also she has the attempted murder on Brandon Boudreaux. That is supposed to happen right after. Now, in case you're wondering, so there's Nate Eaton up there because, of course, he was presenting this. So this is actually the only one where he's on the document, but I can tell what the words are. So, okay. So the facts. On or about September 6, 2024, Trina K directed the Chandler Police Department and the Gilbert Police Department to refuse to provide public documents to the defense, interfering with the defendant's right to conduct an investigation. On or about January 30th, 2025, Trina K obtained and distributed attorney-client privileged communications between the defendant and her appellate attorney in Idaho. On or about March 11th, 2025, Trina K gave legal advice to defense witness Nate Eaton in an off-the-record conversation regarding how to avoid being served with a subpoena from the defense, which is hilarious because he's going to the trial. Anyway, Ms. K has personally thrown her ethics and duties out the window in order to win this, quote, high-profile, end quote, case in front of a worldwide audience. Is she going to offer anything to support this? Let's see. Because this court ignored the state's conduct, Trina K became more blatant in her disregard for her ethical obligation. This is sadly similar to her longtime boyfriend. What is happening? Okay, let me back up. First of all, and I've not read this. You guys are getting my first impressions here. First of all, I was thinking, oh, let's pull up the rule. And then I was like, no. She's going to have to cite the rule. She'll have to cite the rule, right? So far, not citing the rule. We'll see if she does. But what is happening? This is sadly similar to her longtime boyfriend, Juan Martinez's behavior in a high-profile case years ago here in Maricopa County. It seems her behavior is not original. What is happening? And dude, you know who she's talking about? She's talking about Jodi Arias That was the prosecutor for Jodi Arias, and he got in trouble for something. He was like, what does it say? That's her boyfriend. I feel like it was something like he was sleeping with, oh, maybe it's this lady. Wow. Like he was sleeping with one of the other prosecutors or something. And I'm like, oh, wait, is this the same lady? What the fuck? This is crazy. You guys, this is crazy. I'm going to read it again. This is sadly similar to her longtime boyfriend, Juan Martinez's behavior in a high-profile case years ago here in Maricopa County. It seems her behavior is not original. I'm okay. Not really grounds for dismissing your case, though. But okay, this court is obligated to discipline officers of the court for misconduct. This misconduct is egregious and needs to be addressed by the court. This is wild. The actions that the defendant is seeking the court take as a result of Miss Trina Kay's misconduct are as follows. 1, removal. Oh my God, that's it. That's it. She's citing nothing. There's no case law. There's not even her constitutional rights. She doesn't even cite the ABA rule that she's alleging has been violated. This is crazy. Okay. 1, removal from above cases for prosecutorial misconduct. 2, sanctions by the court of dismissal charges. 3, disbarment. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm dying. I'm sorry. That's the best part. Number 3, disbarment by, I have to read this again. I need to read this again, and we're going to put, oh my God. This is, I have to say, this is way worse than I thought it was going to be by a long shot. I expected more. I'm serious. I expected better from her. Let me pull up this rule since she never fucking bothered to do that. Wow. Holy shit. I am shocked. I'm literally shocked. This is insane. What am I looking for? 8.2. This is crazy. Even for Lori Vallow. So rule 8.2 is a lawyer shall not make a statement that the lawyer knows to be false with reckless disregard to its truth or falsity concerning the qualifications or integrity of a judge. Is Lori confused? Let me read this again. A lawyer shall not make a statement that the lawyer knows to be false or with reckless disregard to its truth or falsity concerning the qualifications or integrity of a judge, adjudicatory officer, or public legal officer, or of a candidate for election or appointment to judicial or legal office. Did Lori only read the first part of that where it says a statement that's false? Because the rest of it says it has to be pertaining to a judge or a public legal officer or a candidate for an election. All right. Is Lori running for president? We'll see. All right. Let's read this again. This is insane. The defendant, Lori Daybell, hereby requests that both case numbers listed above be dismissed for prosecutorial misconduct committed by the state's attorney, Trina J.K. Okay. There's more that needs to be done here because now I need to know the whole thing with the boyfriend, Lori. Okay. This sent me on a whole thing. Trina J.K. And the dude, Juan Martinez. Is this, see now what I'm wondering, is this the same lady? Because this was a whole thing with, what's her face? With Jodi Arias. Let me just look for him. So, okay, let me do this. Let me turn my ad blocker off so it won't be annoying. Or so it'll let me read this to you guys, share this to you guys. Oh my God. This is insane. Okay. Let me share this to you guys real quick. Holy mackerel. Okay, so this is Juan Martinez. Okay. I'm shocked. I did not expect any of this. So this dude was the prosecutor for Jodi Arias. Okay. By the way, I've had a lot of people request that I cover that case, and I probably will at some point. Okay. After a 30-year career as a prosecutor, high-profile lawyer Juan Martinez has agreed to be disbarred. The disbarment comes 2 days after a November trial had been scheduled involving a State Bar of Arizona complaint against Martinez. The complaint involved allegations that Martinez sexually harassed women he worked with at the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. The State Bar, which investigates lawyers, also accused Martinez of leaking information to a blogger during the Jodi Arias murder trial and lying to investigators about having a sexual relationship with her. Did he lie that he had one or lie that he didn't have one? What the fuck is happening? The State Bar, which investigates lawyers, also accused Martinez of leaking information to a blogger during the Jodi Arias murder trial and lying to investigators about having a sexual. You know what's so funny? When I knew that Lori was going to trial in Maricopa County, my brain automatically thought Jodi Arias. Did not expect any of this to be linked up. Wow. In 2019, the State Bar filed a formal complaint against Martinez alleging misconduct. It accused him of sexually harassing coworkers in a Maricopa County Superior Court employee, communicating with a juror, and having a relationship with a blogger while trying to get her to leak information. Several coworkers made the sexual harassment allegations against Martinez, and the county attorney's office conducted an internal investigation in 2018. The office interviewed 30 people. I want to know what the fuck was happening with him and the defendant. Like, what? Oh my God. Oh my God. A woman claimed Martinez told her that he wanted to climb her like a statue, or words to that effect. You guys, climb her like a statue, according to the complaint. The woman said Martinez invited her to Las Vegas, and he said he could guess the color of her underwear. Mother of God. Okay. There are other matters against Martinez that are pending. Phoenix ethics attorney. Wow. Okay, here's the part I really want to know. What happened with the defendant? I mean, that's insanity, right? I know. Yikes is right. I agree. This is crazy. Sorry for the ads. It made me turn my ad blocker off. The State Bar has taken appropriate action to strip Martinez of his license to practice law. This was the right result and long overdue. Prosecutors are held to what? Okay, yes, thank you. Keep going. Keep going. More. We need more information. Not just generic. Oh my God. Okay. In March, the Arizona Court of Appeals stated in a ruling that despite Martinez's actions in the Arias trial, Arias would remain in prison. Okay. The Court of Appeals cited a pattern of misconduct, saying that Martinez's belligerent conduct began before opening statements. Prosecutorial misconduct is undeniably permeated this case, the judge wrote. Rather than a few isolated missteps, it's a pattern of misconduct. Oh my God. Oh my God. He wanted to climb some lady like a statue. Did he want to climb Jodi Arias like a statue? This is crazy. Oh my God. He was there for more than 30 years. Okay, let me do a search. Let's see. This is wild. Wild, wild. Wow. Again, the thing that I'm still wanting to know, and I don't know that I'll be able to ever find this out, is, it said, where was it? This part where he says, Yeah, right here. Lying to investigators about having a sexual relationship with her. Wow. That could mean either, like, how are you not giving us more information? Because that's either lying that he had one when he didn't, or lying that he didn't have one when he did. I don't know which one's worse. Probably the second one. It's hard for me to even wrap my head around that he did, because, like, what? A prosecutor and a defendant? And it was a death penalty case. Like, I cannot figure this one out. Yes, couldn't agree more. Bad when a lawyer needs a lawyer. Okay. So now we all remember him, right? You guys probably recognize that face. Okay. Wow. Lori. While she's not providing any case, I'm just resharing here. While she's not providing any case law or anything to back up anything she's saying, she certainly is providing us with some interesting details, all the tea, as it were. No. Good question for here. Will Lori be able to make this applicable to her case? No. Nope. Since she's going pro se, right, and doesn't know what she's doing, she doesn't know how to do this, right? This is not how you write a motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct. Nothing about this. So she's literally just saying stuff. Like, this is not a real legal filing, right? So let's read this one again, because this is crazy. Okay, so the case will be dismissed for prosecutorial misconduct by the state's attorney, Trina J.K. On or about September 6th, Trina K. directed the Chandler Police Department and Gilbert Police Department to refuse to provide documents to the defense, interfering with the defendant's right to conduct it. So like, if you start with even this, right, here you should be citing things like constitutional rights, first of all. I mean, you could go, like, start there and then go from there. And you need to be more specific. Why am I even bothering? Like, it's not, okay. All right. Number 2, on or about January 30th, 2025, Trina K. obtained and distributed attorney-client privilege communications between the defendant and her appellate attorney in Idaho. On or about March 11th, 2025, Trina K. gave legal advice to defense witness Nate Eaton in an off-the-record conversation regarding how to avoid being served with a subpoena from the defense. Ms. K has personally thrown her ethics and duties out the window in order to win this high-profile case in front of a worldwide audience. Because this court has ignored the state's conduct, Trina K became more blatant in her disregard for her ethical obligation. This is sadly similar to her longtime boyfriend, Juan Martinez's behavior in a high-profile case years ago here in Maricopa County. It seems her behavior is not original. That's Lori trying to throw shade at this prosecutor. And of all the shade that Lori thinks is shady she's throwing, in Lori's mind, I would bet money on it. Lori thinks this is the biggest shade. This is the most shade. It seems her behavior is not original. Like, dude, it's just so funny to me. This court is obligated to discipline officers of the court for misconduct. This misconduct is egregious and needs to be addressed by the court. The actions the defendant is seeking this court take as a result of Ms. Trina K's misconduct are as follows. 1, removal from the cases for prosecutorial misconduct. 2, sanctions by the court of dismissal charges. 3, disbarment by the state of Arizona. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right. The state's response. Defendant, the state of Arizona that's the caption's weird here, and so is the font. Okay, anyway. The state of Arizona, through undersigned counsel, requests this court deny the defendant's motion as there's been no prosecutorial misconduct. The state responds to each of the 3 allegations by noting that the, quote, facts, end quote, as alleged by the defendant as to each issue are simply untrue. 1, on September 6, 2024, the state became aware that the defense had made public records request to Gilbert Police Department. The state emailed defense counsel and asked them to request these items from the state. The state also requested the documents listed in defendant's public records request from Gilbert Police Department. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. How is Billy doing? Hopefully better today. When the state obtained the documents that the defense requested from the Gilbert Police Department, the state disclosed them on October 1st. On September 18th, the state became aware that the defense had made a request to the crime analyst section of the Chandler Police Department. The state was advised that the defense request was improper because it was made to the crime analysis section rather than going through the public records request process. The state was advised the Chandler Police Records Specialist Section spoke with Laura Moisey, who sent a request for the log records for all digital devices downloaded. The state was also advised that the Chandler Police Department did not know what was being requested as log records. Chandler Police Records Specialist Section advised Laura Moisey that when computer crimes detectives are involved in a case, their supplemental reports contain download information on all devices that Chandler Police Department extracts data from. So this is going to her wanting to have her own expert do a Celebrate extraction and whatnot on all the devices. All reports relating to the download of Charles Vallow's devices had been previously disclosed to the defense. Additionally, all extractions relating to the download of Charles Vallow's devices have been previously disclosed. On September 19th, the state filed the state's motions for defense to comply with Rule 15 for E. The court issued a minute entry denying the state's request. The state is unaware of any public records request to either Chandler Police Department or Gilbert. So, because Lori's been requesting other footage and stuff that apparently doesn't exist. On February 6, 2025, the state disclosed Maricopa County Sheriff's Office jail calls made by, who was she calling? Oh my God, I want to know who she was calling. Okay, they disclosed jail calls made by Lori between October 24th and January 24th. So what is that? Oh, a couple months there. So the end of 2024 to the beginning of 2025, as well as jail messages and photos from defendant Lori Vallow's tablet for the time period and then same time period. On March 18th, the defendant filed a motion to dismiss for violation of attorney-client privilege communications. The state is currently working on a response to this motion. The state hereby incorporates its response to the defendant's motion to dismiss for violation of attorney. Okay, I see. They're going to incorporate that. Okay. On March 6th, defendant filed a supplemental notice to both. Those are both her cases there. The state requested that separate notices be filed for each case number. Right. On March 7th, the state learned that the defense noticed witnesses, Nate Eaton, is a reporter from Idaho. On March 12th, the defendant filed a supplemental notice, and then again for each separate case. The state filed a motion to preclude all witnesses noticed on defense's supplemental 15.2 for this cause number. At the file trial management conference on March 18th, which we watched, the court heard from the parties on this motion. The state advised that it did not have contact information for most of the witnesses. That's true. We heard that. Mr. Nate Eaton contacted this prosecutor after court on March 18th, and this prosecutor called Mr. Eaton back. That's so funny. Mr. Eaton advised this prosecutor that his knowledge about this case comes from his interviews and investigations as a reporter. Mr. Eaton also advised that he had not been served with a subpoena by the defendant, and he hoped to be in court for this trial. Literally what I said. I was like, he's going to be there anyway. Oh my God. The prosecutor advised Mr. Eaton that even if he was not served, he could still be in the courtroom, and if he was noticed witness, hold on. Let me read that again. The prosecutor advised Mr. Eaton that even if he was not served, he could still not be in the courtroom if he was a noticed witness, and the rule of exclusion was in place. Oh, that sucks. This prosecutor advised Mr. Eaton that this prosecutor would try to interview the witnesses and file a motion to preclude those that should be precluded at the end of next week. Right, if he's a noticed witness. So this is similar to like in Karen Reed's case, right? How the Commonwealth listed Turtle Boy as a witness, because there's in every trial except for like Murdoch, the witness exclusionary rule applies. So the prosecutor advised Mr. Eaton that they would try to interview the witnesses and file a motion to preclude those. This wording is kind of frustrating. So I guess it will remain to be seen if he'll be able to go. And actually, we can actually check in on the channel on the East Idaho News. I'm sure he weighs in on what his experience is on the receiving end of this and what the latest news is, because I know he's planning on going. So, okay, so Leslie's weighing in, saying that they kept him. Are you saying you are staying in the hospital or you can't stay in the hospital? I'm glad his blood pressure's down, though. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, G, was also for sending that. Hugs for recovery. So All right, now we have the handwritten ones, guys. Look at this. This is crazy. All right, y'all ready? Motion for the defendant to wear civilian clothing at trial. All right. The defendant, Lori Daybell, requests that this court, the state, and Maricopa County Sheriff's Office allow the defendant to wear civilian clothing. She doesn't want to wear her orange thing with the off-the-shoulder look during all court proceedings, jury selection, and all trial proceedings. This request is made pursuant to the, at least she's citing her amendments here. Brady and Giglio? Are you joking? Sorry. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Honestly, the only amendments that apply here would be I would think the Sixth Amendment really would be the only one that would apply. But Brady and Giglio? Is she just citing shit? This is insane. This is insane. Oh my God. I can't even believe what I'm seeing right now. And then she's citing Arizona. Like, I can't. The public and prospective jurors, the public and prospective jurors are viewing the defendant's proceedings on worldwide media. The defendant's appearance, if in jail uniform, will constitute a violation of the defendant's due process rights. Okay. Yes. I mean, that's true. And she's citing, I can't even fucking tell what that says. I guess that's U.S. Supreme Court case law. I wonder if she made a mistake there. She's missing something here in that citation. Anyway, the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution and these articles of the Arizona Constitution guarantee a criminal defendant has protection against improper intrusions by the prosecutor or other government agents, the state, or what is that? Oh, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office's failure to adhere willfully or inadvertently would deny and violate the defendant's due process rights. Therefore, the defendant requests that the court order to allow the defendant the fundamental right to wear civilian clothing in all court proceedings, in jury selection and trial, in parentheses, both trials. And there's her signature. Oh, I see. Good for you for sneaking back in, though. Good for you for sneaking back in. All right, next up, we have motion for defendant to have removed restraints in trial. The defendant, Lori Daybell, requests this court, the state, and the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office to allow the defendant to have no restraints, handcuffs, or shackles while in the courtroom during all court proceedings, jury selection, and all trial proceedings. This request is made pursuant to, again, not all these amendments apply. I mean, wow. She's just citing everything. Brady and Giglio again. Yeah, it's amazing. On December 6, 2024, the defendant was granted self-representation as pro per status. It has been extremely difficult for the defendant to manage files, the copious notes, and all pretrial hearings with handcuffs. It would be impossible to represent oneself at trial under these conditions. Also, the defendant's appearance in restraints, handcuffs, or shackles violates her due process rights. It impedes her ability to perform writing tasks in her defense. If the defendant is going to be properly allowed to defend herself, she must not appear separate, in quotes. It's like, okay, quote, separate, end quote, or quote, different, end quote, from the state representative. To be able to stand, walk, move about the courtroom as the quote, other attorneys, end quote, oh my God, is imperative to a, in scare quotes, fair trial. If any imposed Maricopa County Sheriff's Office restraints cause the defendant to appear to the jury different from the state's representative, it would violate the defendant's due process rights and the right to a fair trial. This defendant's documented behavior for the last 5 years while in custody warrants no restraints, in all caps, necessary during trial at all. This defendant has been through a long trial without any misbehavior at all. This defendant has only displayed stellar behavior all of the time that she has been in custody and incarcerated over the last 5 years. Therefore, the defendant requests that all security restraints be waived for this particular defendant. Weird. The defendant also requests the use of a pen at her trial table to take notes. At the minimum, the defendant requests this court to order the state and Maricopa County Sheriff's Office remove restraints, handcuffs, and shackles for all trial proceedings, and in parentheses, both trials. I will say her handwriting is different than what I expected. What about you guys? What do you think? All right. Now we have a response. Maricopa County Sheriff. All right. Respectfully responds in opposition to the motion to have restraints removed. All right. So in the defendant's case, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has reviewed the defendant's request and recognizes that the defendant may need to move about the courtroom as she is appearing pro se. And some of this, we don't need to read all of it, but basically we want to see what they're going to recommend. They say she can't go unrestrained. So they want to use a rack vest. That's like one of those like shock vest things. The rack belt is designed to temporarily stun an attacking detainee, thus buying time for courtroom security officers to react. The belt sits comfortably on the defendant with straps adjustable to particular defendant's body type. The belt, is not visible to the jury. Further, the belt works on a one remote, one sensor system, ensuring the activation of the other remotes will not trigger the vest accidentally. These two security devices permit the sheriff's office to restrain defendants in the courtroom. Now, my understanding is like this belt is usually kind of visible, but they're trying to say it's not, so we'll see. Yeah, same, Heather. After reviewing her motion regarding the removal of restraints, I have the following recommendations. Normally, inmates attending their trials wear a leg brace and a rack belt around their waist. These two devices are worn under the clothing of the inmate and are not visible to jurors. Handcuffs, legs, chains, and inmate uniforms are not worn while in the courtroom. So essentially, what's interesting is they're basically saying automatically get to wear civilian clothing, which is interesting. I mean, I've definitely seen trials where they're in their jail outfit, right? I mean, they don't always get civilian clothing. It just depends. So here, though, it looks like they're like, you automatically get that. So, I mean, and I would have expected that anyway. Although having said that, she's worked so hard on her jailhouse look with her hairdo and her off-the-shoulder bullshit that I'm kind of surprised that she's not going to go that route. You know what I mean? Try to show a little skin for the jury. Ugh, gross. Anyway, looks like that's going to be approved. But anyway, okay, carrying on here. So they maintain control and custody of the inmates during transport to the jails. They need to be restrained. Fine. In this case, the request is simply for restraints to be removed while in the courtroom, and this is already typically done. So they're saying, in other words, they're saying that belt thing, they're not calling that a restraint, right? They're calling it's a belt vest. And to be honest, Lori didn't even mention that. She said nothing about it. She literally said shackles, restraints. So they're essentially saying, yeah, that's what we would normally do. I mean, she should have shot for the moon, right? And been like, I don't want one of those vests either, but she didn't. So too late. Anyway, right? I know, with her freaking orange sports bra thing. She's over the top. Dude, asking for the freaking prosecutor to be disbarred. I will never get over that. Ever. And then the shade of lack of originality. Wow. Because this inmate is representing herself pro per, the courtroom would seem to justify not wearing the leg brace. Right. However, I see no reason for her to not wear the rack belt. Right. The rack belt would help with further safety. The defendant, Lori, okay, this is a different filing, I guess, here. This is a different filing. Okay, new filing. Again, the way that I got these was amazing to get them at all. So I guess somehow the caption isn't on here. Okay. The defendant, Lori Daybell, gives the court notice of her objection to the most recent version. Oh, okay, jury questionnaires. Of the jury questionnaire that circulated between Judge Boreski's. So now we know the judge's name. He was the handsome judge. You guys remember? Mr. Handsome Judge? Judge Boreski's division and counsel. More specifically, the defendant objects to question number 12 of the jury questionnaire and suggests that the current language be replaced with the following. The state alleges that on July 11th, 2019, at approximately 7:37 a.m., Charles Vallow arrived at a Chandler, Arizona residence where his wife, Lori Vallow, Lori Daybell, and children were living. The state further alleges that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. So I guess this is not what was there. She's adding it. Lori Daybell denies this allegation. The defendant would also like to bring it, unless she just wants it bolded and underlined, the defendant would also like to bring it to the court's attention that the state's final trial management conference that was filed on March 13th was not a joint statement, and the state did not confer with Mrs. Daybell or any member of her defense team prior to this filing the statement. The defendant requested the court also require the state to amend the language in the final trial management conference pretrial statement that was filed. Brief statement of case to be read to jury to reflect the defendant's objection and suggested language. Yeah, that's what she wants. She wants it in bold and underlined right there. That's what she wants. That's what Lori wants. Man, oh man. Okay, so now remember the whole disaster where she wanted to have this dude, that investigator who couldn't figure out how to like Google stuff. You guys remember that? And then she wanted him to like, this was like last week, right? Do a full extraction on all these devices. Like what world are you living in? Oh, a different one. I forgot. Anyway, state's motion to preclude defense expert Lonnie Dworkin and precluded noticed witnesses. So they request the court to preclude the defense expert Lonnie Dworkin as the defendant has not complied with the rules. The state further requests the court preclude all noticed witnesses. She lists potential witnesses, but so this, okay, this makes sense. So this was referenced earlier in one of the other states' filings there, where they talked about Nate Eaton and they talked about the noticed witnesses and the precluding, and they used preclude a lot. This was okay. They said they were going to have this coming, and here it is. So, all right, that makes sense. So in defendant supplemental 15.2 notice, she lists 11 potential witnesses, but does not include any address or contact information for any of the witnesses. Defendant supplemental 15.2 also does not provide any written or recorded statements of the witnesses. Many of the named individuals were not contacted by the police, and therefore the state cannot readily obtain that information. On March 7th, the state reached out to the defendant's paralegal and asked if the defendant could identify which witnesses and defenses were relevant to her charges. On March 11th, the state emailed the defendant's paralegal and asked if the defendant would set up interviews with the 11 witnesses or if they would prefer the state set them up, and the state would need phone numbers for the witnesses. In an email from March 11th, the state asked if it would be better for the state to reach out to the witnesses or if the state should go through the defense investigator, Jeff White. On March 12th, Anna Ramirez responded and advised that the state should go through investigator Jeff White, but CC Mrs. Ramirez in case he needed assistance with scheduling. On March 12th, the state emailed defense investigator Jeff White and asked if he was able to set up the interview with whichever witnesses Mrs. Daybell intended to call for the 2021 case. The state provided availability to conduct these interviews on Friday, March 21st, 2025. The state did not receive a response to his email. On March 12th, the defendant filed another supplemental notice of defenses and witnesses. They noticed the same previous 11 witnesses, but with no addresses or contact information, but included 2 more names. Wonderful. To her potential witnesses. One of the witnesses, Lonnie Dworkin, was mentioned by the defendant at the status conference as a defense expert. Yep. On March 12th, the defendant provided his CV saying he's a certified computer forensic examiner. The defendant did not provide a report by Mr. Dworkin or any summary of his opinion. This is a mess. This is a mess. That's me adding that. Upon receiving the supplemental notice with the defense expert, the state emailed both the paralegal and the advisory council. The state again requested contact information for the witnesses, as well as if the expert had authored a report. The state requested the defense comply with the rule and either provide a report or a summary of the subject matter and Mr. Dworkin's opinion. Advisory council forwarded this request to the defense investigator. Mr. White did not respond to the email request. On March 13th, the state emailed the defense investigator and defense paralegal. They were just trying to get more information still trying to get addresses for witnesses. No one's responding. What a mess. On March 13th, the state again emailed them. They also requested the same shit. No one responded. This is insane. Why is no one responding? On March 14th, the state again emailed the defense investigator requesting information. The same shit. Defendant is in violation of Rule 15.2, which states at the same time the defendant files a notice of defenses under Subsection B, the defendant must provide the following information: the name and address of each person other than the defendant intends to call as a witness at trial, and any written or recorded statement of the witness. The state has requested on 4 separate occasions for the defendant to provide the addresses and or contact information for the witnesses noticed in her supplemental 15.2. To date, the state has not received a response. So this is how they're trying to get, okay, so here's why this matters as far as Nate Eaton is concerned, because she's got him listed on the defense like witness list, right? If she doesn't provide the addresses and phone numbers and shit that she's supposed to, then they can have him removed, not just him, but anyone else removed from her witness list. If he's not on the witness list, then there's no witness exclusionary rule and he can attend the trial. So defendant is in violation of Rule 15.6b, which provides any party who anticipates a need to provide additional disclosure no later than 30 days before trial must immediately notify both the court and all other parties of the circumstances of when the party will make the additional disclosure. Defendant has indicated that they requested funding for Mr. Dworkin on or around January 15th, but just received approval for the funding on March 10th. Defendant's oral notice of a computer forensic expert 19 days before trial does not comply with the rule. Furthermore, the defendant does not comply with the other rules, obviously. Dude. Assuming Mr. Dworkin has not completed a report, the defendant still has not complied with the rule. There's no way he can make a report in time for a celebrate. I mean, are you kidding me? It's the extract. Anyway, at this time, it is unclear whether Mr. Dworkin has started whatever analysis, review, or examination he plans to do and or when his work will be completed. On March 12th, the state emailed the defendant's paralegal, again, and Lonnie Dworkin. The state was provided with the fact that the public defender's office, or whatever it is, just approved funding for Mr. Dworkin. The paralegal said it was their understanding that Mr. Dworkin had not yet done any work on the case, and if he has, it's been minimal. Oh my God, what a mess. Mrs. Ramirez CC'd the defense investigator, Jeff White, and advised that Mr. White was the person who was in contact with Mr. Dworkin. Mr. White did not respond to this email. Mr. White apparently doesn't respond to any emails. Really, but that's a shame because this is, you know, he's hired by the state to help her or whatever. He's like one of the investigators. To date, the state has received no response to the request regarding the subject matter of Mr. Lonnie Dworkin, nor has the state been advised of when Mr. Dworkin's work will be completed. On March 11th, the defendant advised the court that she was ready to start trial on March 31st. Go get him, Lori. Defendant has repeatedly asserted her speedy trial rights. Yep, she surely has. Accurate here. Rule 15.7a requires any party moving for sanctions for disclosure violations must include a separate statement that the moving party has personally consulted with opposing counsel and has made good faith efforts to resolve the matter. State has filed a separate statement for request for sanctions. Interesting. They're going to ask for sanctions. Pursuant to the rule, the state is requesting sanctions in the form of precluding all of defendants. There it is, the noticed witnesses. There it is. That would include Nate Eaton, and then he can come to the court. And the defendant's noticed expert. Yeah. Yeah. The defendant has represented herself since November 6th. When the defendant asked to represent herself, she advised that she'd been studying the criminal rules of procedure for Idaho and Arizona for the last 5 years and was very prepared for trial. Oh, God. During the colloquy to ensure the defendant was prepared to represent herself, the defendant was required to sign a waiver form and was advised by the judge, that she would be held to the same standard as any attorney regarding the knowledge of courtroom procedure, the rules of evidence, and the rules of procedure, and the defendant agreed to this. Per the defendant's paralegal, the defendant requested funding for the expert Lonnie Dworkin on January 15th, 2025, and received approval for funding on March 10th. Defendant was in court on March 11th and announced she was ready to begin trial on March 31st. We watched it. It was insane. Defendant could have requested a continuance on March 11th, 2025 to allow her time to complete her expert to complete whatever testing or review. Instead of complying with the rules, the defendant filed another supplemental 15.2 and notice to the expert without any requirements of the rule. Wow. So they're asking for sanctions. Oh my God. Starting on March 11th, the state has repeatedly requested the defense either set up interviews with their listed witnesses or provide contact information so the state can interview these witnesses. The state has also repeatedly requested information regarding the subject matter of the expert Lonnie Dworkin. I can't. We'll have his expert opinion report available. Oh my God. The defense has not responded to any of these requests. Oh my God. At the same time, the state has made good faith efforts to obtain contact information for the noticed defense witnesses. The state has made good faith efforts to have defense set up interviews Would the notice defense witnesses in the state make good faith efforts to obtain information as to subject matter of the defense expert? So they're like, we're doing her job for her, basically. Trial in this matter is set to begin in 15 days. The state will not have time to interview the 11 defense witnesses. How much you want to bet she's going to be the only witness for her case in chief, and she's going to take the fucking stand? Oh boy. The state will not have time to interview the 11 defense witnesses and file any appropriate motions in limine, nor will the state have time to interview the defense expert and determine if the state needs an expert to rebut whatever Mr. Dworkin will opine. He ain't going to opine. There is no way. He does not have time to opine. For these reasons, the state requests the court preclude all 12 of the defendant's noticed requests. I can't even read this anymore. I know it doesn't even say the word requests. I can't even read this anymore. This is just such a fucking shit show. Holy fuck. And I mean, I will say again, she is doing better than other pro se defendants, but really for me, I'm comparing her to Daryl Brooks in that regard, which is really such a low bar because her motion to dismiss is the funniest fucking thing I've ever read in my life. And I'm saving that. We're going to read that from time to time when we need to laugh. That was insane. Oh my God. I just don't even know right now. This is crazy. I think that's the last page. Oh, then we have this. Great. Okay, so this is what we have coming up, right? So March 31st through April 4th is the jury selection. April 7th, opening statements. And then they expect the trial to go from April 7th to May 9th. There you have it. Proceedings begin at 10:30 a.m. Arizona time. And then the live stream is on a 30-minute delay. No court on Fridays. And now, guys, we are going to head on over to this interview with Nate Eaton. So let me just unshare, reshare. Yeah, sorry. So this is him interviewing.
And it's Colby. The first time that I've actually.
Sorry,
27th of March.
Cool. Let me just back up. This is him interviewing Colby Ryan just from the other day.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm Nate Eaton. Today is the 27th of March, 2025. This is Courtroom Insider. Really excited about tonight's program. Colby Ryan will be here in just a few minutes. We had a great conversation the other day that we recorded. I'll play it for you here. And it's the first time that I've actually had an in-depth one-on-one with Colby. He understandably has been weary of media over the past 5 years. Not only are you dealing with the tragedy of losing your entire family, but you've got reporters that you don't know from all over the country, all over the world, calling you, knocking on your door, asking you to talk. And so he's been kind of quiet. Obviously, he has his own YouTube channel that he launched that he speaks about these issues and other things. But we'll get to Colby in just a few minutes. The trial is coming up. Lori Vallow's trial is just around the corner. In fact, Monday, I'll be in Arizona. I'm getting ready to leave in a few days here. I'm leaving Idaho tomorrow, and I'm going to take my time getting down to Arizona. I'm not going to drive straight, but I will really looking forward to being there. It's nice and warm from what I understand. And the weather's just getting nice here in Idaho Falls. Like I was in shorts and flip-flops yesterday. It was great. And I'll be wearing probably a lot more shorts and flip-flops in Arizona. But on Monday, that is when the jury selection will begin, where they will be the judge and the defense and the prosecution will be going through those questionnaires, and those people that have advanced, so you could say, will come in for individual voir dire, and that's where they'll be asked questions about, do you know anything about this case? Do you watch the media? Do you like true crime? Whatever it may be, with the goal of having a jury finalized by next Thursday, so a week from today, and then opening statements on the 7th. That's kind of the anticipated projection, but you never know with these things, and with Lori Vallow representing herself, you never know what could happen. Many of you have been so kind to reach out to talk to me about me being on the witness list. As you may have seen, I posted it on my X and my Facebook page. I filed a motion, I guess you could say, to the judge to have my name taken off her witness list. Have not heard back yet on that. And we're also looking at doing a few other things, because I was informed just a few days ago that if my name is still on her witness list when the trial starts, I cannot be in the courtroom because I am a listed witness. And that would be I want to be there. I want to report on this story and continue to do so. So we are going to try to get my name off the list. As we all know, the alleged crime happened in July of 2019. I had never heard the name Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan, JJ. I'd never heard any of these names, didn't know anything until December, almost 6 months later, well, 5 months later. So anyway, that's where that stands. I don't have more to say on that other than hopefully the judge rules on our favor. If you have any questions, please post them in the comments below. Peggy's keeping an eye on them. I want to tell you, the very first time that I learned about Colby Ryan or heard about Colby Ryan was this video that he posted on his YouTube channel.
I can't tell you how hurt and frustrated and confused I am about what's going on. You have the power to end this. You have an opportunity to put this all to rest. I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt by all of this.
I remember this.
I can't tell you how many people are hurt by this.
That was from late 2019, early 2020. It was right in there, end of the year, early 2020. And then I remember seeing Colby when he showed up to Arizona. No, excuse me. I remember seeing him when he showed up to Idaho with Lori Vallow's first court hearing in Rexburg. And I'll always remember seeing him walk down the street at the sidewalk in front of the courthouse and just getting swarmed with cameras. And then I, would text him. We briefly chat. And then he actually came to a hearing in Idaho a few years later, and I had a chance to talk to him outside the courthouse. And here was that brief interview. What did you think being here today, a year to the day that Tylee and JJ were found?
It's hard. It's really hard. Seeing him, knowing he did it, and knowing everything about the truth, and just this whole process is really hard. Obviously, we've all had to go through it. But he's going to say what he's going to say. He's going to lie about it. From the beginning, they lied about it. So there's nothing you can do about it.
What are some of the memories that you were thinking about this morning when you woke up?
I was just thinking about all the good times we've had. That's all I can hold on to. I think that's all we can really remember. You don't want to have all of your memories be bad. You don't want all your memories to be about them being gone. And just thinking about all the times we just had normal days, waking up, especially in summer, stuff like that, swimming, enjoying each other. That's what I hold on to.
So that was before Lori's trial, Chad's trial. That was in Fremont County years ago. And today, for the first time, we're going to have an in-depth conversation, and you're going to hear it. Colby and I had been in communication for a couple of weeks to set this up. Nothing was off limits, and I hope that you enjoy our conversation. And you'll hear that we talk about how tomorrow I will be going on his channel.
Oh, cool!
We recorded that already. It was a great conversation. He's a good interviewer, good conversationalist, and it's a little odd to have the tables turned to have me answer the questions. I would much rather ask than answer the questions.
Wow.
So here is my interview with Colby Ryan. So joining me now, Colby Ryan from his home studio in Arizona. Colby, I was thinking the other day, I know we've met and we briefly talked outside of courthouses, but I don't think we've ever sat down for a formal interview.
Yeah, no, we haven't actually been able to talk like this one-on-one.
Right. So how you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It's just a slow process of every day taking it one day at a time. Kind of cliche, but yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Family's doing good, so we're blessed.
Let's back up to a couple of weeks ago when your mom was on Dateline. Were you surprised at all with that interview, with how it turned out, with the whole episode?
So the episode, to me, I didn't expect it to go backwards, and I understand why they did that. I guess for me, the format, I thought they were just going to sit down one-on-one with her and just chop it up. I can see probably why they didn't want to air her just talking nonstop. But it was interesting to see her interact with someone else that wasn't me, having someone interview her. And I think Keith did a really good job because it's really difficult to get her to answer a question. So overall, I think it was a good episode. I think I just had different expectations.
I think, though, the fact that you called your mom
that was a very generous
and aired that conversation or posted it for all of us
that was a very good answer, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, that was I just thought it was that's a good answer.
That, I think, maybe set the expectation of what she's like in preparation for this interview. Right. So take me back to when you decided to call her a few months ago. And those of you watching, if you haven't seen the call, go to Colby's YouTube channel and watch it, because I don't first of all, I don't know how you kept your composure. Had you planned and told your mom, I'm going to call you, I'm going to record it, I'm going to
Have
release
you
it?
guys seen that? If you've not seen that, we should totally watch that. That is hard to watch, but it's really, 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 really interesting and important to understand the context of Colby and his mom. Like, it's really intense, though.
How did that whole thing come about?
Right. So initially, my thought process was I haven't talked to her in years, right? Since 2020. And I'm thinking to myself, and maybe this sounds dark, but it's like if I never talk to her again, can I hold my head on that? Can I rest my head on that? Whatever the saying is. And it just kept eating at me. I'm like, maybe I'll do one more. It's been a long time since we've had a conversation. But instead of me walking in as, here, I'm a son and you're my mom, I'm going to conduct it like an interview where I come in with questions and I'm just expecting answers. So I'll be respectful, and I'll come in that way. So that was the first initial process, thought process. Then after that, I messaged her and asked her if she was okay with being interviewed and telling her everything. You're going to be either, we'll be on video back and forth or our audio or whatever the case was. So she knew this was her first interview she'd ever do publicly. So she knew, like, I confirmed it over and over because I don't know what her state of mind really is. I was saying, you understand what I mean? Like, I'm going to, even if I never release this, this is intended to possibly be released. And so that was the back and forth. And eventually we finally did it. And I think the interview style, the back and forth questions were more for my protection, because I'm not going to come in there as a vulnerable son and
this wasn't, we should watch this. This was, I'm remembering now that I'm hearing him describe it. I'm remembering how incredible this was. This was so brave of him. It's like such an understatement. And I mean, I had forgotten that it was her first like public interview, period. You know? And she totally does like the unexpected to where even Colby was not prepared for some of the stuff that she did. It was crazy.
Let her do what we had in our first couple phone calls, where she just goes, you don't know anything. And you know, that whole thing all over again. So that was really the reason why it was an interview. And then I really sat on it and prayed about it if I'd release it to the public, because it's a big deal to have that information come out and have her personally say everything she said about Tylee. So it was definitely a decision I sat with before I released it.
Had she told you that before, that insinuating that Tylee was somehow involved in JJ's death and then committed her own suicide?
No, that was the information I had heard a version of that she said that happened. And I said, I don't need anything other than direct contact with this woman. We're going to have a direct conversation and you tell me personally, one-on-one, what happened. And I wanted to go meet with her. I actually called her lawyer out of the blue at the time and asked, could I come see her and just say goodbye to her? Can I come and do this interview? And then the wrap up is I'm going to basically say goodbye to my mom for the rest of my life, possibly. And that ended up happening. So we had to work with the phone call. And obviously I didn't expect anything really of what she said, to be honest with you, and the way she said it.
Right. And of course there was technical difficulties because of the jail phone call system. So it's cut out, but you were obviously visibly upset by the end of the call.
Yeah.
Is that just because everything hit you, or what was your frame of mind at that moment?
Yeah, I mean, to hear her actually tell me that Tylee is the reason for basically everything, almost blaming Tylee for this whole situation, and have her actually personally say that to me, just changed everything between me and my mom. Yeah. And I think after a while, I was like, I never want to talk to you anyway. But then after that, I think it just changed something in me forever, because I knew that wasn't true. There's not a slight bit of evidence that has ever happened, and that happened. But for her to think that I'm so, let me put it this way. She knew she was trying to pull at my heartstrings, and she knew she was manipulating me.
And that's the thing.
And I think that when I saw someone go to that level and that depth of
to their own son,
of lying to protect themselves, it just broke me because I know Tylee's not here to defend herself. So for her to be able to
And he
make up that
loved
story
Tylee. He
and
loved
then pitch it to everyone around her and then say it to the world, it really broke my heart for my sister, and also broke my heart even as a mother to a daughter, because I have my kids and I can't imagine hating my child so much that I would pin everything I did wrong on them after
murder them first.
did what I did.
Yeah.
You know,
Jesus.
so
Has
I
she
think
tried?
that was the emotion.
Has she tried to reach out to you since that call?
So I didn't directly contact her. So I don't know. I know she's tried to. She said in the interview that she wanted to talk to me directly, and that she wanted to tell me all those things directly. So I'm not sure where she stands with that. But no, we have not had any type of conversation after that, or any type of communication since that interview.
I remember you walking in to testify in her trial in Boise and her saying, "My baby." And I also remember watching you on the stand. I think that they took a bit of a break while you were up there. There was not a lot happening at one point. I don't remember why, but you were not looking at her.
No.
But at one point, I think you did look at her and kind of had shook your head in disgust and then looked straight ahead. Yeah. What was that like to testify at your mom's murder trial?
It's something I can't really explain. I hadn't seen her in person in a long time. And it's almost like this character has been built up in your head this whole time, and then you finally see her. And I remember when I walked in there, I kept telling myself that I'm here for my siblings, but I'm against my mom, right? It's a really weird feeling. And when I remember when we had this long break for some reason. I don't remember what happened, and there was just a good 5 minutes where they're like, "Okay, you can stand up and stretch." And I just feel like I'm sitting here, and I just feel her eyes just glaring at me. And I remember the time that I turned my head, she looked at me and just mouthed that "I love you." And I just wanted to curse her out. I'm sorry. That's just my immediate reaction, because it's I don't believe you. You know what I mean? I don't even know who you are.
It's really funny because
And so,
I remember that in trial. I remember this so well when he testified. And I remember that part that he just mentioned. So funny. I didn't think about it until now, but I remember that happening. And it's so funny because it was audio only, but I felt like I could picture everything that was going on, because it's like I could feel the dynamic of Lori with him in the room. It's like I could feel it through the audio. It's so insane, right? It was that intense. And I remember that 5-minute thing. And I remember literally feeling oh my God, she's gonna use this to try to manipulate him right now. I remember feeling I wish they could get him out of the courtroom for the 5 minutes and make him not stay in that courtroom. I know it's just crazy, because I just remember that really well.
That was a really, really hard thing to do, because I can't put into words what it's like to be trying to have justice for your siblings against your own mom. It's a really weird feeling.
And while you were on the stand, didn't you have to testify? Didn't they play the phone call you had with her in jail at that time?
They did.
Yeah, that was tough.
Brutal.
I didn't know that they were going to do that. And to sit there and listen to me and her in a private conversation, not that I didn't know.
They didn't tell him they were going to do that? Don't tell me. That's not fair.
That was tough. I didn't know that they were going to do that. And
that's not right. That's not right at all. Nope. They should not have just sprung that on him. Oh my God.
And to sit there and listen to me and her in a private conversation, not that I didn't know it's being recorded, but at the time it's just between me and her. And the more I listened to it, the more I realized what she was doing and how she was somehow always able to weasel out of any kind of acceptance of what she's done. And in that phone call, I realized what she'd been doing for years, but I was so blinded, you make up a story in your mind of who your mom was. And I think I was holding on for so long until finally that image I created of her broke in those moments. And I think it got to me to where I am today. It's just realization, you know.
Is that would you say kind of the turning point for you, that call that you had with her in the jail, like, okay, mom is not mom, or had it come earlier than that?
So the first phone call, it couldn't have been too long after. It's the one we listened to. I remember, I think I held on hope for a while after that. This interview that I did with her in 2024, that just, it changed everything. Like, I can't explain. There was life before that interview and life after. And it's because I didn't come in there press her. I didn't come in there telling her what I know for facts. I know I spit back at her a little bit, but I gave her an open platform, said, you tell me what happened. I'm all ears. So I'm not going to sit here and judge you, and I'm not going to do any of that. And so after our conversation, I had to wrestle. It was so weird. Like, I wish I could put it into context, but the inner kid in me was just crying out for my mom. Like, I wanted somehow to believe she wasn't bad. And not that I ever wanted her story to be true, but it's like just wishing she wasn't the way she was. So like, I mourned her again after that interview. And I think that was part of something I never expected, is like, wow, she's gone and she's alive, but she's not. And it's like, it's a mind game. And so after that interview, it changed everything. And I think that's why I also planned before it to say goodbye to her at the end. It didn't really work out that way because of that phone call, the way it is, and the drops and the noises and people screaming in the background, and it literally cutting out all those different factors. I just had to work with what I had. And so I gave her somewhat of a version of, hey, I honor you as a parent. Thank you for raising me and what you did for me personally as I grew up. But we can't ever be mother and son again. That relationship is gone forever. And I don't care if we're blood or not. It's over forever.
I think that's very wise of you to come to that realization, to kind of shut the door. This isn't the mom I knew. That's a separate person. And also to let her talk when you call her, because, you know, a lot of people might say you just want to yell at her or demand answers. But obviously for a personality like her, from what we've seen, she might hang up the phone. She's going to shut down. She's not going to say much. So the fact that you went in just saying, let her talk, just try to hear it out, I think was quite smart.
Yeah. And I think you, like you just said, you have a big taste of it with Keith. Anybody who sits in front of her, you say one thing and it's, well, you think I'm the worst person that ever lived, and just this tangent. And you're like, well, I never said that. Right? Like, that's so left field. I grew up with a version of that, but this is next level, like beyond anything I ever experienced fully. So yeah, I tried to give her almost an unbiased position to say, just tell me what happened. And you know, I heard other people saying, well, maybe you called to kind of like get answers. And it's like, I think more than anything, I just wanted her to, on her own decision, to tell me what happened. And at this point, if she would have at least told me what happened and told me the truth, at least I could say, okay, I've heard the truth and it's over. But for her to lie the way that she did and then circle around and it's me and her versus the world, and I'm the reason she's alive, to put all that kind of stuff on me still, and say it was harder to lose me than it was the kids. Those type of things just echo in your ears forever.
Yeah.
So you have to close the door on that.
So can we go back to 2019? I remember when this story first hit the news, and you posted a few pleas on YouTube, you know, asking for help to find your siblings. And it sounds like you didn't really know what was going on. When did you first know JJ and Tylee aren't safe and mom's gone?
Yeah. So when the police came to my door and asked where Tylee and JJ were, and then I called her not even 5 minutes after that. And
you called Tylee?
No, I called my mom.
You called Lori. Okay.
Yeah, I called her and I said, so please come to the door. And they go, is Tylee or JJ here with you? And I literally went, are you talking about my sister? Like I'm freaking out. I'm like, what are you talking? Where do you mean? Where am I? Where's Tylee? And so there's this whole back and forth of that fear. And I call her right after, and I'm like, 2 police just came to my door looking for Tylee. What's going on? And mind you, I had already texted Tylee and said, I'm really concerned you won't pick up my phone calls. And there's just this feeling, but in my mind, there's absolutely no way that Tylee and JJ are not alive. That's not a question to me. Like, my mom's never ever been someone you would think of as a dangerous human being. So I call her. The next day, I think it's Thanksgiving, literally the next day. I call her back, phone's dead, gone.
Wow.
And I go, what planet am I on right now? What is going on? And mind you, all this is the end of 2019. 2019 was the hardest years ever, and going into 2020. So it was already really hard up to that point. And yeah, she was gone, and then she goes missing. Guess next time I saw her was with you. The first time I saw her and heard all these rumors, I saw one video of her in the airport, and then the next thing I saw was you going up to her and asking her those questions in Hawaii. And I remember that's when I saw the car, I was sitting with Kelsey, and I said, they didn't find anything of Tylee and JJ's. I'm getting goosebumps saying it.
Wow.
Because I'm like, there's just like, okay, so where in the world are they? And that's when it really, really fully like hit me, because I know her and I know her pattern. So for her to be in Hawaii at Kauai Beach Resort with this dude and the kids are nowhere, my first thought is they must have put them somewhere else. Maybe they married Tylee off. Like I'm literally running through scenarios.
Wow.
There's no way though that they're not okay. And I'm thinking to myself, they're somewhere on the planet and I have no idea where. And I just had to sit there with all of that information and nothing I could do about it.
Before that, was your mom always easy to reach? I mean, did she always take your calls?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we talked pretty frequently. I think our relationship started to stagger after I got married. And I think more than anything is because she was having issues with the fact that I wasn't her baby anymore and that I had a wife, and she didn't like that. So she's butting heads a little bit with Kelsey. And past that point, I mean, after everything that happened with Charles, my whole foot steps out of almost everywhere. Like, I don't know what to do with myself because something's not right about this. And so it was a really, really hard position to be in because it's heartbreaking and I have no idea what's going on and everything's changing so fast. And she would always answer the phone. And then now her phone's dead and there's no way to know what she's doing, where she's at, or where my siblings are at.
How did you learn that Charles had been shot by Alex?
So I'm at work. It's like the middle of my day. And I think I called her that morning. She never answered. And she calls me and says, "Hey, bub." And I'm like, thinking it's a normal conversation. And she just kind of lightly says, "Well, I just want you to know that Charles came to the house this morning to pick up JJ, because at this point, he's not living with them. They just moved back to Arizona and he's in Houston. And my mom had just basically brought JJ back. And that's a whole nother story." But she goes, "Yeah, we were in the kitchen and he had a heart attack and he passed away." And just simple as that. No feelings, no anything. And I remember that moment. I remember like everything in my body just dropped to the floor. And I couldn't function anymore during the day.
Which is crazy. Like, did she think he would not find out that he was shot? That's insane.
Right? Like, I'm at work, I can't even think straight. And so towards the end of the day, I'm like, "Hey, I'm going to come by." And I'd never been to their house. That is how fast this all was. Like, they had just moved back. I'd never been to this house. And yeah, I just said, "I have to come by and see you guys. I have to check up on you and talk to you. Like, what is going on?" And yeah, that happened like maybe 4 or 5 hours later. I left work and went straight to their house.
And what was your mom's demeanor like at the house?
I'm in the backyard and she's just sitting there and she finally says, "Well," and this is rough because this is definitely, I don't remember everything that she said, but she was like, basically Alex and Charles got in a fight and Tylee brought a bat out and they got into it, and Alex had to shoot him or shot him in self-defense. She said self-defense. I remember that.
Oh my God.
And I'm cursing at her and I'm saying, "What are you talking?" Like, the shock of someone passing away versus being killed
Yeah.
are not even the same realm. So now I'm hearing, oh well, Alex actually killed
That's insane.
Charles. And so I'm sitting there and I just want to leave, but I'm also scared. And she seems so calm. And there's almost no reaction from her, and there's no reaction from Alex. And Tylee's just sitting there like out of it, but also like trying to be brave. That's kind of who she was. She always had to like try to like go for the joke when she's about to cry kind of person.
Right.
And I just remember feeling like I was the only one in the house that was like shocked and
Wow.
didn't know what to do with myself.
Was Alex there too?
Yeah, he was there.
And acting normal, just like a normal day?
He was watching a movie with his bandage around his head, and
Wow.
he was the first one that said anything to me.
About the
I
shooting?
literally, yeah, so I pointed at his head.
Wow.
I pointed at my head and went, "What's this?" Like, because he had a
Oh
white
my
bandage
God.
wrapped around. And he goes, something like, "Charles hit me in the head with a bat and I shot him in
What
self-defense."
the
And I
fuck?
went, like, that's how I received the information
Oh my
first.
God.
So I go outside to my mom to have that conversation. She basically gives me a little bit of a different version or
Oh
like
my
more
God.
detail of it. And neither one of them rattled at
Mm.
all. And so, yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with
Wow.
Charles? Were you guys close?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. And the reason I haven't really spoken too much on it is because Charles and I were as close as we possibly could be, if that makes any sense. I was in and out of the house a lot. I always will look at Charles as my father.
Wow.
And, you know, he took really good care of me. And we started to get a lot closer in the last probably year, which is what was really wild. We started to get really a lot closer in 2018. That was like when our relationship was probably like, okay, I'm a man now. He's starting to ask me to come meet him and talk with him about man stuff, about what I'm going to do with my life. And I'm actually coming to him for advice. So I think that's when it was different, because kind of growing up, I think that the dynamic in the house was I keep to myself a lot, and I'm moving and changing my mind all the time, trying to figure out what I wanted to do in my life. And I'm very separated from the house. But then that was when me and Charles started to get closest around 2018. And yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things where I'm still processing like what it was like in that time. You know what I mean? It's all still new to me because it's so much to go back and have to process everything. But
Right. Yeah. I
No.
and that process that and everything with your siblings and your mom.
right.
During this time at all, did your mom try to talk religion to you, her beliefs at all?
That's a good question.
Yeah. So her main pitch ever was, we were on our way to, I had a Reno football tryout, like a camp, and it was a 3-day camp, and it was in like Reno. So she said, I'll come down and take you to it. And this is, mind you, the beginning of 2019. So she flew back. And at this point, she had just said that she was in Hawaii because she disappeared. So Charles takes JJ, and she is MIA with Tylee. And then finally Tylee comes back and like, oh yeah, we were in Hawaii. So, and mind you, the reason why I'm just kind of hands off is because I have my family just had a baby a couple weeks before that in February. They're going through drama, and I just didn't want to get involved, honestly. So she comes back and she's like, okay, I'll take you. So, you know, it's a good, I think 11 hours from here, from like Chandler to Reno. And while we're on our way, she brought up multiple lives. And I remember telling her, I said, that's reincarnation. That doesn't happen. Like, it was an immediate shutdown. And I think her thing was, with each person, she felt people out and try to see what they would accept or listen to and where she could go with it. And I just told her I don't believe in that immediately. And I said, I don't believe in reincarnation. I don't believe that you've been here multiple times. And she said a couple other little things. She was on the phone a lot. And I remember hearing the name Zulema. I had no idea who that is, right? Like, I'm not paying attention to everything she's doing. And she did her podcast on the way there. Those are the three things. And I have my headphones in. I'm sitting there on my phone. I'm texting, like, you know what I mean? But that trip also scared me a lot because I woke up from falling asleep in the passenger seat, and it's kind of not okay. This isn't funny, but it's really odd, so it's funny to me. I woke up and it scared me in the moment. And she's literally looking up at the sky and she's like waving her hands over and over, looking up at the sky. And I remember I'm just like cracking my eyes looking over, like, where are we? And I'm thinking to myself, what is she doing? Right. So that was before she brought up the conversation about the reincarnation thing. And then after that, yeah, I mean, we got there. I went to my camp for the next 3 days and then we drove back. And outside of that, I don't remember much else that she said about religious stuff, but she was on the phone and she did her podcast. Those were like the two things that I remember.
Never mentioned Chad Daybell.
No. I feel like I would I say this with all honesty, I feel like I would have remembered if I'd ever heard his name. I would have said, oh yeah, she mentioned that in 2018, something like that. I had no idea this man existed.
Until you saw the Hawaii video.
Yeah. Or it was when that release came out.
Oh,
so
right.
It was
right.
Yeah. That in December, we went to go see the new Star Wars movie, and right before I get a call that Alex is dead. And I'm thinking to myself while I'm at the movie, holy crap, like, what is going on? Like, he just killed my dad. Now he's dead. And so we go to the movie. I'm sitting there all like, we never stay up late at this point. We just had Riley. We get back, and then Kelsey comes out of the room. It's like 12:30, and I'm on the couch, and she's like, her phone, she's like holding her phone, shaking, and it's the report, and it says your mom's married, and they abandoned their house in Rexburg, Idaho, and there's no sign of the kids. And it was like, that's when it all started right there that day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And I imagine, yeah, your wife was probably freaked out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going, she's married. Like, I can't even tell you the shock of all of that in that one day, just alone. And then, it's like, so they can't find the kids, and she's married, and they ran away, and they were in Idaho. Like, all of this information, all just a dump right there.
Yeah. So then did you try to reach out to your mom?
I did. I emailed her, and I got an email back. I don't know when it was maybe a week or something later, and it said, we're all fine and everything's going to be okay. And I'm going to take care of it. And Jesus has got us. And I'm assuming she means her and the kids.
Right.
Right. And mind you, I'm not thinking something is wrong with the kids, because that's just not possible in my brain. It's just not. It just doesn't seem plausible. So I'm thinking, okay, well, this is her to deal with. Those are my siblings, but those are her kids, and she needs to do what she needs to do. She needs to take care of this, and she needs to bring it back. When she went silent, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry to cut you off.
No, when she went silent, that's when it was scary.
Did you think all along that your siblings were still alive, or was there a day or a moment where you thought, okay, this isn't looking good?
Yeah, it was the wrestle all the time. I remember that Christmas, I woke up and I just asked Kelsey out of the blue. I just said, what if they're gone? And I had a dream, and it's really hard to, it's just a hard dream to tell you, but I just had this really weird dream, and I just remember the flash of it, and it was this big, kind of like if you looked at soil behind glass, like layers. And I had a dream that specifically Tylee was in this soil, in this big field. And this was like, scared me to death, because I'm like, there's no way. Like, I'm telling myself that dream means nothing. You're crazy. Like, I'm not letting that be even a thought process in my head. There's no way Tylee's there. And that was, I think a couple months later, they were looking in his backyard. I remember praying and telling myself, please, Tylee, don't be back there, because of that dream. So like, it was very close to the back of my brain, because I had to push it back. I had to keep hope. And I kept telling myself, rationalizing all day, every day, there's no way she would hurt them. So where are they? And I went through every scenario I could possibly think of, every family member that they could possibly be with. and wondering what's going on. So until the day that they called me and told me they found them, I think I always had some kind of hope.
Is that how you learned that on June 9th, 2020, that they had been found? You got a call from the police?
Yeah, so I was on my way to go get my license renewed, and I was by myself, and I remember I got a call from the FBI, and they go,
Is Meg here?
"Hey Colby, Chad's been arrested, and they found human remains on his property."
Ugh.
And man, it was just like, and I remember like same thing, rationalizing like, okay, maybe it's like, and I asked her, I said, is it like little kids' bones? Like, can you tell me anything? Is it like somehow, some way it's not them? Right? There's no way. And that's just how my brain was. It was just deflecting that possibility that that's true. And she said, we're still looking into it. We're going to have to figure it out. And then, yeah, I mean, we hung up and I called Kelsey. And then later that day they called and said they confirmed it. Yeah, that's when I found out that day.
And at that point, you realize your mom, that's when they filed the serious charges of murder against her.
Yeah.
And how was it to process that my mom is charged with killing my siblings and her new husband too? I mean, are you still processing it? Have you come to terms like, okay, I get it now? Or
yeah, I think you have to split it into categories in a sense. I fully accept that in what I believe, Alex, Lori, and Chad killed my entire family except for Lori. And
you.
Yeah, and me. And I think that I just finally fully accepted the reality. Like, yeah, this happened. And there's no way I can ever go around it. There's nothing I can do to pretend like it isn't. I can't deflect the information. I can't pretend like they're not here or somehow have wishful thinking they're still in a bunker somewhere, right? Like I had to accept the reality of it. But to know that my mom was involved like that and could have put her hands on them and did it. And I think the one thing that I think floored me and really changed my life was that picture of JJ and his jammies. Because that's like, okay, so you planned everything. It's not like you just said, hey, Alex, Chad, go get them. Like you really planned all this out. And then I just accepted that that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to do it. And you can give a million reasons, religion, money, whatever you want to say, but they ultimately made the decision to do it. And so I just accept it for what it is.
So in the midst of, all this happening, you've also got media that want to talk to you.
Yeah.
What did you learn from, dealing with the media, handling the media, talking too much, not talking enough? Like what counsel or advice would you give to people that might find themselves in a high profile case?
Yeah. I mean, mind you, I'm 23, 22, 23 years old, and I have no idea what's going on. Right. When I posted that video for my mom.
Wow.
I'm not thinking about 100,000 people watching that video. I posted it from one person. I hope it gets one view and it's her. And so after experiencing people online and now I'm interviewing and I'm like, okay. And every time you talk to some of these shows, and it's not everybody, but a lot of these people are like, hey, we're going to get you on. We're going to talk about your family and we're going to get you here to advocate for your siblings. And we're going to try to make the search wider. And that's why we want you to come. And they're like, oh yeah, exactly. That's what I want. Let's do that. And you get there and they go, who was your biological father? Well, let's talk about your whole entire family. Let's talk about someone who passed away before you were born or something of that nature. And I'm like, you got me. I don't know what you want from me. Like, I'm not here for those reasons, but I was very, just non-confrontational to the point where I'd answer any question. And I just felt like I didn't know what to do because you're just put on the spot. And it was really, really hard. And then, I thought that okay, I'm going to take back the narrative the best I can for my family's sake, and we'll do the documentary, and that will be really justice to know the reality of what it was like in my family and this and that. And then when that went sideways, I was like, okay, this is a dirty place. Like this media stuff is crazy, and it's I don't know, it's just a war zone in a sense. And if you're not an understanding of that, you get put in a really bad position. So I think the number one thing is you have to put your head on as straight as possible, and you have to process what you're feeling and going through. And I think we're in a stage now in life where you can have your own voice in your own way. And I think that's important, because if you have something to say, you either find someone you really trust to help you say that thing, or you can do it on your own terms. And so that would be my biggest advice is either get a good relationship with someone before you put yourself out there in that way. And then on top of it, you have your own voice. So if you have a platform, use your platform.
Yeah, I think that you were smart. Even back in 2020 into 2019, when you released that YouTube video, you were able to say it in your own words, hope that your mom saw it, and then say it, not get edited, not get cut up or whatever.
Right.
Do you plan to go to the trial in Arizona?
Yeah, I've thought about it a lot.
Hmm.
I think maybe for sentencing, possibly. It's really complex, right? Because yeah, I want to stand there for my dad's sake, but at the same time, I have to stand in the room with my mom, and I have to see her, and I have to listen to her talk. And I'll be honest with you, even though I talk about her on my channel, I don't want to listen to her talk and just ramble on and say the things that she says. So I think there's been a lot of thought process of when I'll go,
Huh.
and maybe that's the last time I ever see her. So that's kind of all the thoughts that I have going into it. I've said to myself probably one time, probably once.
You'll go one day.
And probably one day, yeah,
Yeah.
depending on when that is.
But you don't think you're going to be a witness or anything?
Oh.
I haven't heard anything. Some
Wow.
people are like,
Crazy.
what's going on? I'm like, I have no idea. I've never been so
Right.
out of the loop. And that's fine with me, because if they need me, they know that I'll be there for them. Not
Right.
my mom, not Lori. They know that I will be there if they need me. But again, is it nice to also not have to go and do that all over again? Yeah, there's a relief to that. But they know if they need me, like I said to everybody in Rexburg before, I'm here. I'll do that. But it's not like I want to.
Right. What do you remember most about JJ and Tylee?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, the thing I miss about them the most is just what they bring, their personalities, and just interacting with them, being able to even walk in the room and hear Tylee talk about her day, and being able to, like, I always think to myself, I would do anything for them to just be able to sit in this room and get to see their nieces and nephew and just be here and just have a life and do Christmas and watch Tylee grow up and get married. And what I miss about Tylee is her heart. And me and Tylee, again, I don't know how God orchestrated all of that, but we just had started to get a lot closer in like the end of 2017 going into 2018. And it was just crazy because like our age gap was so vast of like where we are in life. And then all of a sudden we're starting to talk about life, and she's getting her, getting close to getting her driver's license. And we're doing like a therapy kind of thing where I'm talking to her about her life and she's opening up. And so like we're getting closer, and then that's just gone. And JJ was like, I don't want to ever use him like, oh, he was like my son, but he was like he was like my little brother. I think he was my little brother, but it was like, I never had a little brother like that as an adult, like a 17-year-old, 18-year-old. And so my love for him was very like protective. And, I always saw myself playing sports with him and teaching him all these different things like a big brother, and having him be a part of everything that we did. And so I just have to live with the reality that that's not going to happen here,
Right. So you tell your kids about them.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
What do you want the world to know about maybe anything that's been misrepresented, or any rumor, or anything that's, out there that you just really bugs you, or is there something that you want to clear up? Is there anything?
There's a lot. I mean, I could sit here and do the list. I think my only thing and my biggest message as of late was, and obviously I could pick apart a billion things, Nate. Like seriously, I have so many things, but the number one thing I've really tried to change in this whole experience in this case and everything is really understanding from a human perspective what it's like to go through this for people who are left, and then trying to actually remember the people who are gone, not just as the sidestep of like, okay, that's crazy, but Lori's my main focus. I think I've tried to re-put the focus on, hey, Tylee was incredible. JJ was incredible. Charles was incredible. And I'm sure Tammy was incredible. These are people who are gone now, who kind of almost, to me, a lot of times get overlooked for the sensationalism of Lori and Chad. So I think that's been the biggest thing, is just trying to create something that actually represents them and puts them in a place of legacy rather than them just being the footnote of always having to be intertwined with Lori.
Right.
You know.
Have you gone to like a therapist, Colby?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have a really good therapist.
Good.
She's completely godsend. Like, she helps me so much. And that's how, I think that's the main reason I started doing the channel the way that I have is, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of opinions. And I said, look, this is my reality of my life and I'm unpacking. And I really hope someone who has experienced maybe the smallest thing of what I've experienced can hear and relate and realize that they're not alone. And then we realize that even though you can be traumatized and have a really hard life, you can keep building towards something better. And so she's really the main reason why I've been able to come out of that place, because it was just this huge suitcase of stuff that was just ready to burst. And I feel like I couldn't do anything about it. And she like made it safe and made it easy to start saying, okay, let's do this one thing at a time. Mm-hmm. And it's just like made it possible. You know, it's made it possible to actually accept the situation now and start moving forward and not let it ruin my life every time my mom's name is brought up, or Tylee and JJ. Like, if you would ask me that question even maybe a year ago, I couldn't have even talked to you about it because I would have started crying. Wow. You know, so those are my results, I guess, if you want to call it that things are getting better. And it's been really great to have a therapist.
I can tell you, watching Dateline, I'm talking with Keith and Shane, the producer. You feel like you're in a much better place, just seeing you, and more confident and just more introspective, I guess. It's just really admirable how far you've come, you know, from the past 5 years.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, it's just one of those situations you could never prepare yourself for. And the fact that it's the reality, you just have to take the lessons that you possibly can and do everything you can to apply what you've learned to help other people. That's how I look at it. And that's really the main goal now, is how do we move forward after something like this goes off? What do you do? And I think I'm just kind of showing people where I'm at with it, hoping that they can also realize there's nothing special about me. I just had a lot of help, and I'm figuring out that there's still a life now to live, because I didn't feel that way for a really long time.
You mentioned a couple times, and we can see it on your hat, the Scar Wars podcast
right
on YouTube. How'd you come up with the name? I mean, you did mention that you were at Star Wars earlier. I'm assuming you're a fan.
Oh, I'm a big fan. It was funny. I was really playing around with this idea of kintsugi, which is basically when you put something back together.
No, not kintsugi, just Sarah Boone. No.
Together. And it's basically with those gold lines. And I just got so fascinated with the idea because it felt like that for me. My life felt like I shattered like glass, but I can't just do nothing. I have to get back together. So it's piece by piece. And one day you're walking around and you have all of these scars from your life, but they're like stories, and they don't make you who you are. They're just a part of you. And then I felt like I'm battling. So how do I mix the scar idea with fighting it like a war strategically? It can't all be done in one day. You can't win a war in one day. And it's just like one of those things where it just kind of all kind of came together. Plus, obviously, loving Star Wars and just that name alone was cool. But yeah, it was just really those two concepts pushed together to kind of come up with that. And then the reason I do a podcast is to kind of have more real conversations rather than maybe the way things are perceived or presented in other ways. You can hear from someone's mouth what they think and feel, and then you get to make a decision rather it being edited down to a certain type of way because of narrative driving. So that was the other reason.
So you can find the Scar Wars podcast, as I mentioned, on YouTube. And I understand you have a very special guest coming up, Colby.
A very special guest.
Very special.
No, top tier.
Bottom of the barrel here.
No, top tier.
For those watching, it's going to be me. And we're going to end our conversation now here on East Idaho News. But jump over to Colby's channel. Colby, do you know when you're going to be posting our conversation?
Yeah, so we're gonna post it. Let me look at the actual date, but it's gonna be next Friday.
Okay.
So whatever next Friday's date is, what is it? The 27th. So what the 27th.
Okay. Oh, that's next Thursday. So you're watching.
Okay.
If you're watching this on East Idaho News on the March 27th or after the fact, my conversation with Colby, him interviewing me, the tables are turning here.
Right.
Watch it on Colby's channel on the 28th of March.
The 28th.
Okay, and what time can people go over and watch it?
We're gonna pop that on at 7:30 Mountain Standard.
All right,
and I'll post about it on the channel so that way people know. Because, like you said, we got a big guest coming on. I gotta post it. I gotta let people know.
I've never been so nervous. I mean, I normally I'm pretty comfortable asking the questions, but you have the tables turned. But I appreciate you talking with me, Colby, and I look forward to talking with you. Is there anything you want to add here before we sign off on this one?
No, honestly, I appreciate you, first of all, coming onto the show. And then secondly, I'm glad we did a sit down because I know it's been a long time and it's something that I've thought about doing before, but I appreciate you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. Head over to Colby's channel, the 20th of March, the Scar Wars podcast, and we'll see you there.
All right.
And there you go, Colby Ryan. And you can catch our conversation continuing tomorrow.
Okay. So guys, I have a couple things here. I've got that. So that conversation has, again, like they were just saying, it's come out. I also have the phone call that we were talking, that was referenced, the phone call of Colby calling Lori. It's from like 5 months ago. And it's the first time they spoke in like 4 or 5 years. I also have that. But what I had initially planned to do, not that we have to do this, but what I had initially planned to do is to take a look at this other thing that I saw earlier today, just by happenstance, about this cult that I'd never heard of. That is insane. I mentioned it earlier, and I don't know if you guys heard, but I mentioned it earlier, and it's like really, really crazy. And so there's like this investigative journalist, and it's the first time that these two individuals sat down with anybody to be interviewed. And the investigative journalist, it's from like a local network I've never heard of or whatever, but she does a phenomenal job. And I haven't seen all of it, but it was pretty crazy. So that is also an option. So, so I don't know if anybody has any opinions on what they would like to see next. If anything. But I mean, one thing I should say, so has anybody heard of this? Has anybody heard of Twin Flames? Twin Flames universe? Because if not, then maybe I'll play a little bit of this and see what you guys think. And then if we can all switch over to one of the other videos, like I mentioned before, with Colby calling Lori or Colby interviewing Nate. But this is pretty insane. So maybe we'll watch a little bit, see what you guys think. Because, overlap with Lori with the cult thing, but also this is just insane. So.
Big scary Jeff and Shalia. We're gonna come and get your children. I'm not hiding anything. Like, I'm literally telling you I'm Christ.
Jeff Devine is a cult leader, a narcissist, a psychopath.
F you. My business depends on all of you.
I think he gets off on seeing them become his creation.
Some of them have started having gender-affirming surgeries.
Has a crime been committed? Is there about to be a crime committed?
No one forced me to change my gender.
Jeff never said that he was God.
No, we're not a cult.
The thing that's really specific to this particular cult is that it has people changing their genders.
Let's kind of fix your hair.
It gets wild.
I know, maybe like that looks nice. So you're going to be filming us sitting down? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to film all that.
I want to be filmed walking in. Wow.
Yeah.
They call themselves Jeff and Shalia Divine, the founders of Twin Flames Universe. They've never agreed to a television interview until now.
Jeff, what do you think the public's perception of you is? And where are they wrong?
This dude.
I think they think I'm not a nice person and that I hurt people. And it could not be further from the truth.
There was a reaction towards us, and it caught fire.
I mean, the words that have been used to describe you.
I don't try to consume the hate enough to know.
Narcissistic, coercive,
Yeah,
bully,
not true.
cult leader,
Yeah, not true.
and that you have destroyed people's lives.
Not true. Not true at all.
Twin Flames Universe is a spiritual movement with a seductive guarantee. Follow their program and you'll find eternal love.
Look at this. Yes. Boom! We married. I'm married to my twin flame. I love this. This is so devilish.
I know how to make them want you.
Oh, and I'm going to teach you how.
It's not just about making them want you. Jeff and Shalia preach that the path to your twin flame is paved with spiritual and financial riches. Follow them and you can have a life just like theirs.
It's kind of like Nexium in a way. There's a lot of overlap with that if you guys are familiar with Nexium. But like, I don't know. It's really and this dude's personality is really unlike anybody I've ever seen for these different cult leaders. Like, it's there's a lot of overlap with other, like, you know, other cults that we know about, but like also there's a lot of things that make this very distinctive.
My pool, my slide. This is my house. This is the back of it. Here you may recognize the Porsche and good old Corvette. It's looking good. Don't be upset or jealous, because you're gonna find out how easy this is for you. You could have this too.
Twin Flames Universe is a multi-million-dollar for-profit company with hundreds of thousands of Facebook followers. It's almost entirely online. Their website showcases glowing testimonials from believers who claim to have found their true love and their true selves.
I manifested harmonious union with my one true love.
Rediscovered my true
We're
gender.
talking here about basically kind of like a matchmaking / life improvement type of situation, right? Like, what do they call it? Like personal growth and development. Also like a pyramid scheme, but where they basically force people into changing their genders. And then to top it all off, they end up starting a church. So this is, oh, glad you're here. Yeah, this is insane. This is why I wanted to watch this, because I was like, this is like nothing I've ever seen before. It's terrifying. I didn't even get to finish it. I watched some of it and I was like, this is blowing my mind. It's all of the things. It's next level. So I'm glad you guys are here. Shout out to Heather and Kane. Woo! Daddy in the house.
Finally accepted myself as the divine masculine.
Some claim miraculous cures.
I have been symptom-free for years now.
I no longer have PTSD.
Others boast of manifesting big money.
My income has increased 3 times.
I got out of deep poverty and manifested very high-paying jobs.
So just what is a twin flame? Well, it's like a soulmate on steroids.
This person was designed for you by God, and you were designed for this person by God to be your eternal companion. And of course, they're your ultimate lover. We're talking mega romance here.
They teach that what's keeping you from your twin flame is inner trauma. That once you heal your blocks, you'll manifest your true love. There's a stable of followers who offer one-on-one
It gets really dark. I just hope you guys are ready.
coaching at a cost of $550 a month.
Today, we'd like to introduce to you and invite you to our Twin Flame School.
With Jeff and Shalia.
Group sessions called Online Ascension School cost $3,333.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back to another juicy life purpose class.
To master success, purpose, and wealth, there's the Life Purpose class for another $3,333. There are e-courses, a book, pre-recorded videos for sale, and if you want it all, the everything package, $8,888.
Your life's gonna change. I promise you. You're doing the work, you're having a real relationship, life's gonna change.
You know what? You would think they're hippie freaks, but it's actually not. And it's part of, like, it'd be better if they were that way. It's actually not that.
Of the hundreds of thousands of Facebook followers, more than 2,000 are
It's a unique breed. This dude, I'm telling you guys, I've watched all the cult people. This dude is unlike anybody I've seen. Completely unique.
Students paying to heal their way to their dream life. One of them, Simmer Sakon, a Canadian nurse who owns a cosmetic clinic in Toronto.
I feel that seeing the coaches and the community being loving and accepting, supportive, and also just seeing that they themselves have a life, which is their dream life. That's what I'm hoping for.
Finding your twin flame.
Yes, yes.
Simmer came across Twin Flames Universe online in 2023 in the grips of a painful divorce.
I booked a free consultation, had a good connection, and that was kind of my start of being part of the Twin Flame Universe community.
This is so
Once she healed from the divorce, Simmer switched gears and coaches. The new goal, finding her twin flame.
Once I was balanced, then my new coaches were more positive. Let's find our, ultimate lover.
Over the past year and a half, Simmer has spent more than $20,000. She hasn't yet found her twin flame, but insists it's money well spent.
I didn't know how to regulate my emotions. And then with my coach, very, very gradually over time, I actually started to feel my feelings. So I truly believe that I will manifest and attract my partner in a very peaceful, healthy way, hopefully.
So what's backwood, Heather? So let me just say something. So this, by the way, this journalist who's doing the she's phenomenal. She does a phenomenal job. You guys will see. But also, you can kind of see we're getting the first hint at what this is, right? Where they promise you to meet your twin flame, okay? That's like the premise. And then what happens is when they can't deliver on that, right? They use it as an opportunity that, it's because of your problems, because you have, what do they call it? You can't regulate your emotions, or you have, they have this terminology they make up that you guys will hear later. I don't remember what it is right now, but they have, basically they make it, they switch it to where now you have to do this work for yourself. And you see what I mean? It's like pivoting, and then you have to pay more money and you get a different coach. And that's just the tip of the fucking iceberg. This is insane.
Yes.
Simmer isn't alone in this interview. Every word is being monitored by the woman on the other end of Simmer's phone.
Rebecca?
Yes.
Rebecca isn't part of the Twin Flames universe.
God,
she is their gatekeeper, hired by Jeff and Shalia.
To me, like, Simmer being able to switch
you're right,
coaches shows into, like, they're not a cult, because if you were in a cult, there's no way that
Okay,
would be.
this is horrifying. Listen to this bullshit.
Rebecca isn't part of the Twin Flames universe. She is their gatekeeper, hired by Jeff and Shalia.
To me, like, Simmer being able to switch coaches shows into, like, they're not a cult, because if you were in a cult, there's no way that would be allowed, you know?
Rebecca is with a crisis.
So first of all, switching coaches, as you guys will see, is part of their pyramid scheme, or whatever you want to call it, MLM. It's part of that on purpose. That's how the whole thing works, as you guys will see when you see, they'll show you that in a second. But second of all, even if that wasn't the case, this is fucked up as fuck. That is not, like, she is saying, here's why it's not a cult, without providing, like, does she not, like, this is so fucked up. And instead of saying it's not a cult because, and then giving like reasons like why it's not a cult, right? I mean, usually if somebody's asked that question, the answer is probably yes, it's a cult, right? But anyway, but she's like, oh, because they let her switch coach. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Twin Peaks. I've never seen Twin Peaks, but I've heard of it. And I don't think there's lenses in her glasses, but she does a phenomenal job with these interviews, especially when it comes to sitting down with those two fuckheads. But this is sick. This is sick. Like, this lady, Rebecca, has been completely duped too, or whatever you want to call it. Gaslit. I don't even know.
Keeper, hired by Jeff and Shalia.
To me, like, Simmer being able to switch coaches shows into, like, they're not a cult, because if you were in a cult, there's no way that would be allowed, you know?
Rebecca is with a crisis management firm in the U.S. called Red Banyan.
I agree, Heather.
They do reputation repair.
So I literally, I'm sure you guys can imagine that I had an instinct right. I'm like, oh my God, at some point I'm gonna have to deep dive Red Banyan. I mean, right away, I'm like, I'm getting a weird feeling about this place. Red Banyan.
Control the narrative and portray your business in a positive light in the press. Jeff and Shalia have hired them in the wake of a media firestorm. Exposed first in 2020 by Vice and Vanity Fair.
I'd never heard of this.
And then the subject of 2 docuseries in 2023, Escaping Twin Flames on Netflix and Desperately Seeking Soulmate on Amazon Prime. In late 2024, this email popped in my inbox.
Oh my God.
The subject line, "We're not a cult." The message, a denial of the allegations piling up.
An email out of the blue from these 2 cult leaders
up against Jeff and Shalia, and an invitation for me to tell the real story.
So it's their idea. This is crazy, right? It's their idea. They call her up, email her. I had never heard of this cult until literally today when this popped up on YouTube. Probably because, again, having like on my saved playlist the Lori Vallow stuff, because we just were covering it, which is why I was like, well, I guess it makes sense to include it in this live stream, right? But like literally, it just was like, I just was like, what is this? And I mean, I normally don't watch stuff that's not obviously just related to trial coverage or court. But anyway, I'm glad I did, because this is insane.
In a phone call with Jeff, Shalia, and the PR company, I made it clear we'd be digging into all of the allegations against them. They agreed with full access as the walls close in on Twin Flames universe.
I'm gonna get a drink.
That Fiji there in the corner is mine.
In northern Michigan.
That Fiji there in the corner is mine. Like the fancy water.
And where allegations of brainwashing, forced labor, and tax evasion have flooded into the IRS, the FBI, and local police.
Just let me do one thing.
Okay. With another crisis PR member in the wings, Jeff and Shalia say they want to set the record straight.
It's traumatizing to have the whole
By the way, her shirt is the ugliest thing I've literally ever seen in my life.
world bearing down on you, and you go online and there's hundreds and hundreds of hateful comments.
The PR company shared some of those hateful comments.
If I ever see you in Michigan, I will beat the bricks off you.
I can't wait to see you and your hippo of a wife go to jail.
You little tiny Corvette swipe. I hope you both get eaten by rabid dogs.
Tick, tick, tick. Your time is running out. I'm coming for you.
Why did you feel that now was?
I'm sorry. I enjoy that so much more now than I did when I saw this before, because now I actually know, like, I'm laughing because I'm like, oh my God, that is putting it kindly. They just, that is too nice for them. I'm just not even kidding. Like, that's why I'm laughing now, because it's like, oh my God.
The right time to share your story.
It was just outrage, outcry. Like, it just wasn't our time. It was the time of the other side to share what they wanted to share.
Yeah.
Why now?
Same. I mean, that's our answer. Yeah.
Coming up.
If you could give me a moment to collect myself. Thank you.
Oh, look at her face. Look at her face. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know. I didn't notice it.
We're driving into the
Hold on. Now there, it looks like it has lenses. Hold on. That looks like lenses. Maybe she pops them in and pops them out. I don't know. I do love, I will, Kane, I agree. I have to say, I don't want to give him a compliment because honestly, I think he might be the shittiest person on the planet. But I do love that look. It reminds me of the Avett Brothers. I don't know if you know that band, but I do like that look, and it is a good look. His wife, on the other hand, I don't know what the fuck. Dude, every time that they show her, I don't know what is going on with what she's wearing and whatever. But that looks like lenses though, Heather. Can you see? Yeah, detachable.
We're driving into the heart of the Twin Flames universe, on the outskirts of Traverse City, Michigan.
It's so funny. I'm watching this car pull up and I get creepy vibes. I'm not even kidding.
This sprawling estate.
I got that even before when I watched this, like this morning, I got creepy vibes.
Is more than just a mansion. It's a promise of everything that's possible if you follow the teachings of Jeff and Shalia Divine. For years, this house and the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
Wait. Are you? He's calling that a waterfall, guys. What do you think that says about his, what size?
And the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
I'm good. I'm dead. I'm dead. Goodbye. Oh my God, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead, you guys. I'm dead. This wins. This wins more than Lori Vallow asking for the prosecutor to lose their license to practice law in Arizona. Like, that is the waterfall. What? I don't.
For years, this house and the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall, though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
That speaks volumes, though, doesn't it, about him? Holy shit. He calls that a waterfall? Oh, dear.
Nice little living room. We got $15,000 in crystals here.
Who gives a shit?
To tell the story of what's happening behind this door, we first need to go back to 2014, just before Shalia met Jeff for the first time.
Oh my God. We're about to meet. I'm sitting in the car and I'm waiting and I'm so excited. Yeah, I got those butterflies happening.
It begins as a love story, one that has spawned a lucrative and controversial spiritual movement, a movement defectors call a cult, one that controls, coerces, and even convinces followers into changing genders.
Yeah, we like to go out to Tim Hortons.
She was born in Toronto, Megan Plant, and grew up a small-town girl outside North Bay, Ontario. before changing her name to Shalia.
How did we initially meet online, Shalia?
Well, it began in a little country called Canada.
Introduced virtually by a mutual friend, Shalia was deep into New Age spirituality. Jeff was a business school grad living in Hawaii, trying to develop a lifestyle and adventure business. Over the years, he changed his name to Ender, then Ionithos, then Shafira. For the first 4 months, they dated online.
She was cute on Facebook, and then she was really cute on Skype. And then in person, it was like, oh my God, I lost my shit.
But I'm like, the second time, like, I love him. And like when I just knew. I just knew.
In that first blush of new love.
Yeah. So it does have that's what's so interesting about this. It does have a touch of Scientology. It also has a touch of the NXIVM, but we haven't really heard that in this part yet. Like once we get to like the MLM stuff, it's got the NXIVM vibes. It's got the sign. But there's definitely, you guys will see these, there's some very original elements that makes this especially dangerous and concerning and unique. But also, he seems to think she's gorgeous.
The couple set up this YouTube channel called Awakened Intimacy.
Thank you so much for joining us on our second video.
This, I will say, I'm not trying to be mean. Like, I will say this is where she maybe looks the most, let's say, radiant.
Those early videos were sweet and just so normal. Jeff and Shalia shared everyday moments of their twin flame love.
That's twin flame kisses.
What is quarantine?
All right, I love you too.
Yeah, I love you.
Fresh-faced and clean-cut, they were a totally relatable, sometimes goofy couple who looked madly in love.
We moved. Jeff is making his entrance like a princess. Hi.
They were broke, lived in a dingy apartment, drove an old beat-up car. But Jeff made it clear he wanted to be rich.
We're gonna be really wealthy, and I'm not saying that because I want to like make up for some childhood trauma or something. I'm saying that because a great deal of wealth is appropriate for me.
Let me play that again for you. This is one thing that sets him apart from other people right here.
He wanted to be rich.
We're gonna be really wealthy, and I'm not saying that because I want to like make up for some childhood trauma or something. I'm saying that because a great deal of wealth is appropriate for me.
What you're going to notice that separates him from these other cult leaders that is unnerving and terrifying, honestly, is there's not even an attempt to be humble or to be generous or to be modest or anything like that. Usually you've got these cult leaders who are like really rich, but they aren't show offs or they don't pretend. This dude is literally the opposite, and it's crazy.
Their views exploded from hundreds to thousands.
I don't understand that at all.
To hundreds of thousands.
We got married.
We got married, everyone.
Twin Flames got married.
Twin Flames got married. What a surprise.
They wrote a book.
And we are authors of the book Twin Flames, Finding Your Ultimate Lover.
In 2017, they created a business to teach others how to find their twin flame. Then they renamed themselves Jeff and Shalia Divine.
This is a really wonderful opportunity to meet other people who are pursuing the same dream as you, to be in their permanent harmonious union.
Oh God.
When I watched the video, that's when I thought, I'd like to try that. I'll try it for a month.
Canadian Angie Moggy lives on Manitoulin Island in Ontario's Lake Huron region. An administrative assistant for a First Nation reserve, Angie was deep inside the Twin Flames universe for more than 4 years. Angie says she was indoctrinated, sucked in at her most vulnerable.
I had been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. And so I became very fascinated with spirituality. They seemed to be exactly what I was looking for.
The minute she signed up for a class, she felt it: love, acceptance, belonging.
I was so love-bombed when I first joined. Plus, I felt very close to Shalia because she was also Canadian.
So she had stage 5 cancer. talking.
Angie was trying to work through a strange, intense attraction she felt towards a work colleague who was half her age. She says Jeff and Shalia told her to go after him, claim him.
That was their overall teaching, is like, you have to be a honey badger.
What's a honey badger?
They're fearless. They're vicious.
Basically, what you're going to hear is the advice they give people could really get people in a lot of trouble, and almost did for her.
If you know me, you know I am a honey badger.
Yeah.
Oh, the honey badgers are just crazy.
Oh, I love
honey badger don't care. Honey badger don't give a shit. It just takes what it wants.
They just take what they want. Basically, like no boundaries.
But not good for people.
So be a honey badger of love was like Jeff's. They even have t-shirts that say it.
Angie's so-called twin flame wanted nothing to do with her. Jeff and Shalia claimed they knew why. And shockingly, it was the same reason she got cancer. Here's Angie in an old video explaining it to other followers.
It was revealed to me that my biggest core block was that I wasn't claiming my feminine energy. I was rejecting my feminine energy so much that I actually manifested ovarian and uterine cancer. Shalia gave me like some really great advice to look at, feminine role models.
To heal her feminine block, Angie started wearing bright red lipstick and skirts. And she bombarded her so-called twin flame with emails, even followed Jeff and Shalia's suggestion to just show up at his house.
I absolutely poured my heart out and told him everything. He goes like, you have no idea how crazy all this sounds. Yeah, and told me like not to contact him, not to ever talk about it again, or else he was going to charge me with harassment.
Right.
And then he ended up like he blocked me.
Your twin flame, maybe they don't like you. Maybe they don't want anything, maybe they blocked you.
Yeah.
They don't want anything to do with you. I'm going to promise you, if you follow me, they are going to fall madly in love with you. I pinky promise. Okay.
By the way, I have a video saved on a playlist for like videos to watch on live streams. That is like for the different cases and stuff. But I have one, their YouTube, this fucking cult, their YouTube channel, they still exist. The video I have saved is one of their coaches who you're going to see about how their structure in a second works for that. One of their coaches talking about literally, I think the title of the video is like what to do when your twin flame says no. It's like literally this stalking them thing. It's like,
Baby, you got a pinky promise you're going to follow me and not be afraid.
Good point.
All right?
Oh my God.
I sealed that with a kiss.
Oh,
Coming up.
I said, well, how is this not a sex cult now if he's forcing partners?
It gets worse and worse. We're not a cult.
This is the Porsche. It's a $100,000 Porsche. This just came yesterday. This is one of the finest Corvettes that you can possibly buy today. Most of this income comes directly from my wife and I, my twin flame and I, teaching others how to have beautiful, healthy, loving, romantic relationships.
There have been people who have had restraining orders placed against them because they're taught to keep going after their twin flame and not take no for an answer.
Victoria Bonilla in Virginia, just like Angie in Ontario, once dedicated her life to Twin Flames universe.
It was just people coming together to heal trauma. And then years later, it became what it is now. Nobody walks in and says, hey, is this a cult? I'd love to join.
At the core of the Twin Flames universe is a technique called the mirror exercise.
Learn in this short video how to heal your upsets by loving yourself.
The concept is that everything you want, wealth, love, happiness, is possible once you clear trauma or upsets.
Using the mirror exercise taught by Jeff and Shalia.
Everything that happens to you and every negative emotion you have is something that you created, and it's your job to heal.
There it is.
And if your twin flame doesn't love you, it's because you don't love yourself.
If you're the type of person that prefers not to take personal responsibility for your life,
Why are you on this channel?
and you're the one that has to resolve it in order to clear the block.
Victoria says the mirror exercise isn't about healing.
That's a great point, though. Like in terms of the stage 5 cancer, it's like you look in the mirror and you say it's your fault. Like I can't. I lost my dad to cancer. Like it's bad enough thinking about this mirror exercise and the dangerous nature of that when you've got people who have been like sexually assaulted as children or are suffering from like PTSD and God only knows what. But to even say that can't like cancers like that's just like, yeah. But no, you're right, Kane. I guarantee you that was what they had her do. Although that, that kind of goes by the wayside because they end up having her change genders. So
it's about breaking people down in a never-ending cycle of self-blame, with more and more classes to buy to clear the blocks and heal the upsets.
And so it becomes a form of self-abuse and control. Any negative emotion, any negative encounter, now it's your fault.
Most students weren't seeing results, but it was definitely paying off for Jeff and Shalia.
Today, we just discovered that we're not just millionaires, we're multi-millionaires.
Their Instagram feed a nonstop highlight reel of luxury.
Yeah. Lifestyle of the multi-millionaires, of the rich and famous.
Weird.
Designer everything, the 5-bedroom mansion, high-end cars. All of this paid for by students desperate to heal their way to love. In 2018, Twin Flames Universe stepped out of the internet and into real life. There was a small meetup in New York.
This is really fucking weird. It's going to show footage of them at this thing. Dude, this is odd. This is really weird.
The golden age has begun.
Jeff and Shalia introduced the concept of soul family, pairing up followers into spiritual family members. The next year, an even larger gathering in Canada.
We're in Toronto, Ontario, here for our very first Twin Flames Universe Ascension workshop.
About 100 followers, including Angie and Victoria, went to the 4-day event.
This was the best weekend of my life, and we're so looking forward to the next one.
Jeff and Shalia were treated like spiritual rock stars.
Thank you, and take care.
Thank you, everyone.
They started calling themselves gurus. Former followers say they are grifters. The entire Twin Flames universe.
Literally, I remember when I watched this morning and I saw them bow, I lost my mind. I was like, and you could tell she wasn't even expecting it. He thought it was appropriate and she took his lead. That just goes to show you there's something off because that is not, I don't even know.
First business model is built like a pyramid. New students at the bottom. Then students who have paid tens of thousands of dollars to become coaches. Above them, master coaches who have paid even more. At the very top, Jeff and Shalia. Students pay them thousands directly for online group meetings, and then hundreds a month to coaches for one-on-one counseling. Each coach is also expected to pay for sessions with other coaches. And all coaches have to give 50% of their earnings to Jeff and Shalia. Everyone in this pyramid is expected to work to bring new members in.
It just becomes your whole life.
It's not just sapping their money, it's also their time. When Victoria was a follower, there was an entire management structure, staffed almost exclusively by volunteer followers. Victoria held a slew of jobs, including head of security.
Did you ever get paid? Over the years in the roles that I had, I got paid $25.
While the public face of the community was all about love.
My business depends on all of you.
This is insane.
And I want to make sure that all of you are doing your f***ing jobs.
Recorded meetings reveal Jeff berating followers for not volunteering enough of their time to build the business.
This is insane.
I need you to take on a job at Twin Flames Universe. If you want to dilly-dally, you're going to burn. And if you can't honestly uphold your position, get the f*** out of it because we're going to bulldoze you over. So no more of this f***ery, of this, ballyhoo, this nonsense, this bananery.
I mean, it's still tip of the iceberg, guys. Still, But this is alarming. And also, the bananery. I love a good ballyhoo, but bananery? I think he made that up.
Uphold your position. Get the f out of it, because we're going to bulldoze you over. So no more of this free of this, ballyhoo, this nonsense, this bananery.
Victoria says followers were so beaten down, they actually believed Jeff's rage was a sign of love.
So sad.
He'll curse you out, he'll call you names, and then he'll say he's doing it out of love to help heal your ego.
Heather,
and
you might be right, because they said they wrote a book. I don't know. Let's see. Are you talking about right up there in the middle? I don't think that's her. The orange book. Let me see.
Of this free of this, ballyhoo, this nonsense, this bananery.
You can make lists while you watch this. Come on, multitask.
Victoria says followers
ballyhoo.
were so beaten down, they actually believed Jeff's rage was a sign of love.
he'll curse you out, he'll call you names, and then he'll say he's doing it out of love to help heal your ego and shock your system so that you can heal. He's telling you, this is good. I'm loving you through this.
Just like abusive husbands and whatnot, right? Or abusive, partners, like literally, like a lot of times, right? Could be.
And if they showed any resistance, they were told to do the mirror exercise and heal their disobedience.
As soon as you have any type of negative emotion, you have to use their mirror exercise to, quiet down any questioning, any skepticism. It is very high controlling because anything that you do that steps out of line of what they deem as appropriate is met with discipline or punishment.
And what does discipline or punishment look like in the Twin Flames universe?
It's usually a financial punishment.
Incredible.
Most of the people that are in that group are coaches, and their primary financial income revolves around Twin Flames universe. So you can be stripped of your ability to coach.
Who's going to get the new clients?
Oh my God.
The ones who work and produce the most value within our new system. Lazy Bones is one, no longer going to get clients funneled to them, and two, no longer going to hold a position which holds everyone else up.
Twin Flames Universe has evolved from a spiritual matchmaking group into an empire. They have a company that claims to heal PTSD and trauma, another called Divine Dish, which is a paid subscription for recipes, and bizarrely, Divine Gaming, a Minecraft-like video game that followers helped create.
Here, the heart of the war will be waged between the hero of the ages and Satan himself.
You should have made it look like him, the Satan, I mean. I've not heard that story, Kane.
And then came the church, Jeff and Shalia's next step, building an online religion.
Here we go. Welcome to our first ever Church of Union sermon.
The movement took a deeply religious turn. With Jeff and Shalia now spouting much more than just New Age philosophies.
Has Christ come again?
Oh God.
He's got the beard, the hair. Could I be the Christ? I'm not hiding anything. Like, I'm literally telling you I'm Christ.
God's been telling us, we're the second coming of the Christ.
The images of Jesus is the image of Jeff. That's the prophecy you've been looking for.
I'm banging the Christ.
I feel like originally it was just a business model. He saw a way to make money. But I feel like as he started to see the type of control and power he had.
I think we need to see that again. This gets, but I don't even know. I don't know.
Has Christ come again? He's got the beard, the hair. Could I be the Christ? I'm not hiding anything. Like, I'm literally telling you I'm Christ.
God's been telling us, we're the second coming of the Christ.
The images of Jesus is the image of Jeff. That's the prophecy you've been looking for.
I'm banging the Christ.
I feel like originally it was just a business model. He saw a way to make money. But I feel like as he started to see the type of control and power he had over people, I think he does believe that he is this, powerful Christ.
You're my student. You do not school me. If you think that you understand something better than me, by all means, bring it to the table.
This is especially offensive because every good teacher knows that you learn, your students teach you. And in fact, one of my favorite quotes is by Khalil Gibran. And the quote is, "No man can reveal to you aught but that which lies half asleep in the dawning of your knowledge." And literally what he says goes like against the principles of teaching.
That he is this, powerful Christ.
You're my student. You do not school me. If you think that you understand something better than me, by all means, bring it to the table. I invite you to challenge my spiritual mastery. I encourage you. I dare you. But I assure you, you probably don't. And if you don't want to bring it to the table, then you should shut the fuck up and listen.
Coming up.
I certainly wasn't prepared for the level of pressure that was brought in this interview.
You know I'm an investigative correspondent, right?
Ready.
Homosexuality doesn't even really exist. If you're really too masculine.
All right, now we're going to get into the gender shit. This gets really scary, guys.
If you're having sex, you're just shaking hands because it's not your twin flame anyway.
Jeff and Shalia.
Can you play that again, guys? This is where just, for me, just, I don't even have words.
Homosexuality doesn't even really exist. If you're really two masculine energies having sex, you're just shaking hands because it's not your twin flame anyway.
Jeff and Shalia teach that every person is either 100% masculine or 100% feminine. There is no in between.
Do you see how dangerous this is? This is what makes this especially weird, because usually with these cults, right, they're not like, this really sets this one apart. It's almost like where cult, like, but it's like, it's almost, this is where it's almost kind of like more like I don't know, one of those really strict religions like in Christianity where, they'll just murder you if you're gay or whatever. Like, I can't even think of one right now because this is just so much. But yeah.
Energies having sex, you're just shaking hands because it's not your twin flame anyway.
Jeff and Shalia teach that every person is either 100% masculine or 100% feminine. There is no in between. And that a twin flame union can only exist between a masculine and a feminine.
A gender, it's just an identity role, meaning it's not real. You can change it.
Initially, followers, who were mostly women, were chasing love outside the Twin Flames community. People not under the influence of Jeff and Shalia Divine.
We were all working hard. Nobody was any closer to their twin flame. So we're like, what's going on? It's not working.
Nobody was making any progress using their work.
That means
so they had to come up with another idea.
Victoria and Angie say followers were then told they'd actually been chasing the wrong people. That through channeling sessions with God, it was revealed to Jeff that their twin flames were within their online community. And then they say he started pairing them up.
So this is really kind of like with Chad Daybell.
Some people are
like where now he's starting to get direct messages from God to do dangerous things, right? Like Chad got direct messages from God to like rape people as dark and light, and then that gave them permission to kill. And here it's like he's getting direct messages from God that's like, hey, you're the wrong gender. Let's have you change gender.
Matched with complete strangers, people they'd never spoken to. There was a man, 100% like gay, matched with a cisgendered woman, and had to work through that block.
If they were telling you this was a channeled message from Jeff and Shalia, this came straight from God and there's no questioning it. So I said, well, how is this not a sex cult now if he's forcing partners?
Remember, Jeff and Shalia's teachings dictate that a twin flame union can only exist between a divine masculine and a divine feminine. A second mass channeling from God involved 22 mostly straight women, including Angie in Ontario and Victoria in Virginia. They were called to an online meeting with their coach, who delivered shocking news.
It was an immediate, no, this is not it. And I said, Angie's not my twin flame. I'm not a lesbian.
And they said, well, Angie's not a woman.
Angie, who had first been instructed to be more feminine to attract a different twin flame, says she was now told Victoria was her true love and that she needed to transition to a man. Experts are clear. Gender identity is not something someone else discovers for you.
I ended up having like a severe panic attack. I just like completely lost it. They wanted me to cut my hair. They wanted me to wear men's clothing. They wanted me to change my name. And it's like, can I work up to this? Like they were just so much pressure.
And if they said, no, I'm not,
then they were kind of threatened. Like, why are you so triggered about this? Why is your immediate answer no? That's a block. They were encouraged to get coaching, to heal through this block, to see the truth that they were men.
Did no one say, like, this is crazy? He's telling us what gender we are.
Right. There were a couple women who just straight up left from that moment. They said, I'm not a man. I'm not doing this. And they left. And then some of them stayed and are still in there.
Some of them stayed and didn't just adopt masculine names and clothing, but took it further.
Yes. Some of them started taking testosterone. Some of them have started having gender-affirming surgeries and are living as men.
Angie says these two women were also told they were twin flames and that one was masculine.
We just happened to have a group coaching that night. She came in crying. She was like hard crying.
And then Angie says after coaching sessions with Jeff, she started identifying as a man with a new name, Gabe.
I don't know what Jeff said, but anytime that someone has to be coerced into like making like
no kidding
life-altering decisions and body-altering decisions, it's dangerous.
I want to show you a post that Gabe put up just 1 month later. He talks about how he didn't want to become a man, that he was working through his blocks and misconceptions. Gabe writes about Jeff giving him a crash course in living life as a man, encouraging him to wear men's clothing, trim his fingernails, smoke a cigar, and do outdoor maintenance projects at Jeff's home.
What? And
Gabe and Brianna also posted
do outdoor maintenance projects at Jeff's home.
Video on their website.
We both thought we were women and we became friends.
Yeah, just came together first as friends up until the point where it was revealed that I was the divine masculine. And
that we're twin flames.
And that we were twin flames. Yeah.
Gabe is still in the Twin Flames universe. He insists no one pressured or coerced him.
That's him. That's him now on the right.
Into changing genders.
I know that they didn't have a choice. I was part of this gender conversion program. Like, I know that these people are being pushed.
Keely Griffin is the highest ranking follower to defect.
You had to tell people, hey, God through Jeff is telling you that you're actually not a woman, you're a man. How did they take that?
Horribly. I mean, the look in their eyes like is haunting. Anytime that someone would resist, we would have to report back and be like,
report them.
Oh, this person didn't want to accept that
crazy
they're a man. Jeff and Shalia would then mark them on a list of people who needed to be watched and
unbelievable
continually forced to accept. I did not want to do what I did, but I was still under the belief that that Jeff and Shalia were doing this for some good purpose, for love. I don't believe that anymore, and I regret what I did.
Too fast. Your ears must have been ringing. Yeah, you woke up to literally the most terrifying cult of all time. Literally. I just discovered this cult today and we were watching this terrifying cult video.
A former volunteer CEO and coach, Keely is now a whistleblower, intent on setting fire to the Twin Flames universe and putting a stop to Shalia and Jeff Devine.
He has a very sick mind and has some sort of strange, sick desire to see people do whatever he tells them to do. I think he gets off on seeing them become his creation.
Keely lives in the United States. She doesn't want us to reveal exactly where.
Yeah, I don't want them to know where I live because I don't trust them at all with that information.
Keely joined TFU in 2018 and rose through the ranks into Jeff and Shalia's inner circle. She was the first student to be declared in harmonious union with her twin flame.
How are you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Good.
Oh, I'm so happy to have you here today.
They needed another couple to prove that what they were teaching was real.
How's your relationship going today, married couple?
It's good.
Good.
Yeah. It's getting
Well,
better and better.
In a period of just 3 months, Keely says she was pressured to move across the country to live with her twin flame.
Can you two please stand up for one more round of applause for the two of you? Please.
My role was to bring people in and feed them basically to like a monster. I was used as bait to funnel more and more people in to pay Jeff and Shalia.
What's that like for you to say and to know?
It makes me hate myself. Yeah, I feel really bad.
Jeff and Shalia had a message for those who were struggling with their new pairings and their new genders. Disobeying them was disobeying God.
So when God tells you something, you need to respect it. If he says that's your twin flame, respect it. If he says you are this, respect it. And sometimes it's going to be really, really, really hard. But if you don't, then you're a coward.
And this is so that you understand that your choice has been out of order, so you can make a new choice.
You can respect God's word, or you can throw a tantrum and be a little jerk, be an immature child, and then you're going to get spanked by the universe. Until you take the position of a completely obedient child, you're not going to be happy.
They call it the all-seeing eye for a reason.
That
You cannot escape God's gaze.
Dear God, that deserves being watched again, spanked by the universe.
Be in God's word, or you can throw a tantrum and be a little jerk, be an immature child, and then you're going to get spanked by the universe. Until you take the position of a completely obedient child, you're not going to be happy.
They call it the all-seeing eye for a reason. You cannot escape God's gaze. Why would you want to?
Coercive control is very real and it's done over time.
Your thoughts are controlled. You can't feel anger. You can't feel sadness. You can't be upset. So you're just like this zombie, like a walking shell of who you really are.
And it doesn't happen overnight. You don't walk into a door and it's this full wackadoodle story. It's like the frog in the pot. You turn it 1 degree at a time, and then suddenly you're boiling.
Coming up.
How many of your followers have transitioned?
In the beginning, there were quite a few. And that's, many of them.
Off we go.
Go, horsey, go.
Just a couple of parents out playing with their toddler in the snow.
We have new issues. Do they not know what a horse is?
picture-perfect
Hold on.
scene of domesticity. Jeff and Shalia and their 2-year-old.
Off we go.
Go, horsey, go.
Just a couple of parents out playing with their toddler in the snow. A picture-perfect scene of domesticity. Jeff and Shalia and their 2-year-old daughter, Grace. We were invited inside their 7,000 square foot mansion, decked out with a 3-car garage, sporting a Mercedes SUV, Porsche Cayenne, and Jeff's prized possession, his Corvette.
We had a good time outside.
And fun on the sled.
Yeah.
Oh.
How's my baby? Yeah.
It's a head-spinning contrast to the outrageous online personas of Jeff and Shalia Devine.
I just want to make everyone aware I'm looking and feeling very tired.
What?
I said I'm looking and feeling very tired.
Okay.
A follower who takes care of Grace hangs out in the background.
Maybe like if you move your sweater and then you can come back after I read her story.
Okay.
It looks like I'm just sitting. In reality, I'm managing lots of things. I'm feeling lots of things. I feel like a man's job, at least for me, is to support my wife so she can support our child. And Grace comes to me and we interact when she feels fit.
This part, though, the lazy bones earlier, right?
Okay.
It looks like I'm just sitting. In reality, I'm managing lots of things. I'm feeling lots of things. I feel like a man's job, at least for me, is to support my wife so she can support our child. And Grace comes to me and we interact when she feels fit. Hey, Miss Christina. Charlie potted on the carpet here. Can you help us clean this up?
Jeff and Shalia say no one else lives with them in the house. That wasn't always the case. Select students were invited to live with them as part of something called Spiritual Boot Camp.
Here's the team. Boot camp team, what's up?
The promise was you're going to heal a lot because you're going to be really close to Jeff and Shalia. They're the guru. They're like the master Christ, the master healers.
Keely Griffin was a CEO in the Twin Flames universe. Before she left, she compiled evidence, videos, and screen grabs of the way students were treated in the home. They were given a 14-page manual, not with spiritual teachings, but meticulous instructions on how to care for their dog and how to keep their house clean. Students had to waive their rights as tenants and sign this NDA with a $10,000 fine for breaking it.
I tried to capture some of the conversations just to show how much control he has over these people and how horribly he treats them.
When you do my laundry, the white pants should be washed separately. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Dinner is served.
Chicken was tough for lunch. Steak is overcooked and tough. Waffles were underbaked.
Thank you for letting us know. We will improve.
They're doing everything for Jeff and Shalia, but they'll never be able to do it correctly. Everything is a spiritual lesson, but really it's just an opportunity for Jeff to berate them and make them feel like nothing.
In the group chat, Shalia, called Amma or Mother, launches a text tirade about clumsy cleaning before 6:30 in the morning.
Do your inner work or go back to mommy's shitty trash hole.
Can't say a nice word to you guys since you always relapse.
This is why you don't get treated with kindness and appreciation. You make people pity you. This is what you feed off. Pity. How sad.
That's gross, TBH.
When the boot camp student apologizes, Jeff texts back.
Groveling and being afraid of me don't make me respect you.
The student texts,
I will take responsibility for my mistakes and learn.
They were essentially servants.
Yeah, I think that's a nicer word for what I believe they really are. I think they were slaves.
Jeff and Shalia say those allegations are knowingly absurd, baseless falsehoods, and extreme misrepresentations. The families of some of those living in the home started calling local and state police. We obtained this police welfare check involving a follower named Fedra. In this recorded meeting, Jeff laughs about it with a high-ranking TFU member named Chrissy.
Hi, officers. Can I help you? And they're like, is Phaedra here? And they're like, is she okay?
Oh, stop it.
She comes out in her apron and talks to the cops. And the only thing I hear is the cops saying, okay, well, make sure you call your mom. And she's like, okay, officers. Angry ass cousin called the cops on us.
In fact, there have been numerous calls to police, tips coming in about labor trafficking and brainwashing. Police released to us an audio recording of another visit in 2020.
And we've been getting calls kind of nonstop for the last 2 weeks about this.
There might be labor trafficking in the way that you get people to do volunteer work.
People are claiming that you brainwash them.
Okay. How can I brainwash someone to do something against their will?
Is there a crime? Has a crime been committed? Is there about to be a crime committed?
Mike Borkovich is the sheriff for Leelanau County, Michigan.
Of course, your immediate concern is Jim Jones in Guyana and David Koresh. And you start looking around at different people and different cults.
Have you found any evidence of any wrongdoing, any crime?
We haven't found any evidence of any wrongdoing or crime.
The detectives showed up at my door to investigate me, and they were breathing down my throat to try to find out if, I was some psycho cult leader brainwashing people. Big scary Jeff and Shalia. We're gonna come and eat your children.
Keeley also has documents about something called the Golden Parent Initiative.
Jeff wants to control people. He likes to have every aspect of their lives controlled.
In this post, Shalia invites couples to birth so-called golden children. They would grow up to be paired with other children from within the community. Keeley says those who couldn't physically get pregnant were told they could use a sperm donor who had to be approved by Jeff. Former members believe it was an attempt to breed a new generation of followers.
Today we're going to talk about how to survive a twin flame cult.
In the wake of the media frenzy and the police visits, Jeff posted this strangely edited video online.
What is a cult? A cult is like where an organization is systematically sapping you of your energy for its own insane ideas. And if you're in a twin flame cult, they're going to want your money. That's obvious. It's kind of hard to get into a cult on the internet, isn't it? How are you gonna drink the poison if it's on the internet? Don't you have to be a part of a community that all lives on a farm or something?
A farm? Well, guess what?
They wanted me to start building this farm that the coaches were going to live in Michigan.
A compound.
A compound, yeah.
Keeley says Jeff and Shalia pressured her to find farmland and move to Michigan. And when she didn't,
they told us, you need to make this move now, or you are completely out of alignment with your guru and bad things are going to happen.
16 followers now live in northern Michigan.
I fear for the lives of the people in the cult. I think that it's only going to grow, and there's plenty of horrible things that will happen when Jeff and Shalia have all of those people literally within arm's length.
Coming up.
I've never been so happy in my entire life. I'm such a better person. And I love myself so much. And he's taught me that.
Traverse City, Michigan is known as the cherry capital of the world.
Our story stems from the arrival of the Mount Morency cherry.
But this tight-knit community is now on the map for another reason. It's home base for the controversial spiritual community Twin Flames Universe. Once only online, 16 followers have now moved here to be closer to their leaders, Jeff and Shalia Divine.
Thank you.
In 2024, there was a 4-day spiritual summit in Traverse City with about 100 followers from around the world. Jeff and Shalia have been keeping a low profile since the media frenzy surrounding their community, the avalanche of exposés and docuseries. They have refused all interviews, but now they've hired a crisis management PR team and want their story out. I'm driving into the heart of the Twin Flames universe. Jeff and Shalia have invited me to a Christmas party with their followers, some of whom have uprooted their lives and moved here to be closer to their controversial gurus.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome.
How are you?
Thank you for coming.
Hey, great. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So we're looking forward to like sharing our side and being able to maybe speak a bit about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too. I gotta let you guys go back to your party. I feel like I'm hogged.
I think we gotta. We gotta. Okay, so everyone's ready.
Pretty soon for White Elephant. I'm gonna grab some sparkling grape juice here.
Yeah, I'll get some
Want
too.
some too?
We'll mosey on over together.
Sparkling fruit juice. So they're gonna have this like.
This is the Twin Flames Universe Inner Circle. Some of the 16 members who have moved here from across
So here in a second, they have this like present opening thing, and it's so fucking awkward.
the country and around the world. They're all coaches, volunteers with the church. Some also work in this house as a nanny, cook, and cleaner.
Mom, you're getting baby zoned here.
Baby zone. Should we find a toy or something?
They gather in the living room.
Maybe we could fit some more people.
One more person can fit on the couch.
For a Christmas present exchange.
That's hilarious.
It's Apple Boy.
Thank you. A nice inside joke. We'll keep this one. It's over, guys. Oh, that's cool.
Lego. We all got each other nice gifts. Worked out good.
This is Gabe, who wrote that post about becoming a man. He's no longer with his twin flame. Adam and Brienne are amongst the longest-serving followers. They agreed to sit down to explain why Twin Flames Universe is not a cult.
People believe you are brainwashed and that you're in a cult.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's funny.
I guess it feels far-fetched.
I don't function well with being told what to do or anything like that. So I don't think I would do well in a cult or anything like that. So
It's very hard to interview someone about whether or not they're brainwashed, because if you're brainwashed, you wouldn't know.
I mean,
I guess.
Do brainwashed people know that they're brainwashed? I don't think they do.
no, I don't think that they do. I feel like I would sense that, or there would be an understanding.
Brienne and Adam have been married for 5 years. They deny their union was orchestrated by Jeff and Shalia.
They were not a part of that. So we figured that out on our own. So, yeah.
We just started talking on our own and developed a friendship.
But a different story emerges in this text conversation between former follower Angie and Brienne, from right before Brienne's harmonious union was announced to the community. Adam is messaging me, and I'm paranoid because I don't want him to be my TF, twin flame. I don't want to. This is upsetting to me. Brienne shares a screen grab of her telling Adam she's upset and doesn't feel an attraction. Adam texts back, "I'm sorry you're upset. This is what God has presented me with, and I've fully devoted to him. It's been a lot to process today as well." "I don't see it," she texts Angie with a picture of her and Adam. Brienne writes that the harmonious union has been confirmed by her coach, Keeley, and then goes on to describe Adam as lazy and messy, that she's repulsed by him, and that the last thing she wants is to be intimate with him.
You didn't speak to other people and say that you had zero desire for Adam and that you did not want this pairing to go ahead.
Well, I mean, there were, like, me and Adam were moving through upsets in our union, and I probably shared something from, upsets, but it was an upset. It was something that I was healing through, right? It wasn't,
go do the mirror exercise.
It was just an upset. It was something that I healed.
Adam joined Twin Flames universe as a woman and denies there was any pressure to transition to a man.
So you didn't have any kind of a challenge in accepting this divine masculine concept?
I feel like I had, but this was just an upset with myself in terms of like accepting that I had a little bit of like, is this me? Like, oh, this feels a bit weird. But I was like, right, who you are. You know that there's something, right?
This allegation that people are being pressured, coerced, or led into making a decision about their gender is horrifying.
Yeah. Well, I agree that would be a concern, right? It's like if that was a thing, but
18 members of the Twin Flames universe have transitioned.
When you look at the numbers, do you find that at all unusual?
I don't feel like it's so many, though.
We don't know how many were questioning their gender before joining the group, and they insist they weren't pressured. It was their choice to transition. Brianne and Adam are both certified Master Ascension coaches, a level above regular coaches, certified by Jeff.
They don't have any expertise. They're not therapists.
Keely Griffin, who left TFU in 2021, says she and other coaches were wholly untrained to handle people's trauma.
These clients are coming in with all sorts of issues, like being molested as children, and then they're told by the coaches to just do the mirror exercise.
Which means you take responsibility for your own abuse.
Exactly. Like, that's your fault now, which is like just so traumatizing in itself. I was in these sessions listening to people telling me, I'm suicidal. I don't want to be here anymore.
What kind of training do you have to take people into their trauma?
Coaches are consistently having evaluations and things of that nature to make sure that they're just checks and balances.
And who's doing the checks and balances?
Who does the checks and balances?
Well, those are the most experienced coaches, basically.
You guys are the most experienced.
Yeah.
What is the checks and balances?
Well, you got to make sure they're...
This is crazy. Hold on.
To take people into their trauma.
Coaches are consistently having evaluations and things of that nature to make sure that they're just checks and balances.
And who's doing the checks and balances?
Who does the checks and balances?
Well, those are the most experienced coaches, basically.
You guys are the most experienced.
Yeah.
What is the checks and balances?
Well, you got to make sure they're, following, you like, to be a coach, like, you can't just go off on your own. Like, we're not responsible for people's health, and, that's for their doctor to take care of, right?
Critics say students are subjected to potential emotional harm, and that the coaches face financial harm. They have to hand over 50% of their earnings to Jeff and Shalia.
I can understand why Jeff and Shalia like this business model, because they're at the top of the hill in that beautiful house, taking half of the salary of the people who are coaches. I just don't quite understand why you guys are okay with that model.
It's a win-win for both sides, right? I don't see it as I'm losing anything. I feel like my life has changed in so many beautiful ways.
Oh my God.
And I feel I'm winning just as much as anyone else.
Brianne and Adam both feel that their community has been unfairly portrayed in the media.
We're not victims. Like, we have choice and free will. And I mean, I'm happy. I'm genuinely happy.
She looks happy. Not.
And you are too.
I am.
Do you have the life that you desire?
I do. I feel like I'm more myself now than ever, basically.
coming up.
We don't harm people.
You don't know the truth. You're being lied to.
Oh, God.
My hate squad, the useless little group of haters who want to pin me as a psychopath.
Former high-ranking follower Keely Griffin is in Jeff's so-called hate squad.
They're criminals. Like, these people are con artists.
Keely believes she has evidence of a crime, and it involves the online church Jeff and Shalia set up. Her computer is filled with files from 2 hard drives, hundreds of hours of recorded meetings and documents. In this video, Jeff clearly outlines his reasons for setting up the Church of Union.
You're basically taxed at a share level.
This is really disturbing.
And then you're taxed again at an income level. So
Sounds like death to me.
yeah, it doesn't sound good.
I've got the solution.
Yes. What's that?
We're going to turn part of our company into a religion.
Oh, good.
Just like that, the religion is born.
So a very small company, license stuff to the religion, who will pay us all of the money that is earned through it. This way, our shit is completely protected forever and ever. Nothing can ever hurt us. We pay no taxes on that part of the company. And in this way, like, I don't have to pay people. I can just have volunteers. And and no one sues a religion. And also it opens us up to receive donations.
Mm.
Yeah, this is much more marketable for
This
us
is
too.
more marketable, I think.
So I started out by saying we're not a religion and we don't even like religion. And then somewhere along the lines, when they realized that they could pay less taxes, they thought it would be a good idea for them to become a church.
Twin Flames Universe is a for-profit company. So too is their mind alignment process, Divine Dish, and Divine Gaming. The Church of Union was set up as a nonprofit in 2020. There is no actual church, just a website where sermons are posted on Sundays. Chrissy and Jason Emmerich are the directors of the Church of Union. In fact, Chrissy is in charge of church finances.
There is videotape of Jeff categorically saying the Church of Union is going to be set up so we can avoid paying taxes, right?
It's not true. Like that is not accurate information. Like
these are his words.
Right, but that's not what's happening.
Would you be comfortable opening up your books on the Church of Union to show full transparency and what's coming in and what's going out?
Ultimately, that's not like my decision to make.
Jeff and Shalia refused that request, and so we dug up the publicly available tax filings.
Over a 4-year period, the Church of Union claimed more than $500,000 in expenses. They don't even have a physical church. This is mostly just YouTube sermons.
$39,000 in legal fees, some to pay for defamation lawsuits. $45,000 for PR support, almost $100,000 on IT expenses, and $260,000 for independent contractors, and something called contractor programming. Jeff and Shalia refused our requests for more details on just where that $250,000 went. We did discover this credit listing the church as an investor in one of their for-profit companies called Divine Gaming.
You're the financial officer for the Church of Union.
Yes.
So if there were ever to be discovered fraud, you would be the one that would be kind of holding the bag for that.
Yes, I think I would be involved in that, of course, because I'm the one that's doing the finances, and we've talked to specialists and experts to make sure that we're doing everything properly, and we will continue to do that.
We know the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, has gathered information on the Church of Union. They tell us federal privacy laws prohibit them from confirming or denying ongoing investigations. Regardless, the Church of Union has conducted some traditional church-like activities. There was a wedding in Sedona.
You may now seal these vows with true love's kiss.
And another in Traverse City in 2024.
You may now seal these vows with a kiss.
Most weddings, though, are conducted online.
And we are pleased to present the newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Hendel.
At least 3 of these followers changed their genders and moved to other countries to live with their so-called twin flame. Those who contemplate getting married or even engaged without the Church of Union face the wrath of Jeff and Shalia.
Don't you dare get married without the church. If you're here absorbing my teaching, don't you dare. Or off. And actually, when you off, that's it. Gone by. You have expended your opportunity. We're very flexible with allowing freedom. But where freedom is abused, it will be taken from you.
And this is not anyway.
This is crazy. What if they're they're flexible with dude. This is craziness.
Don't you dare. Or off. And actually, when you off, that's it. Gone by. You have expended your opportunity. We're very flexible with allowing freedom. But where freedom is abused, it will be taken from you.
And this is not in any way unreasonable what Jeff and I are saying and what we're asking.
It's excruciatingly generous, as always.
Wow.
It's generous.
I know what the I'm talking about. And if you don't think that...
Generous.
Bye.
Coming up.
Incredible.
I have so much love for Jesus.
Oh my God.
It was so hard for me to leave that all behind and follow my truth.
Oh my God.
Twin Flames universe is in full damage control mode.
No, we're not a cult.
It's not physically possible to brainwash someone online.
Followers recently posted these videos to give their side of a story that's been covered without their voices by Netflix, Amazon, Vanity Fair, and Vice.
What we saw in the media was just like a salacious attempt with like cherry picking thousands of videos.
I was guided to like explore myself. No one forced me to change my name, change my gender, change my have surgeries.
Obviously, Jeff is not God. Jeff never said that he was God.
It's an attempt to change the narrative about their community, a PR campaign that now includes me. Chrissy and Jason Emmerich have opened up their home and invited us in.
I have sessions today, a couple sessions today.
I love my life with Jay. I absolutely love it. I love spending time with this man. I never get tired of him. I always want to spend time with him.
Chrissy and Jason have been together for what they say is the best 5 years of their lives.
Are you happy in your life?
Yeah.
And you have everything that was promised you when you first joined Twin Flames Universe?
I think the only thing that was promised to me was my twin flame. So yeah.
Jason and Chrissy started out living together as a so-called soul family, each believing someone else was their twin flame. And then they got the call.
Jeff was like, well, we really think you guys should explore that you two are twin flames.
Because you were really freaked out at first. It's like, that's not what you wanted.
Right? Like, I mean, we were on this journey for, what was it, 2 or 3 years thinking that like it was someone else. And so there's a lot to process there.
Right.
But did it ever strike you as odd that all of a sudden you two are actually twin flames? Like, it's just a bit hard for an outsider to grasp.
It's not like they're matchmaking people in any way. They're just like, hey, you guys have a connection here. Why don't you explore it and see what's there? Sometimes it resulted in twin flames. Sometimes it didn't.
Welcome to Creating in the Kitchen.
Jason, a trained chef, runs Divine Dish, a division of Twin Flames Universe. For $129 a month, followers receive emailed recipes with a side dish of some wild claims.
We're now bringing you Divine Dish, which is actually the solution for world hunger and starvation.
What makes food divine?
It's curated through God.
So Jeff gets the recipes from God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
That sounds a little bit weird.
I think
Which part?
Well, the God giving recipes to Jeff.
Well, I think he just uses like it's not like
A little bit
Oh my
odd.
God. Oh my God.
Through.
What makes food divine?
The solution for world hunger and starvation.
What?
What makes food divine?
It's curated through God.
So Jeff gets the recipes from God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That sounds a little bit weird.
I think.
Which part?
Well, the God giving recipes to Jeff.
Well, I think he just uses like it's not like the lightning bolt comes down and he hammers into a tablet. Those days are over, I believe.
It's another intimate way of gaining
that would be too
control.
much. That would
You
be
don't
way
get a
too
choice to decide what kind of food you're putting in your body to nourish you.
Former Twin Flame CEO Keely Griffin says there's pressure for followers to subscribe.
People gain weight really rapidly.
How much weight did you gain?
I gained 80 pounds.
80 pounds, Keely.
Yeah, it's a lot.
No one is pressured, in my opinion. Like,
who's responsible for them feeling pressured?
right.
While Jason runs Divine Dish, Chrissy is at the helm of a controversial Twin Flames universe business called the Mind Alignment Process, or MAP.
I am Dr. Chrissy Kay, the CEO of Mind Alignment Process Incorporated.
She calls herself doctor because she has a PhD in public safety leadership. Chrissy recently retired as a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. military. MAP claims to heal the core of trauma in just one session.
It's healed hundreds of people of their trauma, some of them PTSD, which is supposedly incurable. But what MAP does is it goes to the root of a trauma, and it brings peace there. And then with peace brought to that root, there is no longer a need for your disease, and it goes away.
In other words, do the mirror exercise to heal the trauma that's causing disease. The 12-week program costs over $2,000 US.
What is Jeff or Shalia's expertise in developing a mind alignment program?
So I think that I know that Shalia has a psychology. She took some psychology courses in school, but if you're looking at like therapists or like they don't have that level of credential.
Listen how she almost says she has a psychology degree, but then she walks it back and is like she took some psychology classes in school.
What is Jeff or Shalia's expertise in developing a mind alignment program?
So I think that I know that Shalia has a psychology. She took some psychology courses in school, but if you're looking at like therapists or like they don't have that level of credentialing.
Jeff and Shalia have no expertise in developing a program that claims to heal PTSD and childhood trauma.
Well, they did create a program that does
They
that.
created it, but what credentials or experience do they have that gives them the authority to do that? Not a psychology course in college.
Well, it's not an invasive
Well, it's not an
process.
invasive program.
So there's no medical degree needed.
There is a disclaimer on the website that the diagnosis and treatment of PTSD requires trained medical professionals, and that MAP practitioners are not trained medical professionals or counselors.
How is it?
Jason and Chrissy say they love their life and want others to experience what they have. When I bring up concerns that this is a cult, Jason asks a question.
What metric are they using to like make it be a cult?
It's a charismatic leader
Okay.
who has control over people, but they may not recognize the control that he has. Control to choose who they love or to choose their gender. That they would dedicate their whole life to that leader and would fund him.
Yeah, if all those things were true, then that would be a cult.
Right,
But
but
that's not
the case.
what's happening here.
To tell me I have a PhD, like I'm an academic, I'm a professional, and to tell me that all of my critical thinking skills no longer apply because you don't agree with my lifestyle is preposterous to me.
Coming up,
Yeah, it was special. It's kind of like the end of an era of my life.
So you're going to be filming us sitting down? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Film all that.
Jeff and Shalia Devine have a long list of allegations against them.
So we
They
watch that
deny
again.
every
Who is,
single one and say they are the victims of cancel culture.
Who is Nina? But we need to watch that part again where they like this is crazy when she defines cult and it's like literally
Experience what they have. When I bring up concerns that this is a cult, Jason asks a question.
What metric are they using to like make it be a cult?
It's a charismatic leader
Okay.
who has control over people, but they may not recognize the control that he has. Control to choose who they love or to choose their gender. That they would dedicate their whole life to that leader and would fund him.
Yeah, if all those things were true,
just literally defining what they do and what like
then that would be a cult.
Right,
But
but
that's not
the case.
what's happening here.
To tell me I have a PhD, like I'm an academic, I'm a professional, and to tell me that all of my critical thinking skills no longer apply because you don't agree with my lifestyle is preposterous to me.
Coming up,
Yeah, it was special. It's kind of like the end of an era of my life.
makes me really happy that they think that.
So you're going to be filming us sitting down? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Film all that.
She doesn't want them to
Jeff and Shalia Devine have a long list of allegations against them. They deny every single one and say they are the victims of cancel culture.
There are people.
I don't know what that means. Warning label. I don't know what that means. Is that a person on YouTube or? Because you said you were like, where was it? I just didn't know if it was somebody who maybe had been in the chat earlier here and that I could answer that question if it was like someone who you hadn't seen. Where was it? Unless it's somebody in real life. I don't know. I was just, oh my God. Do they really?
Who paint you both as puppet masters, as cult leaders, who have a level of control over people who are very vulnerable.
We are not puppet masters. We are not.
Hang on, I need to back it up so I can see her with the chairs. Oh man.
They deny.
Oh my God, Heather, well done spotting that. Wow, that's crazy.
Every single one.
Wow.
And say they are the victims of cancel culture.
Oh, okay, thank you.
There are people who paint you both as puppet masters, as cult leaders, who have a level of control over people who are very vulnerable.
We are not puppet masters. We are not over-exercising our control to get people to do things that we want them to do. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to share our side of the story, to tell people, like, you may not believe me.
He stops looking at me and makes a direct appeal to camera.
Please hear what we have to say. Please listen to our students. They are not brainwashed. This is not a cult. This is a textbook example of cancel culture.
Explain that for me.
Well, I think she's probably the better person to explain that.
Oh my God.
She's the one doing all the studying of it all.
Well, there was a reaction towards us, and it got shared all around the internet, and it got picked up, and then it just kept snowballing.
I just have to say, I like, I think Heather, I think it was you that asked earlier, like, will our comments, like she's saying the reactions on the internet, are we going to be on the next documentary about this cult?
And snowballing.
You have described yourself as the Master Christ.
Pain! Really?
It's a spiritual exploration. And, you know, this cancel culture takes everything super out of context to make it look like I'm some megalomaniac who's using these strange titles to claim power, or they say that I think I'm Jesus. And that's just so silly.
But you have said you think you're Jesus.
Where do you have me quoted saying I think I'm Jesus? That's absurd. I've never said that.
Holy, holy, holy. I figure y'all.
But he has said this.
And I'm not hiding anything. Like, I'm literally telling you I'm Christ. Because God's been telling us, you know, we're the second coming of the Christ.
I'm banging the Christ.
With all the pictures we see depicted of Jesus, he kind of looks that way. And so, like, haha, you know, I'm with Jesus. He's not Jesus. I don't believe that at all.
None of my students think I'm Jesus.
Have you told people to change genders?
We encourage people to explore. And I hesitate to answer that question in the way that I'm feeling led to answer that question, which is yes or no. But the reality
It kind of is a yes or no, Jeff. Like it kind of is.
There's context here.
Like, remember how I said she does a great job. She's done a great job with these people. This is, I really, she's done a phenomenal job.
Question in the way that I'm feeling led to answer that question, which is yes or no. But the reality is...
It kind of is a yes or no, Jeff. Like it kind of is.
There's context here. The answer to your question is we encourage people to explore their spiritual, their inner world. And it's just an invitation to explore.
Except in the concerns about Twin Flames Universe, the biggest, most harmful allegation is that you are dictating people's gender and that they are taking it to extreme lengths, including having surgeries and hormone therapies and changing their gender.
Wow.
And so I think it's a fair question.
Of course.
That's a yes or a no, and there's not really a ton of nuance in it.
Great.
So is it a yes or a no?
We've invited people to explore their gender.
And that invitation to explore gender comes from God?
I have to say that I have literally my hand, I'm covering up one eye. This is so hard to watch this, that I can't, like, I have one eye covered, but also you guys are killing me in the chat. My face hurts from laughing. But also the way she does this question with her hand is brilliant. She literally points up to the heavens. Amazing. Oh my God, I'm dying.
So is it a yes or a no?
We've invited people to explore their gender.
And that invitation to explore gender comes from God?
No, it comes from a human talking to a human.
No, but do you get the message from God that someone is in the wrong gender?
If you could give me a moment to collect myself.
This is crazy.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm backing it up because the way she looks over at Shalia, this is incredible, you guys.
If you could give me a moment to collect myself. Thank you. God is a loving being. God wants the best for us.
Oh my God.
I am not God. I have never claimed to be God.
So my question was, do you get a message from God about somebody's gender?
It doesn't work that way, no.
There's no channeling from God about what someone's gender should be?
So we as professionals get intuitive hits, you might say. Hey, this might be a good idea. It's explorative. Like this heavy frame is just not the reality.
But Jeff, it's a heavy consequence to have kind of a whim that someone might be a different gender.
It's not a whim.
Whoa, what would he just do with his jaw? Did you guys see what he just did with his jaw? That was odd. Hold on.
This heavy frame is just not the reality.
But Jeff, it's a heavy consequence to have kind of a whim that someone might be a different gender.
I think I missed it. Hold on.
But Jeff, it's a heavy consequence to have kind of a whim that someone might.
with his jaw. Did you guys see that?
But Jeff, it's a heavy consequence to have kind of a whim that someone might be
That is weird. What the fuck is that?
a different gender.
It's not a whim. I get how this all looks, but it's just not true.
Jeff was saying, like, we could see on the spiritual horizon. And because Jeff and I, like, we live in twin flame union, it's like we see color where someone is colorblind. Like, we can see that.
Also, everyone.
First, I hardly believe that the LGBTQ plus community would agree that changing your gender is an entirely harmful thing.
It's absolutely not a harmful thing unless someone else is telling you that you are the wrong gender.
Sure.
And then it's a very harmful thing.
This is not, once again, it's
okay,
not.
I just have to, okay, hold on. Kane, what are you asking me what for? Are you saying the thing about his jaw? Did you want me to show you that part again? Is that what you're asking? This is, okay. The way he brings in the LGBTQ, I cannot. Okay, yeah, got it. Yes, okay, I'll go back to the jaw thing.
Hey, this might be a good idea. It's explorative. Like this heavy frame is just not the reality.
But Jeff, it's a heavy
And actually, so it's right after this question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mute it and slow it down. So, because it happens really quick. The jaw thing is crazy. So let me slow it down to half speed and mute it. Okay. That way we'll be able to see it. Right there. Play again. You guys see that? What the fuck is that? What is that?
One might be a different gender.
It's not a whim. I get how this all looks, but it's just not true.
Jeff was saying, like, we could see on the spiritual horizon. And because Jeff and I, like, we live in twin flame union, it's like we see color where someone is colorblind. Like, we can see that.
And first, I hardly believe that the LGBTQ plus community would agree that changing your gender is an entirely harmful thing.
It's absolutely not a harmful thing unless someone else is telling you that you are the wrong gender.
Sure.
And then it's a very harmful thing.
This is not, once again, it's not something that's imposed upon you. You can't impose things upon people on their spiritual journey.
We were their, like, direct guide. They can choose not to do it or not to, you know, like.
If you have an element of control over them or sway over them.
Okay.
And they hear you say that and they know that it will please you.
We don't encourage that kind of power dynamic.
Yeah.
You don't?
Wow.
No.
Really?
You're my student. You do not school me. You should shut the f up and listen.
Your choice has been out of order, so you can make a new choice.
We're very flexible with allowing freedom. But where freedom is abused, it will be taken from you.
You probably have seen me yelling at my students. It's not abuse. In fact, people felt really loved and cared for when I would yell at them in classes. They felt like someone cares about me enough to yell at me, because it's uncomfortable to yell at people. I don't want to do that if I don't have to, but I love these people. And so I put myself on the line in order to be able to help people.
But the people who are on the receiving end of that, who are no longer part of the community, felt bullied and manipulated and exploited by you.
Of course. Is it okay if I grab some water?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Do you know where my Fiji went?
Oh my God.
No. You may need to get a new one.
Okay, that's fine.
So Jeff, you talk about yelling at people lets them know that you actually are showing them love.
No, but kind of.
In this topsy-turvy universe, love is expressed in anger, and hate is a consequence of love. Why are you the lightning rod for so much hate?
I think because we love people.
It doesn't make sense, Jeff. The equation doesn't add up. People who love don't usually receive hate. I just don't.
That's not true. That's not true. Look at history.
Okay, tell me.
Oh my God.
I'm not the
Well, you look at, for instance, like a lot of like historical figures, like Martin Luther King. Like I grew up Catholic, so I think of Jesus, like he was just loving everybody, even though it was difficult.
When you love people deeply, it touches parts of their hearts and themselves that are hurt. And so that can cause that hurt to come out.
Jeff and Shalia deny they set up the church to evade taxes and deny they are exploiting followers financially.
What are the different businesses that are in the Twin Flames universe umbrella?
I mean, we're here to talk about Twin Flames.
But that's part of it, right?
What are you here to talk about? Like, I'm not trying to be evasive here, but like, you're starting to get into a whole lot more subject.
Did you guys set up the church specifically to avoid taxes?
No.
We're the church's largest donor. It's designed to support the spiritual community and the spiritual teaching.
Yeah.
So there was no videotape discussion about how to avoid paying taxes and setting up a church?
In business, it's very normal to minimize your tax burden. Why would you pay more taxes than you are supposed to? We've always ensured we pay our fair share of taxes. You can't avoid the tax person. There's no way around that.
There are PR fees in your church filings.
Okay.
Well, how does that get explained?
I mean, our whole community came together to pay that. Like we're all paying to support.
Is impacted by what happened. It didn't just happen to Jeff and I. It happened to everyone that's in our community.
But why would that come out of the church?
It comes out of the whole community of which we are a part and of which we contribute to the largest amount.
What are you guys doing to make money? Like you're making money off the coaches because they're giving you 50% of their salary.
What you're saying is, what do we do to make money?
Exactly.
You're asking me really, what do I do to provide value for my community?
No, what do you do to make money?
Well, I provide
She's awesome, dude. She's awesome. I love her.
value for my community.
She's great.
But just in terms of bringing money in to support your lifestyle, where does that money come from?
Well, the money is, okay, so it's fine, it's fair. Might not look like I have a...
What is happening? Oh my God, oh my God.
In to support your lifestyle, where does that money come from?
Well, the money is, okay, so it's fine, it's fair. Might not look like I have a particular, job, like, making the food. Actually, one of my jobs is making the food. And I do design the menus for Divine Dish. It's a creative level things. It's entrepreneurial.
Oh, he's talking about the part where he gets the recipes from God. There's so many moments from this. I'm going to have to make, you guys, I'm going to have to make a best of this thing. Like, I can't even speak because I've been laughing so hard. It's going to have to be like the oh my God, there's so many though. How do you even pick? Like the tiny waterfall, right? Like her matching the chair, like him saying the thing about just sitting there. There's just so many. This is amazing.
Endeavor.
I know, the hair flip. I know.
If there's some sort of perception that we don't do anything, we're just profiting all this, it's absolutely upside down. We work incredibly hard. And
twice in the interview, Jeff, out of the blue, starts crying over his love for Jesus.
I grew up Catholic, and
here we go.
I left the religion in the church because of their stance on gay marriage. I felt that if two people loved each other, they should. Sorry.
Oh my God, this is when he starts crying about Jesus. Oh, this is fucked. Okay, let me just, for people who are just now getting here. This cult is doing all the culty things, but in addition to all the culty things, they're doing a new culty thing, which is they're changing people's gender. They're telling people they're the wrong gender, and they're having sex, like gender reassignment surgeries, right? And not only that, right? Bring me your babies, Heather says, right? That they're also like breeding, all this. So he's going the extra mile here to try to say that what they're doing, this is crazy. That he left the church, he's going to say because of the gay marriage. Wow, this is so fucked up. This is so fucked up.
I left the religion in the church because of their stance on gay marriage. I felt that if two people loved each other, they should, sorry. I'm very passionate about this. They should be allowed to get married. Wow. It was so painful to leave my church.
have so much love for Jesus.
Remember, he is Jesus. So he's really talking about himself there. And Heather, you're right. The front and backhand spankings, that stuff going to go in the video. I'm going to have to make a video. Holy fuck. This is incredible. Oh my God.
And it was so hard for me to leave that all behind
This is shocking.
and follow my truth.
Michigan, yes. Michigan. Don't ever go to this.
But it was the right thing to do.
Oh my God.
Jeff and Shalia say their logic and intuition have led them to believe their toddler Grace will only have one lover, God.
Oh,
we believe she's more like a monastic soul.
Oh my God.
Someone whose life path is dedicated to God as their love or lover alone. But I'm still going to teach her about, sex.
What?
And sexuality.
This is just an idea that we have come to, and we're seeing where it goes.
They have abandoned altogether another idea, that concept of golden children, which former followers believe is an attempt to breed a larger community.
It was a passing idea, just a thought, just playing around with an idea,
It's kind of strange, kind of weird.
Yeah.
Seemed maybe cool.
Seemed like a cool idea.
Explored it for a short time and let it go.
And then it wasn't like a big deal or anything.
Do you think that it's possible that you will one day see inviting people
Inside
to
of a jail cell? That's
explore
right.
the divine masculinity as a silly idea that you should move away from?
Yeah.
Part of your...
Yeah, any of it. There's no sacred cows here. Like even the twin flame concept, it's okay if it's misproven.
Whoa.
Followers have moved countries, married strangers, changed genders, based on teachings that no longer seem set in stone.
You guys are on a journey that people are following very closely because they believe in you.
Yeah.
And you're experimenting with things that...
They know that we're experimenting.
They know we're experimenting. Trust me, people have a mind of their own in our spiritual community. And
very much so.
They don't always listen to us. And that's okay. I don't really care. It's your life.
That's a fucking lie. He's going to get front and backhand spanked if they don't listen. I mean, this is crazy. Yeah.
Is this all going to come crashing down?
No.
No. I think, if anything, we're only going to continue to thrive.
Why are you getting all misty-eyed?
Oh, I'm thinking about Jesus. My love for Jesus.
God.
Just thinking about that.
How is your relationship?
It's really good.
So good.
Yeah, we're very happy.
Hold on. What is going on? What is
going to
happening?
continue to thrive.
Why are you getting all misty-eyed?
Oh, I'm thinking about Jesus. My love for Jesus. Yeah, just thinking about that.
How is your relationship?
It's really good.
So good.
Yeah, we're very happy. We're very in love. We'll start to cry. Yeah. It's very it's very sacred to us. It's like our altar.
Kane, I think you're right about that one.
And I love Jeff with my whole heart, and I'll be with him forever. I've never been so happy in my entire life. I'm such a better person, and I love myself so much, and he's taught me that.
But the business doesn't continue without that love for each other, right? It's all built on your twin flame union.
Yeah, our whole life is. And that's built on our relationship with God.
Yeah.
So I would rather not be in a world without God. If God isn't real, then take me away.
What?
I don't want any part of that.
What is happening?
I believe God is real. And I built everything on him.
What?
Coming up.
I'm not going to stop. And I hope that Jeff and Shalia know that.
I'm gonna have to whenever I go to make a best of video of this compilation video, I'm gonna have to sit there and think that one through because there's something happened in his brain where anyway, that was a very interesting way to finish that line of questioning, if you will.
We happen to be at the Twin Flames Universe headquarters as a tow truck pulls up. The yellow Corvette.
Oh my God, Kane, are you saying that's also what you're saying? You're thinking what I can't even talk. My brain is like between the laughing and the being horrified. It's like I can't formulate a sentence anymore.
A symbol of Jeff's success in so many videos is hoisted up and taken away.
What is Cal gone?
I got that for my 30th birthday from Shalia.
Is Cal gone?
Jeff says he doesn't really use it anymore and has traded it in for a Silverado pickup.
Yeah, it was special. It's kind of like the end of an era of my life.
Online, Jeff has called some of his former followers his hate squad. Now he says he feels compassion for them.
These former students left before they got the healing.
Oh, God.
So they just got out too soon.
Well, they had an upset that they didn't finish healing.
They didn't finish healing an upset.
They may claim Keely hasn't finished healing an upset, but she has found what drew her into the community in the first place: love.
I have found what a real healthy, happy relationship feels and looks like, and it's nothing like the twin flame relationship that I was in. Yeah.
You found love without it being channeled by anybody?
I found love without it being channeled. Yes, I found love without anyone telling me who it was, or it was on my own, and I'm very happy.
Victoria, too, has love in her life away from the Twin Flames universe.
My life is really good. Everything that I wanted in a relationship is what I found. And I wouldn't have had that had I stayed in that group.
We know that the people in the Twin Flames universe will be watching this. What sort of a message would you want them to hear from you?
There is life to be had outside of Twin Flames universe. It isn't hell. It isn't insanity. It's a good life.
I would love for them to feel like they have the freedom to choose what they actually want to do with their lives and their bodies and their minds.
They're not victims and they're not brainwashed. They're very smart people, and they can choose to be with Twin Flames universe or not be with Twin Flames universe.
This is online. You can just close your browser and you can't do anything.
I'm not going to stop until something is done to hold Jeff and Shalia accountable, and I hope that Jeff and Shalia know that.
Wow. An open investigation. But wait, there's more, guys. It's not done yet. So, believe it or not, so I think I said earlier, they've got a YouTube channel. They're still going strong, okay? There's all kinds of stuff. There's like short little videos with them giving tips on your divine, whatever the fuck it is. But there's this. Hear from us. This is in response. This is recently. This is in response to I'm sure this documentary and all the other apparently, publicity or whatever, but I had never heard of them. It seems like y'all hadn't either. So anyway, so now they have here, this is on their YouTube channel, Hear From Us, Twin Flames Universe, and there's a part 1 and there's a part 2. So let's see what they have to say.
First, no, we're not a cult.
I was just like interesting to watch how they would like with, the scary music and stuff, how they would like kind of switch the story in a way.
Never in my life here in the community have Jeff and Shalia ever talked to me about my gender identity at all.
No one talks about it when Tony Robbins charges thousands of dollars for a motivational speaking event or any of that stuff.
You're welcome. Glad you're enjoying it.
Cool. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I'm really looking forward to diving into this conversation and getting to chat with you all about
yeah, your perspective on the recent events and the media around Twin Flames Universe. Yeah, our really beloved community, and getting to share our side of the story. Feels really
right,
good to be
guys.
here today and to be in this space. And so, yeah, I feel like I just want to kind of start off with that's like, what is our side of the story of this?
Right off the bat, this question: how has Twin Flames Universe positively impacted you? Not just impacted you, but positively impacted you.
And if you guys would like to share some stories of, you know, how TFU has actually positively impacted you in your life and what it's really done for you.
TFU has changed everything about my life. Before coming into this work,
I mean, I believe that it's changed everything about your life.
I was actually like really not okay mentally and physically, and I actually didn't know if I was gonna live or not. It was that intense at times. And since coming into this work, I've been able to heal my mind. My physical body is better. I feel way more alive. I feel purposeful. Like I know myself on such a deeper level than I ever could have if I wasn't here. And that's why I choose to be here every day, because I see the progress. It's not just me talking. My life has changed drastically, and it actually, like, the teachings here literally saved my life, and I have a lot to give to that.
All of your money?
And to Jeff and Shalia for that. Like, it feels like an honor to be here. It feels like an honor to share this work and to help others, you know, come out of their, you know, darkness, because that's what's happening. And I'm watching it. And yeah, it's it makes me emotional, you know, because it's such a profound thing. And it's so like under the radar what we're doing, and like we're very like humble about that. And
have you met
to
your
anybody
master though?
Who, you know, feels that, you know, call on their heart to, you know, be healed or to find the tool, like the tool is here, and it's safe to try it out for yourself. That's
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I can share. So
while we're watching this, I'm gonna see if I can find more videos specifically with Jeff and Shalia, because I think that's the pure gold. Let me see if I can find
I
it.
actually would consider myself a very normal person.
Yeah,
So
I see why they laughed, because that is funny to think about, right?
Very grounded and stable and very logical.
Right.
And
yeah, that makes sense.
When I found Twin Flame Universe, and I like analyzed everything. It's not something that I just jumped into. And I, you know, was married, had 2 children, was, you know, had my own business, was, you know, really accomplished. I, you know, on the outside, my life looked really like good, but on the inside, I was miserable. So I had a lot of anxiety. And even though I was fit, like exercise wise, I had tightenings in my chest every single day from the anxiety and the stress. And I was really, really unhappy. I would actually say that I was depressed. And when I started on this path,
I'm just pausing this real quick. So I actually found, let me know which one you guys want to watch. So I found actually the interview with Avery. That's that reporter with the glasses without the lenses and whatnot. This is the full, I found the full uncut like interview. So that was like the backstory with like clips of the interview. This is like the full interview. So not all this was played. So this is just them sitting and talking. Do you guys want to watch this, or you want to watch the people in the call, the students, or whatever you want to call them, the followers? My guess is probably this. Probably. Y'all are so fucking funny. What do you guys think? You want to watch Jeff and Shalia, or do you want to watch the students? What are they calling themselves even? Let's see. They're just calling themselves Hear From Us. So I don't even know. Good gains. Oh my God. Heather says no preference. I couldn't say. Twiz, I'll say it. Although Twiz isn't watching, so does that? I don't know that counts. Okay, let's watch.
Why did you feel that now was the right time to share your story?
Well, I feel that there wasn't really a time, like there wasn't really a space to share our story. So when we would poke our heads out, so to say, it was just outrage, outcry. Like that's not a conversation. That's just being around a reaction. And so we just wanted to have time to let things kind of calm down and cool off, and you know, hopefully create a space where we could come out and speak, because we really did want to, but it seems that it just wasn't our time. It was the time of, you know, the ones, the other
no
side
kidding,
to share what they wanted to share.
Yeah.
And for you though, like why now?
Same. I mean, that's our answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned last night feeling canceled.
Yeah.
Do you feel as though you both have been canceled?
Undoubtedly. I mean, this is a textbook example of cancel culture.
Explain that for me.
Well, you know, I think she's probably the better person to explain that. She's the one doing all the studying of it all. So.
Well, it's just that there, you know, there was a reaction towards us, and it caught fire, and then it got shared all around the internet, and it got picked up, and then it just kept snowballing and snowballing, and to, you know, what we have now. And yeah, there just like wasn't an opportunity for us to like really share our side.
Jeff, what do you think the public's perception of you is, and where are they wrong?
I think they think I'm not a nice person and that I hurt people. And it could not be further from the truth.
The words that have been used to describe you are narcissistic, coercive, bully,
not true. Not true.
Cult leader.
Yeah, not true.
And that you have destroyed people's lives.
Not true. Not true at all.
Well, you can't.
So why are you the lightning rod for so much hate? Why is that?
I think because we love people.
It doesn't make sense, Jeff. The equation doesn't add up. People who love don't usually receive hate. I just don't.
That's not true. That's not true. Look at history.
Okay, tell me.
Well, I'm not the.
Well, you look at, for instance, like a lot of like historical figures, like Martin Luther King, like he loved, and he was loving not just the Black community, but loving the white community and loving the world. And he received a slew of hate, led to his assassination. You know, or like.
Okay, hold on. We have to do this. It's time. It's time. Hold on. Hang on.
I ate a lunch, like I had a whole delicious lunch. Yesterday I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendy made another new friend? Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know? Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm
Google?
going to die.
Why would that just come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a walk. Bitch, how old are you? Kane, go to sleep if you are going to sleep, and have good sleep.
I know, like I grew up Catholic, so I think of Jesus, you know, like he was just loving everybody, even though it was difficult and they didn't always like what he had to say or do. It was extremely controversial back then, but like he was loving them.
Jesus was controversial back then? Back when?
You have described yourself as the Master Christ.
Okay.
Whoa. So like this was not in the thing we just watched. You guys, moments like this. This is why I was like, this is why I made the executive choice here, the executive decision. I was like, I have a feeling this is the right call.
You have described yourself as the Master Christ.
Okay. Would you like to elaborate on what you'd like to,
Well, it's just you have described yourself as the Master Christ, right?
Right. Okay.
Wow.
So what does
I
that
do
mean?
have to hand it to her for sitting there and waiting for him to say something. That's not easy to do. That was a long ass pause. Wow. 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 That is
You
amazing.
have described yourself as the Master Christ.
Okay.
Wow. Props.
Would you like to elaborate on what you'd like to,
Well, it's just you have described yourself as the Master Christ, right?
Right. Okay.
So what does that mean to you?
It's a spiritual exploration. And, these docudramas and this cancel culture takes everything super out of context to make it look like I'm some megalomaniac who's using these strange titles to claim power, or they say that I think I'm Jesus. And that's just so silly.
Do you believe that you have a direct line to God and that God tells you
there's the jaw thing,
what's good for your followers, what's good for your community?
That's a silly misperception and a twisted way to present how we operate in a relationship with our students. So first of all, everyone has a direct line to God, and that's what we teach. And for us, God is love itself. And God is a loving, conscious being that created us. And we all have a direct line to God. We all know love in our hearts, and we can all choose to follow the direction that love is leading us or not. And if you're a parent, if your child is gonna...
God, he's flipping it and giving her, what do you even call, what?
Do something that's going to harm them, and you can direct them otherwise. Don't put your hand on that stove. And if you have a toddler, they wouldn't know any better. You have a more mature perspective in this area of life. And so you would lovingly direct them not to. And if they're just about to, you might yell, "Hey, don't do that." And, you probably have seen me yelling at my students. It's not abuse, and no one at the time felt like it was abusive. And we had many dialogues along the way. Hey, let's talk about our teaching style. Everything was on the table for open discussion. No one had a problem with it. In fact, people felt really loved and cared for when I would yell at them in classes. They felt like someone cares about me enough to yell at me, because it's uncomfortable to yell at people. I don't want to do that if I don't have to. I love these people. I want to see them grow. I want to see them thrive. And so I put myself on the line in order to be able to help people.
He's saying, I'm making sacrifices because I don't want to yell. This is hard for me. Look at me. I'm sacrificing myself to yell at you so that you can, because you want to be yelled at. And that, this is so messed up. This is so messed up.
And yet, Jeff, the people who are no longer in the Twin Flames universe will describe their feelings towards that in a completely different way.
Of course. Is it okay if I grab some water?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Oh my God.
Do you know where my Fiji went?
No. You may need to get a new one.
Okay, that's fine.
He touches his hair more than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He needs to be reupholstered. Okay, this is great.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Just to see them sitting there. Good.
Yeah, he gets dry mouth and he talks a lot. I don't know if you want on your microphone.
Are they trying to figure out if they should offer her water or not, and deciding not to? What the fuck? They're yeah.
So Jeff, you talk about yelling at people lets them know that you actually are showing them love.
He thought I was going to get him out of that question.
No, but kind of.
Okay, but the people who are on the receiving end of that, who are no
Sure.
longer part of the community,
Okay.
felt bullied and manipulated and exploited by you. They felt like you really hurt them.
Yeah. We loved those people, and we wish them well. we hope that they find the healing that they seek. And it's unfortunate that they couldn't, it's unfortunate that they didn't find that with us. And we did our very best to love them and serve them and support them with what they had asked us to support them with. And we parted ways, and that's okay. We wish them well.
They don't feel well, though. They feel really damaged by their experience in the Twin Flames universe.
Okay. We did everything we could to love these people. They didn't come to us, without hurt, without upsets.
Oh my God.
And when you do the spiritual work, you become aware of your hurts. They're often
That works out
unconscious.
perfectly because they have that divine gaming thing.
So this spiritual process is one of working through layers of your consciousness.
Tell me about channeling, the channeling that you received from God to decide who was each other's twin flame.
Right. I just don't like the framing here. Like it doesn't line up with what our reality is.
Why does that bother you so much?
Well, there's this perception is that I'm not a nice person, and I feel like I'm being thrown in with a whole other mindset of not nice people who do not nice things to people. And it's just simply not us. It's not what we do. So what you're addressing is, people say that we tell people who their twin flame is. But it's a spiritual path that you have to take on your own. Like you have to walk your path. And we know the path quite well. We're experts in our field. We've seen this happen many times. It happened in our own life. You can see when something is coming up on someone's spiritual horizon. And we'll point that out. Hey, we invite you to explore. We don't make twin flames.
But there were two rounds. There were two specific rounds where people were told, you two are together, you two are together.
It's not like that. There's nuance to this. And we live in that fine nuance. We operate there as a community in the spiritual teaching. It's not so black and white as, you're being match made. As I just said, it's an invitation to explore.
Are you denying that there were these two rounds of suggestions from the two of you on who each other's twin flame was?
They're not denying that there was an invitation to explore, but you have to take the journey for yourself. If I said to you, you might like this veggie burger, it's up to you to try to eat it or not.
Except if you're feeling...
Not if you're in this community, not if you're in this cult, because he's going to force you to eat it or not. And it would depend on if God told him he should, and then there's a recipe for it.
So much that there's a requirement to please the two people who have become so important in your community. And then the choice might not be there as clearly.
We don't encourage that kind of power dynamic.
Yeah.
You don't?
No.
Really?
Wow.
I mean, you're their guru, right? Your words have weight.
They do.
Yeah.
You gotta love how they don't even deny that, right? Because their egos are too big. Some cult leaders would say, "No, I'm not a guru, not them."
Really? I mean, you're their guru, right? Your words have weight.
Wow.
They do.
Yeah.
You look dubious.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Wow.
But you seem super defensive.
I feel that the framing is unfair.
But I'm asking you questions based on what's out there from your own videos, on your own
It's
videos.
taken out of context.
Then how do you explain how harmed people feel? I mean, there are people who, I think you've called them your hate squad. There are people who feel as though you tried to tell them that they were in the wrong gender, that they needed to change gender. Not one, not two, but a number of people.
Sure, I'm happy to address, these concerns. We are very gentle about this subject because it's incredibly
personal. We do not force gender change. We never have. We invite people to explore their gender polarity and see try it on, see what that is like for you.
In the Twin Flame community at large, not just Twin Flames universe, there's this belief that...
Wait, what's the difference? Twin Flame community and Twin Flame universe? What did he just do with his head? Oh my God.
In the Twin Flame community at large, not just Twin Flames universe, there's this belief that in a twin flame union, there's a divine feminine and there's a divine masculine polarity. And that
there's this belief. I love how she says it as if this like belief already existed. It's their invention. She's like, there's this belief out there. No. You made it up.
Polarity is what creates attraction. And that's what we have found to be true for us and for many others. And so we invite people to explore that. I feel like that's an important part of a person's spiritual journey, is finding out, their sexuality, finding out their gender. I did it, when I was a teenager. I did it when I was in college. And I explored my gender and my sexuality.
Interesting.
As a teenager, and even as a young girl, I knew I was attracted to the masculine, and I felt very strongly, probably in a male body. And then in college, I thought, well, I know I like the masculine energy. It could be in a woman. And so I experimented there. And
how come they left this out of the other one? What is happening? I'm backing it up. He did the jaw thing again. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on.
Finding out, their sexuality, finding out their gender. I did it, when I was a teenager. I did it when I was in college. And I
did what?
I explored my gender and my sexuality as a teenager. And even as a young girl, I knew I was attracted to the masculine. And I felt very strongly, probably in a male body. And then in college, I thought, well, I know I like the masculine energy. It could be in a woman.
That jaw thing is interesting. It's like he's trying not to punch something. Watch this. When she says the thing about how she likes the masculine energy or whatever.
Male body. And then in college,
there. So it's where she's saying she felt better in a male body. Wow. What?
The masculine. And I felt very strongly, probably in a male body. And then in college, I thought, well, I know I like the masculine energy. It could be in a woman. And so I experimented there, and I felt like, I don't know. I think maybe, maybe a masculine in a male body. That's probably my polarity.
Except your concept, the way I've seen it, is that a divine masculine cannot be in a feminine body. That body has to change to a man.
Yeah, no, that's...
Really?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So you've never suggested that somebody was in the wrong
P-Fox, actually, P-Fox, and so she straps up in the bedroom. That's what I just heard. Brilliant.
body, that they were actually a divine masculine and not a divine feminine.
So we invite people to explore their gender polarity.
But Jeff, if you have an element of control over them or sway over them,
okay,
and they hear you say that, and they know that it will please you,
that's not the relationship. That's not the relationship we invite. We're not inviting people to please us. We're inviting people to explore their spirituality, to look within themselves, to have their own personal relationship with God. It's not about me. It's never been about me. I don't want it to be about me.
What?
A cynic would say, you've got a business model, and the business model relies on twin flames being found. And you guys made a decision that, we've only got women. The vast majority of people who are following us are women. We need to make some of them kind of like puppet masters, men,
And then we're going to tell those people are going to be their twin flames, and they must maintain that twin flame in order to continue showing the world that this twin flame works.
This sounds a lot like a conspiracy theory. That's a lot of stretching going on
Well,
here.
where's the stretching, Jeff?
What do you know? Could you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, but you said that there's a lot of stretching there.
Well, you have this very stretched out, tall tale about what a cynic supposes that we do here, but it's just not true.
Mm-hmm. But so what part of that was stretching? Because most of the people that were in your community are women, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Most women, interested in relationships. That's, yeah.
And
sorry,
but
another drink of water.
Okay, sure.
Oh my God.
Can he
Why don't you
put
just
his
bring
water
it
there?
Yeah, keep it right there. That's
It's not
fine,
on
Jeff.
camera.
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay.
What is,
Sure.
wait, why are we having issues with the water? What is going on? I think he just wants an excuse to get up and get out of a question, or think he's going to get out of a question. By the way, it's a beautiful kitchen though. I have to say.
Water there?
Yeah, keep it right there. That's fine, Jeff. No, it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Just turn it up there. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh my God, this is so
It's dry in winter, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You already said that.
But most of your community is women. And the premise of the Twin
Yeah.
Flames universe is, amongst other things, that you're going to find your twin
Good
flame.
point. I need to back that up so we can see how short he is. That's a good point. Wow. Yeah. For sure. That's wild. You're right. Yeah, he's tiny. I mean, when I look at that table compared to just the chairs, and then I think about how tall I would be next to that table, he looks like he might be about my height, and I'm 5'4".
Oh, okay.
That's crazy.
Sure.
Yeah. I see that. Thank you for pointing that out. Wow. That is wild.
It's dry in winter, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But most of your community is women. And the premise of the Twin Flames universe is, amongst other things, that you're going to find your twin flame through the help of the spiritual work that you do and through you.
Sure.
So you've got a bit of a business problem if all of your followers are straight women.
Not true.
No.
That's not our business model.
No.
Our business model is, as I said, it's to help you look within yourself and love yourself. And that produces profound effects.
How many of your followers or how many people in your community have transitioned?
I don't know. A dozen maybe. Or...
Mm-hmm.
And how many of them have transitioned with the suggestions from you or as part of the exploration with you?
In the beginning, there were quite a few. Mm-hmm. And that's, many of them.
I think from what, a lot of them have shared that they were feeling this way, like even prior to meeting us. Like
some of them broke down and cried when they got the news from you that they were actually divine masculines, even though they were women.
So it's not the correct framing. It's an invitation to explore your...
You know what's also interesting? There's no divine feminine. Here's what I can say. Even looking on their YouTube page and looking at all the different videos, they only ever talk about divine masculine, which is interesting. There is no divine feminine.
Gender polarity.
People who are no longer part of your community have said that they were told by you that they were a different gender. Are you saying that they misinterpreted what you were saying, or are you saying that I'm framing it in the wrong way?
I'm saying and telling you what we do in these circumstances.
But it matters what they hear. So it's what you're putting out maybe is different from what they're hearing. And I'm just trying to figure out if that's...
Well, there's an ongoing dialogue, and we are responsible for our part of the relationship. I can't possibly be responsible for someone else's part of a relationship.
But if you tell somebody that they're the wrong gender, if they hear that, so you have former followers who believed that you told them that they needed to change their gender.
It's just... it's not fair, because the spirit of the community and the culture of the community is one of openness and dialogue and exploration and support, not this fearful, put you into the corner, you have to do this. It's just not true.
But I'm not getting it. I don't feel like I'm getting
Heather. What would Twist say? Okay.
An answer to that.
Okay.
I just don't feel like I'm getting an answer to that. I mean, there are people in your community who paint you both as puppet masters, as cult leaders, who have a level of control over people who are very vulnerable, and that you're abusing that control. And you're telling them what gender they are because it fits into your business model.
Yeah. You know, we've again, you know, we are here lovingly supporting people on their spiritual journey. We are not puppet masters. We are not over exercising our control to get people to do things that we want them to do. This is difficult work.
Yeah, it was just an invitation to explore. And they were with us at the time when, you know, we were their like, direct guide, and we invited them to explore, and they could have chosen, they can choose not to do it or not to, you know, like.
I guess they felt so invested in the community and felt so responsible for pleasing you both and listening to your words that if they didn't follow what you suggested,
Twiz would maybe make a joke about somebody pleasing somebody there. I like the idea of Heather's game there.
Longer be part of the community. And they were terrified of that because it had become their everything.
Yeah, we have enormous compassion for that. That's
But what's your responsibility in that as opposed to your compassion for it?
Well, as I said, I have enormous compassion for that if that was their experience. That's not what we aim to do. And there was never any opportunity for us to be able to address that if they were having that experience. Lots of upsets and difficult challenges come up along the way. And if you stop doing the spiritual work, one might get stuck in that upset and loop it in their mind. So it's hard to see, you know, that
Heather, we literally thought the same thing. I said out loud that I was going to be Twiz here because I was typing it in the chat, and I was typing this, and then Heather said,
negative experience with Twin Flames Universe and with us. And, you know, we did our best to love them. We wish them well. We hope they find, you know, the help that they seek. Once again, like, this is online. You can just close your browser.
Do you take any responsibility
that's not
for
true, and also it's not just online, but anyway.
the impact that the Twin Flames universe has had on some of the followers? You've obviously had time to reflect on the allegations against you.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
who's going to be one of us is going to have to go through the gender thing
that we got wrong was that we believed once you
unless they change their minds on it,
attained harmonious union, you found that oneness with your twin flame, your person, that you would never want to leave, that you would find that relationship to be so fulfilling and so wonderful and so beautiful that you would work through what arises in the relationship to keep it.
What's interesting about this, and I wonder where he's going with this, because again, when I was looking on their YouTube page, I was looking at all the videos, they had some videos that are named things like, is it time to call it quits with your twin flame, or like how to break up with your twin flame, or shit like that. And I was really surprised to see that. So those videos are out there. I wonder what he's going to say.
So at first we called it permanent harmonious union. And we thought that once you arrived at that place, that you just stay there. But that didn't end up being the case. And, you know, maybe it was a little altruism from young people who found true love themselves, that it would just be exactly as beautiful for everyone else that it was for us. But the reality was that everyone has a unique case, and their challenges.
I'm really surprised they didn't force people to stay married. I'm really surprised.
Were different. And some people found that, you know what, I really don't want this. And that's okay. You know, they move on with their lives. And some people found, well, this is too hard. This is too close. I need to take a step back and work on myself. And that's okay. They can do that too. Everyone gets to take it at their own pace.
But what about connecting people within the community, young women with people who have criminal records, and then being in situations that are dangerous, and them always having to reflect back on what they're doing wrong to not make this violent relationship work?
Yeah, so there's a lot going on here. That's
oh my God, hang on.
Not really.
Did they not do a background check? Oh no.
Of criminal records, and them being in situations that are dangerous, and them always having to reflect back on what they're doing wrong to not make this violent relationship work.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on here that's not really in our control. We're not encouraging people to get into relationships with violent people. That's not the frame here.
And what about the allegation that your teachings validate on some level rape?
That's absurd. I'm sorry. That's absolutely absurd.
That if you're with your twin flame.
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you there. There's absolutely no validity to that in any way. We strongly encourage people to respect people's boundaries. We have an enormous respect for people and their sexuality, and we would never, ever encourage anything remotely close to that.
Yeah.
I will say, what do you guys think? That's a different answer from him, I feel like. That was a different answer from him. What do you guys think? I'm curious. Huh.
It's really vile.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did encourage, you know what, grape, but like it wouldn't surprise me. I would expect it actually, but his answer there, I don't know. It was a different answer though from him. It seemed a bit less defensive and more definitive, but maybe that's just me.
Absolutely no validity to that in any way. We strongly encourage people to respect people's boundaries. We have an enormous respect for people and their sexuality, and we would never, ever encourage anything remotely close to that.
Yeah, that's really vile.
The idea that a twin flame union has a divine masculine and a divine feminine.
Sure.
And that the divine masculine should be able to have sex every day.
It's a consensual journey. I mean, like that's common sense with sex. You have to be, both parties have to be willing and choose that. And if at some point during, the intercourse process, one party says, slow down, stop, I'm not comfortable, you should honor that.
Because there's kind of a back and forth on a video with you where you're explaining that Shalia didn't want to have sex, but in a twin flame union,
we need to find these.
If one person does and the other one sort of naturally does.
I'll let Shalia answer the question.
Sorry, so can you repeat that again?
Oh my God. Okay, hang on. Okay, so I'm going to look for this video while they talk about this. Wow.
Explaining that Shalia didn't want to have sex, but in a twin flame union, if one person does and the other one sort of naturally does.
I'll let Shalia answer the question.
Sorry, so can you repeat that again?
Wow.
If there is a twin flame union, and one person in the twin flame wants to have sex, then by nature of the mirrored of the two of them, then the other but one does as well.
Yeah, it's very nuanced because, I feel very like we're in a very intimate relationship. And so I have found that sometimes if I didn't want to, but actually I did, he can kind of see that.
What?
And it's very healthy for us to have sex, and it's always consensual. And at the end of the day, if it's a no, it's a no, I don't want to. But I have definitely, because we've been together so long, we're so intimate, I've come to trust him. And I know when he's saying maybe we should.
And it goes both ways too.
It goes both ways because sometimes I'm the one that's hey.
I'm like, no, I don't want to. No. And she's like, come on, And often, it's true. It ended up being that it was better that we did. And
it was better that we did in the end.
And sometimes, it wasn't the case. And I say, firm no, and she respects that. And that's what we have in our relationship. And that's what we teach, toward in our community.
Yeah.
And do you think that,
can I just stop you?
Oh, yeah.
Can I have your water briefly? Yeah. I might be blushing a bit.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What's your definition of a cult?
Hold on, can you ask what I can hold on a second?
Watch your beers.
Definition of a cult.
Yeah. What's your definition of a cult?
So, as far as I understand, there's not a agreed upon specific definition of a cult.
Wow.
What my personal definition of a cult is a harmful organization, a group that extracts the well-being of its members in exchange for a delusion, and doesn't let them go. And I can see why, like, how easy a target Twin Flames universe can be for that, because Twin Flames seems like such a fantastical idea. Like, you have an ultimate lover. You have someone who's perfectly designed for you, that completes you in every way, that grows with you, that is your eternal complement. It is a divine, extraordinary concept. And I can see how people would be skeptical of such a concept.
But so that's like, are you guys cult leaders?
No.
No.
Guys.
No.
Okay.
And a cult, like your description of a cult is extracting.
All right. I my jaw is on the floor, you guys. So there's okay. Let me just show you what I'm looking at here. Okay. So there's the Twin Flames universe page, but there's also Twin Flames Jeff and Shalia page. Look at this, guys. They have their own YouTube. I'm gonna let y'all pick. Let's take just I want to watch all of these. Okay, let's just go through some titles here. Okay. Magical Sex Life, Twin Flames Happily Ever After, Twin Flame Sexual Trauma Healing, Terminating Our Pregnancy with Love, Miracle Baby Survived Miscarriage. This is when they're pregnant, I guess, at some point. Miscarriage number 2. Can guys get pregnant too? Oh my God. They're pregnant again. Twin Flame comic book. We're pregnant. What are the Twin Flame chakras? Why your twin flame blocked you. I think that probably the one that she's talking about with the rape and shit is probably going to be one of these ones where they're talking about their sex life. There's just Free Money Mastery Workshop with Jeff and special guest Michaela. Magic. I'm just clicking on something.
Jeff.
And I don't even know. I'm speechless. What do you guys want to watch? Someone blow their candle out. That's hilarious. I don't even know. There's so much.
Welcome back to our
Welcome back to our channel.
Now, what I will say is you guys will probably tell, like, some of these videos of them sitting there talking, that's where they got those clips from that we just watched where he's like yelling at people and shit, right?
Today we're going to talk about the magical sex life.
Oh God.
And this is
Here we
Twin
go.
Flames Happily Ever After. It is our way of showing you what Twin Flame union looks like after the fairy tale story typically ends. Usually says at the end of the fairy tale, and then they lived happily ever after.
What is happening?
Well, here it is. This is what we wanted to show you through our YouTube channel. And today we're talking about our sex life and how you can transform your sex life.
Oh my God.
If it goes dead in the water. What happens if you are no longer sexually attracted to your twin flame? What happens if you no longer have that spark anymore? What happens if maybe it used to be hot and spicy and wonderful, even if it was for a long time? And this happened to us in a way, and wanted to share our real life experiences, wanted to share our story, so that maybe it will help you to
Wait, Heather, what are you saying? The book that they wrote? Now I'm remembering, though. Speaking of that, we probably need to get a copy of that book, right? Both of them. Oh my God.
Through this one, if you ever run into this issue.
Yeah. Or, if you're in a circumstance where you have to take a break sexually, like which was the case for us when we went to have our embryo transfer back in like January of this year, you know, we were told, you know, no sex for like 7 to 10 days. And basically like, we're going to like at that time period, like when you get your HCG test result.
Okay, a couple things. Let me pull this down. You guys, there's so much. There's just so much. Heather, are you saying we need to get a copy of the book? Here, check it out. No, don't delete the logo. I just want to. Okay. Look in the top right corner, guys, where the squinguin usually is. That is a little painting. You see what that is? Somebody put in the chat. What is it? What animal is that? Oh, that's a good point on the malachite. But look up at the top right. What is that a painting of? Somebody, if you guys were here for the earlier parts of this portion, you'll probably special. It's a honey badger. That is a fucking honey badger. And yes, there's a rainbow. I think it's supposed to be a honey badger. It's got that prance and it's got that stance. And I'm like looking at all the books on their shelves. Gene Keys. Something yogi. God alone. There's just so much.
We'll let you know if you should continue being sexually active or not. And I was like, oh boy, you know, because we've never really done like a sex fast before in our like 8 years of being together. It's just never had to be. And I think, you know, we did do a video on this back in Hawaii.
Sex, Celibacy, and Ascension.
Yeah, maybe I'll link that one. It's a very good one as well. And
oh boy,
for us, like we were on like a minor sex fast back then, but it was for a different reason because we were still so new in our union. And any time that we go deeper into our loving, for instance, like what sex would do for us, we would go into like a lot of upheaval and at that point in our life. And so we decided just to like scale it back a bit, you know, just to like, let's digest the sex that we are having and like, let's process what has come up. And so that was what that video was actually about. What this one is about is when, you know, something like the medical industry steps in and they're like, you absolutely cannot, like the doctor orders, like, you know, you can't do this. And we found it like particularly challenging, but also really healthy to reassess our sex life and
well, hold on now. Also, this video is about if your sexual relationship just fizzles out anyway.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Because it can happen, you know. Such as the nature of relationships in life. And for us, it was like really interesting. At first I thought, yeah, I can do this. No problem. Like you know, before we met, you know, it'd been a long time. So, but
what is happening?
Yeah, nothing really quite prepared me for, you know, for what happened, you know, after that.
So this medically imposed break coincided with a spiritual experience of really the death of our old sex.
There you go.
And
I mean, literally, and that's the thing. Like, this is a real, like, this is still a channel. The community, like, there's the Twin Flames universe. There's this particular. It's like Twin Flames, Jeff and Shalia. Like, they're still popping out content. Totally love it. Love the idea. Too Fast. Oh, and Too Fast also changed their picture. Is that Brad Pitt?
And following along in our earlier videos, Shalia talks about having sexual trauma from the time she was 3 years old. Mm-hmm. And really it stems from a deeper ancestral sexual trauma that she was overcoming. We were overcoming together. Mm-hmm. And this had manifested in our sex life as really a block to our intimacy and a block to our ability.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like an upset, but you know what? They're not going to fucking say it because they're too good. They're above upsets. Don't you need to go talk to the mirror? Don't you need to go talk to the mirror?
To go closer and closer. And even after
the medically, induced celibacy, our sex life really hadn't recovered.
Yeah.
And even though we could, there's no longer a block to say you can't have sex anymore, it did take some time to ease back into our sexual relationship because of, physical healing.
Right.
And emotional.
And emotional healing too. We had to heal emotionally because like I could always feel that
Randall.
piece of separation
Welcome.
in our sex life. Like before that was
There's
my
the jaw.
trauma.
Oh my God, the jaw thing. The jaw thing. He's doing the jaw thing. Interesting.
I would notice that a lot of the times when we would be making love, like it was really difficult for me to remain present.
You guys, so some of you guys who've been here longer, I'm just thinking about people who are just now getting here, which I love. And this is like, welcome.
Part of my trauma response was to like basically like leave my body. And that was a really big battle that I'd been fighting like all those years.
And that's the last thing you want to experience as a man, making love to your woman. Is for her to just
check out,
disconnect. You're bringing your full presence and all of your love and all your energy to fill her up inside and to share your divine gift with her. And
my jaw's on the floor again. Hold on, dude. Where's you guys?
Out.
Disconnect. You're bringing your full presence and all of your love and all your energy to fill her up inside and to share
fill her up inside and you share your divine gift with her.
Hey, what is this? And
wow.
So
is that what you think of your own semen? Do you think it's a divine gift?
Key to this is what you want, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't, I just wanted to add that.
Well, I definitely appreciate your like.
Bless your heart. Cat Reynolds has not had his morning egg and toast. Bless you.
And your commitment to me all these years, and for better or for worse, like it's a real it's the reason why they put that in your marriage vows. And
it's one of the 8 keys to harmonious twin flame union in our book is
commitment, exactly. And, there are definitely moments where like I would regain presence consciousness in our lovemaking, but most of the time I was.
So it's really funny because when she said there's moments when I would regain, my brain filled that in with consciousness, because usually it's like we're used to hearing about people that are, in cases where they've been hit over the head from blunt force trauma or whatever, So I literally thought regain consciousness, and then my brain like deleted it. I'm like, no, that's not what she's talking about. She's not out. She's not knocked out. But then she says it. What?
Exactly. And there are definitely moments where like I would regain presence consciousness in our lovemaking, but most of the time I was battling my sexual trauma. And like it was equally frustrating for me because they're like the bigger part of whom I am was like reaching out to Jeff and like crying for him, like I'm here, like I know, like I'm right here, I want you, like I want all of you, and I want to share all of myself with you. And so like it created this like tension inside where like I yearned for him and he was right there. And yet I was like
so for anyone who's joining, I'm just briefly who are we? These are cult leaders, and homeboy on the right thinks he's Jesus. All right.
Having like I was triggered and going through a traumatic response, and there was a lot of layers for me to heal around this, to finally come to the core of my sexual healing, as I mentioned in like my recent previous
like the song.
And finally like after my biopsy and taking my was it the methotrexate to release this pregnancy that didn't work out, I started to feel like something melt inside of me, like deep down.
Oh my God.
That trauma that just absolutely couldn't connect at that deeper place that we'd been wanting to connect. And yeah, it was deeply emotional for me, and I think I cried because like it's really hard when your lover is like right in front of you and like you can't reach them.
I think that people following this channel really feel you on that one.
Yeah.
You know, and here's the thing. Somehow I feel like I'm now one of these people, not in the way that he intends. By the way, I don't know if you guys can see the title up at the top. It says Magical Sex Life, just so you guys can see that. But like now, I think now we are in this category of people who watch this. I think that's Brad Pitt, though. I'm pretty sure that's Brad Pitt.
In front of you, and this is like why we wanted to talk about this is because we knew that you many of you would really relate very deeply in knowing this.
Yeah.
That many of you know your ultimate lover. Many of you can see them even in your everyday lives, and you can feel so deeply disconnected from them, and that can be a very painful experience.
I mean, I know the pain, and this is why I'm talking about it, because I too, like, I'm on my twin flame journey.
Raise your squirrel paw if you don't have a lover at the current moment.
And this is also my experience that I'm sharing. And so finally, you know, I felt that that core piece of my sexual trauma like start to melt away, where I could finally like
right. I was thinking the same thing,
Jeff
Heather.
in our lovemaking, and be like, wow, like here I am, here you are. Oh my God, this is it.
God.
You know, this is the
Oh God.
this is what I've always wanted.
No.
And I've had like, you know, God's been compassionate towards me.
Yeah, I'm gonna
over
skip
the
ahead a little
years,
bit
and,
because
like,
there's a lot of these.
Meaning.
And I feel like she's
When
going on and on about her trauma.
Going through these painful experiences like you saw us go through. First of all, it's all when you do what we teach, you're walking hand in hand with the divine source, with spirit, with your creator, with God. And God leads the journey for you. And God has led us through this experience. And it was by measure of our own faith in God and in this process that he could take us through this spiritual experience, this deep challenge, not for the purpose of, hey, let's see what they can handle,
right,
but hey, let's uproot this trauma, this separation from that state of union so that we could be
And she said she was
closer
gonna
in our
link
union. And
another one in here.
I gotta say, it's a beautiful journey.
Oh my God. There's the book.
It's really like worth it.
Oh my God.
Because now I experience so much joy in this place where I had been experiencing trauma, and to not feel like connected to that event in the same way anymore, especially like in my sex life. It's liberating. And like our lovemaking, like it's very healing. Like it brings enormous healing energy into me and into my life. It uplifts my vibe. I notice like a huge difference. Like I'm vibrationally much higher.
Oh my God.
My chakras feel a lot more clear and like purified. Like there's a lot of benefits to
I'm opening up all
healthy
these
twin
guys.
flame
Don't worry.
sex. I can feel now on a deeper level that when we're making love, like you're giving me something, like you're giving me the love, the energy, the medicine, the spiritual
Oh my God.
solutions that I need to help me through my
I
spiritual
feel though
challenges
like
and
they're
blocks
just
in my
stealing all the
life.
lyrics from
and
that
I feel like I do the same to you.
Yeah.
And so it's like a medicine, a sacred medicine that we
like
take.
literally they're just stealing all the words from that song. So this bottom video here is they made it private, but I've got these other ones opened up. Wow.
And I feel like I'm able to like experience the medicine in a more whole way.
Well, that medicine is my very being, given to you, and your very being given to me.
Yeah.
And that's why we say, like, you're a virgin until you make love to your twin flame, because you've never experienced what real sex is.
And that's great. That brings us full circle back to the question from the other day. Shout out to Official. Official had a question asking for a friend. What counts as losing your V card? How far in does it have to go, right? And we had Twiz on, and we were talking about like Twiz was saying, he was being super generous. He was like, just the tip, right? Basically, he said like, and I was like, well, really? Like, I don't know. And I feel like some of the other ladies were also agreeing that that doesn't count or whatever. Like if you're a dude, but anyway, turns out, as we're learning here, that no, we are all virgins, because you've never experienced real sex until you pay $50 bazillion to get brainwashed by these crazy people, and have your gender switched, and then you have sex, and then it finally counts, apparently.
Because it has to be like that, the medicine of your soul. And you can,
it's a spiritual act more so than a physical act,
right? Like you can have sex with anyone, and
so then are you even having physical sex, or
like that the medicine of your soul? And you can,
it's a spiritual act more so than a physical act,
right? Like you can have sex with anyone, and you can shift around your the energy that you're giving to them in order to be pleasing to them. But if you're changing your vibration to something other than what's natural and authentic to you, you're going to take from yourself to satisfy them. Or if you're giving what is naturally you, they're not going to be completely satisfied or accepting.
Now, I just want
what
to point out,
you have to offer.
I just want to point out, this dude has literally no credentials, right? Like, this is not this is not like, there's people who they actually have a job. There's like people who have a job as like a sex therapist. This is not his, what did they say? He has an undergrad degree in like business management or whatever, which apparently he failed at initially in Hawaii. He was like teaching surfing or whatever. Anyway, and then he started this multi-level marketing cult / church thing, and, brainwashing and anyway, so everything he's saying is just bullshit, right? Yeah.
Offer, which is your very divine being, and that leads to resentment and rejection and just not a healthy relationship. And while you can have sex with with another person that's not your twin flame, you can't have a healthy, growing sexual relationship that is fundamentally satisfying on all levels with anyone else.
Yeah.
And that relationship is what gives rise to this exchange of divine nectar.
Oh my
you
God.
and your twin flame
Divine nectar.
Exclusive to one another. And I know those of you who
divine nectar
have made love to your twin flame know that.
Oh my God.
That medicine, know that nectar, know how divine and perfect it is. And you can see why it's worth it for us to have gone through all of the challenges that we've gone through in order to arrive just at a new and deeper level of loving and healing here, because it's truly divine.
It is. And
remember, they've also changed their last name to Divine. Okay, I'm gonna pause that one there. Let's pull up one of these other ones, because this is ones they referenced here. This is the Twin Flame, Sex, Celibacy, and Ascension. Let's see how this one goes.
From divineguidancereadings.net. And
wow, so you can different camera quality, older video.
Talk to you about sex, but really celibacy. So,
interesting.
Shalia and I have chosen to be celibate until further notice, and we wanted to explain why and share this sort of aspect of our lives, our sex life, with you.
So the story begins back in June of 2014 when we had our first physical meeting. We'd been online dating for a couple months prior, and there'd been sexual energy transactions over webcam. But that's just kind of playing, kind of fun. It's very limiting. We all know that. So from June
Look at
to
this dude just staring at the camera. That's so awkward and creepy.
probably sometime around fall, we were pretty sexually active, especially the first couple months from like June to August, September. We were highly sexually active. And we started noticing our sex was starting to like dwindle down. It was like really high and so much, and that's normal too.
Quiz does
That
what?
started, that was like, you know, it in the beginning, it, you know, you always kind of like rabbits, you're excited. But
Stares at the camera
I noticed
creepily.
like my body was not open to receiving his penis as much.
Oh my God.
And I wasn't getting turned on, and I was just desiring to, I don't know, I just have a desire to have sex. Although I'm very attracted to my partner,
Heather.
I don't look at him like with sexual, like it's not like sexual for me. Like our love is very spiritual.
I'm just dying. He's, dude, motherfucker is standing over there, right? Thinks he's Jesus, thinks he's God. And she's like, yeah, I'm just not into you anymore. But I'm wondering if this is the video that was referenced where they talk about grape minus the G. It might be. It sounds like it could. Doesn't sound fun anymore. Would agree.
It's very true. It's very real. It's beyond earthly love. And what I mean about earthly love is earthly being like sexual. It's very much in the I don't know, I'm gonna say the higher realms, I guess. Like we really connect on so many different higher dimensions that if one of us for some reason we're no longer able to have sex,
Well, she's like, we never have to have sex again. Oh my God.
Problem in this relationship at all.
Hey, official, by the way, so these two people who you're on the screen, they just answered your question for your friend the other day about losing the V card. The answer is not what you thought, though.
Moving forward to today, you know, well, let me just backtrack a little bit. It did take me some time to honor my body and honor my voice and realizing that my body was, sex was really intense between us. And also the duration of sex started to get shorter and shorter with us. We'd have like long sessions. And then
wait a second. Hang on. Stop everything. Hold the phone. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
My body and honor my voice and realizing that my body was, sex was really intense between us. And also the duration of sex started to get shorter and shorter with us.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
We'd have like long sessions in the beginning of our sexual
what are you having for breakfast?
Encounters in the beginning, and then
Randall, have you had your?
Sorry,
let me pause real quick. I have to make sure everyone's having their breakfast. So, too fast. What are you having for breakfast, Kat? Did you have your breakfast yet? And let me back this up so we don't miss a moment of this. And oh, I should put those on as well. She's honoring her body. All right, excellent.
It was really intense between us, and also the duration of sex started to get shorter and shorter with us. We'd have like long sessions in the beginning of our sexual encounters in the beginning, and then it also got shorter and shorter. And I mean, it was just, we'd be blissed out, you know, and we'd just be like in this high for days. But it would also bring up a lot of stuff.
So this is the reason that we're choosing celibacy. And
yeah,
about to touch
this is
on it.
pretty much it.
So what we found is that when we have sex, us in particular, and I'll get to
us in particular
in a minute. But when we have sex, we go really deep with our sex, and it becomes
extraordinarily
intimate and loving.
Oh dear.
And what happens is,
except for when you're graping each other,
of our life, a whole lot of stuff starts to happen on the outside because so much is happening on the inside.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
What
Oh my
we
God.
found out when we were doing card readings and talking to divine
oh
mothers
dear.
is that our sex is a tool for our ascension. And here's how we know this: is when we have sex.
I missed the hand gesture because I was typing official's new command in the chat. Make sure official, let me know if I didn't get it right. Okay.
Really deep with our sex. and it becomes extraordinarily intimate and loving. And what happens is the rest of our life, a whole lot of stuff starts to happen on the outside because so much is happening on the inside. So what we found out when we were doing card readings and talking to Divine Mother is that our sex is a tool for our ascension.
Who's Divine Mother?
And here's how we know this, is when we have sex,
Sounds good.
it's rarely simply a carnal.
You know, it's funny you should mention that. Official says, I love how he just took over like he has lady part. Funny you should mention that because these cult leaders are known, for people who are just now joining us, are known for forcing people to change their genders. So
experience. And there's a massive upheaval the more sex we have, or the more intense or long our sessions are.
Yeah.
So
what?
The reason we're choosing celibacy right now is because we're aware that our sex is a tool for our ascension.
You're a
So
tool.
what I mean by this is, just reiterating, as we go deeper into our intimacy, deeper into loving, everything out of alignment with that love comes to the surface to be healed. So if I have some sort of deep anger issue going on inside me and we have sex, we touch on that, we bring love to that space during our sex, that comes up to the surface to be healed, and I'm going to experience a whole lot of anger. Or we free up all this energy
What is happening
during our sex life, and then suddenly there's, like we're experiencing right now, a whole lot of wonderful projects coming our way to work through.
Oh yeah, we channel that energy.
So we realize that this is a tool, and we
Or-
don't
yeah,
want to
Heather, I would say
If we
so.
started having sex again, frequently now, we would be massively inundated. We have so many
Yeah, but-
projects and so much important stuff happening right now. We started having sex, suddenly we'd have even more on our
And
plate.
it's not so much.
this is now they're just making fucking excuses because their job is making these stupid videos.
That,
At this juncture, it's before they have their whole thing. Official, do you like your command?
There's so many projects.
Right.
It's more about processing a lot of our emotions and processing a lot of our past trauma and healing that has come up through various channels, not just through making love together. And I think that's
Look
a
at
big
his
piece
face.
of it. It's like if we keep throwing more and more stuff on top of our pile, we just feel like we're drowning in our stuff.
I can watch that.
And it doesn't feel good. Like
I agree.
What is the purpose of sex in a relationship?
I do. Okay. Let's check out the other one real quick, and then then we can move over to flat earthers if you guys want. I'm totally down.
Name's Jeff. That's right.
This is crazy.
Welcome back to our channel. I'm Shalia.
Yeah, these are the same people, by the way.
My name's Jeff. That's right. And as you can see from the title, we are moving on to the juicy topic of sex and twin flames.
So the music playing in the background. What is that shit?
Sex is good, folks. Sex is good.
Yeah, it's pretty synonymous to sex and twin flames. They really go hand in hand here. I mean,
the music is so distracting. What the fuck is that? Official, please let me know if you like your command, and yes, you can always share a secret. Just to hold on. Is it a pentagram? I think so, definitely. This is crazy. And what is happening?
That's right. And as you can see from the title, we are moving on to the juicy topic of sex and twin flames.
The sex is good, folks. The sex is good.
Yeah, it's pretty synonymous to sex and twin flames. They really go hand in hand here. I mean, that's practically obvious, but some people are a little confused about that one in particular. But Jeff and I were talking fairly recently about twin flame sex, and I guess we're talking about our sex, I guess. And as we went deeper and deeper in our conversation about our sex, it's a popular topic around the house. I mean, it's normal. But the point is when we're talking about it, as
his face, this is just, there's something not right, more than what we even thought. The thing is with the long hair, this was not as easy to see. Watch this thing with his face.
How big around the house? I mean, it's normal.
Yeah, but should probably get intuition because we already figured this out. We've been watching these people for a long ass time, and we definitely came to that conclusion as well. But that official's got good instinct. Look at this. This is just what it's like a seance / I don't even know what.
Around the house. I mean, it's normal. But the point is when we're talking about it, I was like, I feel like I've never really had sex before until we met. I mean, it's like physically, I wasn't a virgin, but like emotionally, mentally, spiritually, I was a virgin until I met Jeff sexually. And when we started talking about it, like I just felt like something changed in my heart, and I was like, wow, like this is real shit. Like, I really am a virgin. Except for when the day we actually like made love together, and the reason why everyone is actually a sexual virgin, spiritually speaking, is until you meet your twin flame, you've never actually experienced what true sex is meant to be designed for. It's meant for the truest of love to be expressed. And you experience that truest of love not with a soulmate or a false twin or even anyone else. You experience that with your twin flame.
Yeah.
And I felt that, like, I mean, we obviously have enough experience with our sex life at this point that we can definitely talk about the contrast between our sex life now that we have together versus like the sex life we had with prior sexual partners. And it was never fulfilling. It was never.
I'm at that point where I'm not going to be able to stop laughing. My face hurts. And part of it is this music and his face and what y'all are saying. Oh my God.
It never was very, it wasn't insatiable. It didn't quench this deeper part of my soul that was that was thirsty, that was desiring this deep, deep level of loving and transcendental spiritual experience of love in my sex. And I remember, like, the first time we ever made love, I swear to God, I cried for maybe 30 to 60 minutes straight.
She wept, like uncontrollable, shaking, weeping.
And I'm not that kind of person. Like,
you guys, sorry, I can barely breathe. I can't catch my breath because I'm laughing too hard. I just wanted to his face
was very
oh my God,
it was insatiable. It didn't quench this deeper part of my soul that was that was thirsty, that was desiring this deep, deep level of loving and transcendental spiritual experience of love in my sex. And I remember, like, the first time we ever made love, I swear to God, I cried for maybe 30 to 60 minutes straight.
She wept, like uncontrollable, shaking, weeping.
And I'm not that kind of person, that type of person, just like cry like during sex.
I was like, oh, like a few thoughts were going through my head. First was like, oh no, she's crazy.
Oh, shut up.
And then that one passed, and I was like, oh damn, I'm good. And then that one passed, and I was like, oh no,
Well,
like
yeah,
she's never been loved before.
Yeah, that was it. Like, well, you never were, I assume you. I guess you're having a different experience. I don't think you've ever wept.
I didn't weep after our sex, not like you did, but I definitely felt touched and moved.
He cries when I sing him love songs.
Yeah.
That's right. Anyway, it's it's just a different.
Oh my God.
We just express ourselves differently in different areas of our lives. But like for me, like I had I had quite a few sexual partners in the past to like finally be like experience that real love that I thought must exist, but maybe it doesn't because I'm making this up in my mind. that it actually does exist. So yeah, I freaking lost it. I was like, oh my God, I've never been loved sexually before. And I didn't really know it completely until like we made love. And there's definitely a few times even after that where I just like break out and start crying. And I'm like, wow, I am so loved. I have met my twin flame. I've met my true love and my match. So yeah, it was a really big deal. And I never considered myself a virgin ever. I mean, except for despite the actual fact, right? But when we started talking about it, and Jeff's like, you've never really had sex before until we met. And I was like, oh my God, it's true, like, I'm only designed to have sex with one person.
Oh my God.
And it's meant to be him, and he's my eternal lover, my eternal partner. And so, yeah, of course, it like completely makes sense. Like sex before was just an act. Even though, sure, I felt love for my sexual partners. I felt something, obviously, for my sexual partners. Some of them I even thought they were my twin flame, and I was very, very convinced, especially with my false twin flame, of course. But,
Wait.
there you have it. It wasn't until I met Jeff I realized.
False twin flame? Oh, dear. You guys, I'm dying.
Wow, like our love has really been consummated, and this is what it actually means, and it's very beautiful. I highly suggest twin flame sex, especially when you get into union and harmonious union. It's just it's a whole new level, man. It's a whole new game.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So did you want to add anything to this special video, this talk?
The sex is good, and it keeps getting better, and it's completely satisfying on every level that you could ever ask for sexually.
Yeah.
And there's no limit to it. Like it's an endless playground where you can go anywhere you desire, and you desire to go everywhere. And everywhere you go, it's delicious, and it's this deepening relationship.
Oh my God.
Because the sex just keeps getting better because we get to know each other better.
Right.
And there's an endless knowing to discover.
Remember what they said in the other video that directly contradicted this was like, remember when they were like, it's like the more we get to know each other, it's like the worse that like we can't have sex anymore. And like, then it was like, we have too many projects. And like, anyway,
between us.
Yeah.
And we get to relate more and connect more. And there's an endless relationship to deepen. There's an endless connection to explore and discover. Everything anyone could ever desire as far as sex goes, it's with their twin flame. This is one of the many wonderful benefits of your union, the sex. And every other true union we ask, the exact same thing.
Sex is very
It's the best sex I've ever had in my life. Keeps getting better. Wowee.
Right. It's not just us. This is a common sign of twin flames, a common phenomenon of twin flames.
You know what
the
you
love
have.
is so real. Of course, the sex is going to be delicious.
You'll know.
They keep saying delicious.
Oh, you have what is real when you see what is real in your sex life.
Right.
And you see what is real everywhere you decide to connect. But if you don't connect, can't get it. And if you're having trouble connecting, use the resources that we provide in the box below. And some of them we guarantee harmonious union with the
resources,
including one of our e-courses, which it's called Twin Flames.
Comments are turned off, not
The first 4 lessons are free. You'll find a link in the box below. Click it and watch the first 4 lessons for free. It's a 24-lesson course. Guarantees harmonious union, and it's deep, it's intense, it's in depth, it's powerful, and it's really easy to work through. So check it out in the box below, as well as the other Twin Flame resources we offer. And our job, our purpose, our life's work is to help you into your harmonious union.
Sorry, we're gonna do flat earthers.
Yes.
So if you like what you see, like the video, subscribe.
We're gonna do flat earthers, but first, sorry, I just
hi folks.
Like I said, these titles are insane. This one says, "Oh my God, amazing 5D twin flame sex technique." 5D.
I'm Jeff.
I'm not.
And I'm Shalia.
Really?
Oh my God.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Definitely.
I don't know what's happening.
Should we do the whole video like this?
I
How many people can we piss off to get them to stop watching now? Huh?
Oh my god.
Today we're going to talk about amazing 5D twin flame sex techniques.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, you guys, my face hurts so bad. I'm not kidding. My face hurts and I'm crying.
Oh boy, here we
Don't
go
worry,
again.
you'll learn how in this video. So you're gonna need some tools for your amazing 5D twin flame sex techniques.
Guys,
If you don't have a singing bowl, made from pure metal and divine wood, and especially
divine wood, that's why he's talking about this.
Corrugated felt.
There's 7 metals in there. Yeah.
7, really? Mm-hmm. 7 metals.
Music is playing this time.
7 metals, blessed by a Tibetan monk. If you don't have this, you need to get one, on eBay from real Tibetan monks. And you need to ask that they be specially blessed for you. And once you have this tool...
It seems like he's joking, but like he's not joking.
Then you can begin.
Why would anyone... So why? I don't understand. I'm so sorry.
So let's first lay some foundation.
What are they listening to?
Shalia, this is 5D sex.
What? I was thirsty.
You need to be taking this more seriously.
This place, it's hot in here. I'd have a drink.
You got a sweater on.
5D sex, it's hot. Oh god, you're broke.
I saw you try to cover up for that one. So now that you know it's possible, amazing 5D twin flame sex, we're going to teach you some amazing sex techniques.
Okay, guys.
First, let's define the difference between 3D and 5D.
We already have a baby, Meg.
3D is the everyday, usual stuff.
Real.
5D.
I understand why you would think that, but we've been watching for, well, I don't know, like 2 hours, maybe longer. This is real. They're cult leaders. This is an older video, right? Recently, they look very different. I'll pull it up too so you guys can see what they look like now. But this is for real. I understand why you feel that way.
It's just your imagination. 5D is like when you're a kid and you have that imaginary friend named Rex or Susan or Fufu. Or you see that dinosaur down the street, you point at it, you're like, Mom, there's a dinosaur. Look! And she's like, I don't see it, honey. You're like, oh, Mom, you're not looking in the 5D. And she's like, oh, you're right, honey. Now I see it. That's the 5D.
Wow. Wow.
So in order to have 5D sex with your twin flame, you're going to need to know how to get there. And you get there through your imagination. That's right. The 5D doesn't exist except in your imagination. That's not to be confused with your inner world.
Oh, my God.
You can't have sex in your inner world either. You need to have sex through your inner world into the 3D. Because there's no difference between the inner world and the 3D. However, the 5D is a different place entirely. The 5D is imaginary land.
Oh my God.
It's the illusion. Now we must have great reverence for the 5D illusion. We must pour all our energy into it. Because otherwise, it can't be very real at all. But the more energy you put into that lie, the more real it can become.
Right.
So here's the amazing sex technique. First, you get your singing bowl, the special one, and then... Sorry.
Fox, you're totally onto something.
I've done the sex technique so many times, I just can't help but trigger orgasms, when I hear the sound. Now...
I have to say, he's vamping or filibustering rather for quite a while because this video is halfway over and they've not said a damn thing except him making these sounds. But I think you're definitely right about that. I'm gonna jump ahead and see if they do anything here.
Expect to feel satisfying sex. That's silly.
Yeah, I tried it. Trust me. Before we
literally no, they don't actually off. There's nothing. This is crazy. Okay, so Pee Wee Herman vibes is right. So I was just gonna show you guys what they look like now.
you know,
this is what they look like now. That's
Jesus. He's not Jesus. I don't believe that at all.
None of my students think I'm Jesus.
Have you told people to change genders?
We encourage people to explore. And I hesitate to answer that question in the way that I'm feeling led to answer that question, which is yes or no. But the reality is...
It kind of is a yes or no, Jeff. Like it kind of is.
There's context here. The answer to your question is we encourage people to explore their spiritual...
This is so good. I want to take one quick look at the little waterfall, and then we're going to move on to flat earthers, promise. I just want to see the little waterfall because that's like the best thing. And I'm going to make a video. Like I mentioned a long time ago, I'm going to make a video of like the best moments from this, which is really most of it. But I'm going to make a video. I'm just looking for the waterfall. Is it around here, maybe?
Promise. Okay, but you got a pinky promise you're going to follow me and not be afraid. All right?
Creepy promise part.
I sealed that with a kiss.
Creepy.
Coming up.
I said, well, how is this not a sex cult now if he's forcing partners?
I think it's earlier.
This is the Porsche. It's a $100,000 Porsche. This just came yesterday. This is one of the finest Corvettes you can possibly buy today. Most of this income comes directly from my wife and I, my twin flame and I, teaching others how to have beautiful, healthy, loving, romantic relationships.
There have been people who...
Wait, when did I sound like Barbara Streisand? That's crazy, because doesn't she have an accent? Did I sing something? Because it's entirely possible that I did. I'm just looking for this waterfall because it's like the literally best thing. I feel like it was towards the beginning.
Followers, more than 2,000 are students paying to heal their way to their dream life. One of them, Simmer Sakon, did 300 group sessions called Online Ascensions.
There it is. There it is. Found it. Found it. Found it.
To tell the story of what's happening behind.
Found it. Here it is. Here it is. The tiny waterfall. Oh my God, this is the best part.
For years, this house and the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I got to show you that waterfall, though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
Yeah, the waterfall.
I got to show you that waterfall, though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
I think it's really just a drainage spout, to be honest. I can't. Oh, did I sing a high note? I didn't even notice I did it. That's so funny. If anything, I try to not sing as much as I normally feel the urge to. I want some of what they're speaking. I mean, I know. So this is, the possibilities are endless here, but we're going to switch on over to flat earthers as per request. So I just picked one. I don't know if you guys have any specific ones, but this one looked good. I mean, I've watched a lot of these, but it's been a long time, so it's not like I have like a go-to. But yeah, let's take a look at this one here.
Before we jump in, we've got a huge announcement. A lot of folks have been asking for this for years. We're finally giving you the first ever Jubilee podcast called Radical.
You don't need that. All right.
The other model is the shape of the Earth. 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. One small step for man. One giant leap for mankind.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I don't think. I know for a fact it's a globe.
The Earth is flat.
It's like we have this picture of reality that's a big puzzle piece, and then one of those pieces just wasn't fitting.
I'm always open to having a discussion with someone who is holding a wrong belief like this.
When you were wrong, okay.
I'm not. The evidence is so much. Nobody wants to be a flat earther, but if you showed me incontrovertible evidence, I would definitely go back. Who wants the ridicule?
Where do you want to get from the discussion with the other side?
I'd like to tear them to pieces. I'm Jim Underdown, Executive Director of the Center for Inquiry West in Los Angeles and the chair of the CFI Investigations Group.
I'm Spencer Marks, one of the senior members of the CFI Investigations Group, Science Advocate.
I am Marina Yeri. I'm a theoretical physicist, and I'm with the University of Irvine.
I'm Wendell Walton. I'm a Chief Learning Officer for a young startup.
I'm Shelley Lewis. I'm a graduate of West Point, critical thinker, and jumped out of the airplanes.
My name is Dan Glattman. I work as Dan the Waterman in the drinking water filtration industry, and I'm a truth seeker.
I get my flat earthers on the left and my globe earthers on the right.
Globe earthers usually fine.
Only step forward if this is true for you. I believe the earth was created by a higher power.
Huh. This is interesting.
Well, I've been a Christian for 30 years, so the Bible is a flat earth book. You have to take it literally. Like, for example, in Isaiah, when it talks about how the earth is like a clay wax seal that's stamped with upturned edges, that's just not some fancy story. That's a simile. It is like.
Right, absolutely. And in Isaiah talks about too, and I'm a Christian, he who sits upon the circle of the earth. There's a difference between a circle and a ball.
Well, exactly. Yeah. If you look at the original Hebrew, it means disc. There's over 200 scriptures in the Bible that point to a flat earth.
Wow, that's very interesting. So they're basing, interesting. They're basing what they think the earth's shape is on the Bible. And when the Bible says it's flat, they're like, yep, it's flat. But then when the Bible says it's round or a ball or a sphere, they're like, no, it's still flat. All right. That's what that's what I got out of that one. He calls himself a critical thinker, guys.
So this notion that you need God or some higher power to create the earth or the universe is very old, and was initially posited by people of a pre-scientific age. Since then, we have learned quite a bit about the universe coming into existence, when that happened. Modern humans don't get their cosmology, they don't get their physics, they don't get their knowledge of the universe from the Bible or any ancient text.
It's sort of like the God of the gaps. Once, people used to believe that lightning was God's wrath and throwing these lightning bolts, but once we understood it was a natural process, God shrank a little bit more, because now we couldn't attribute those lightning bolts to God. We had to attribute that to the real science. And the other thing, the point about the Bible specifically for me is, why is that one particular text the correct one? You choose to believe that, and that's fine, but there's so many other writings and so many other books, so why weren't they correct? Why is just the Bible correct?
Well, what you'll find in a lot of these ancient religions is they're all flat earth religions. All their cosmology goes back to being a flat earth with an enclosed system. So it's not just the Bible that teaches this. It's many different religious books.
So one problem I have is trying to explain phenomena happen in nature.
The only thing I'm not too thrilled about with this one, no offense, is that, and did that comment pin for you guys, is that it's not showing any, there's no exhibitees, as we all say for trial. There's no demonstrative aids, right? Like, I think I'm gonna see if I can find one that has like stuff like that. You know what I mean? I want to see a picture. I want to see them show me a photo.
By holy books. Those are religious books. Those are not books of science. And it is wrong to infer or deduct scientific readings out of those books.
My name is Wendell. I am a logical, biblically based, and scientific flat earther. I didn't start out, and no one starts out as a flat earther, but I had a lot of questions. So I actually got to the point where I had to go out and put my own eyeballs on it. So we went out to an observation at Salton Sea, and things just didn't add up down there. So we've gone back probably a dozen times, and I can guarantee you that there is no curvature over distance.
The internet has played an important role in confirming my view of this topic.
That's the problem.
Well, we have the advantage of information today that's outside of channels 2, 4, and 7 and the few networks that are corporately owned. It's pretty easy to say YouTube isn't research, but when you spend enough time, you're picking up quite a bit. And with the discussion groups, panels, we've gone against opposition. We've opposed ourselves. Surprisingly enough, Flat Earth is its own worst enemy. So it's not that easy for us to come to consensus. And we find that consensus is orchestrated and not actually scientific in any way.
You know, my grandfather used to tell me growing up, never believe anything you read in the newspaper, right? He told that to me. Now, with the age of the internet, it's like, you know, how much of this misinformation are you getting there? And when you have like eyewitnesses taking video of something, you do have to take everything with a grain of salt. That's why, because of my my multimedia background, I knew that all that stuff could be faked. You know, take it into Photoshop, take it into After Effects.
Okay, this is at the core of the issue of why there are so many flat earth believers out there right now. The problem is the information from someone who decides to start a website or produce a YouTube video is not reliable. When I have a toothache, I go to a dentist. When my car breaks down, I go to a mechanic. When you have questions about cosmology, you should go to an astrophysicist, you should go to a physicist, you should go to people who have spent years and years studying these ideas, not some 6-minute YouTube video. There is a percentage of people that if they saw a YouTube video that was not within their scientific chops to refute on the face of it, would believe anything out there.
One of the things I will say is NASA.gov has their own documents out there that we get to vet, which is through the Freedom of Information Act. And would you agree that NASA documents, if they're on display, that we should be able to go and research inside there?
NASA is not proving that the earth is flat.
Well, they say it in 14 of their
You
documents.
should read what NASA says, and you should listen to what
I
NASA
would
says.
love to see your NASA evidence that the earth is.
Okay, I'm pausing this real quick. So I'm just looking for another one where they're actually like, because I don't even actually really know the theories. So I'm just looking. Why are you saying I'm sorry to Meg? Wait, what happened? Wait, what? Did I miss something? Did I miss something? What are you talking about, guys? Are you asking this a question for me? And why are you saying you're sorry, Meg? I don't know. I don't know. I know what you guys are talking about. So I'm gonna see if I can pull up another one though that maybe is a little bit has like, because I don't even know what the theories are. So okay. Like that's how unfamiliar I am with the flat earth thing. Oh, it says I need to unshare, reshare. Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? You can't hear me talking?
That video.
Can you guys not hear me talking?